Hey, SBG solution-based gang, like, share, subscribe. Say no to rim, brothers, mothers, fear and sell no good suckers. Hype him up, hype him up. Shouts out, showroom, Bracy in the wildest. Wake up morning, show salute, big dog, shout out to the Lord. PH, Diva, salute, Brownsville, SBG solution-based gang.
Let's go! Good day, everyone. How are we doing? Hope everybody's feeling good, feeling great. I am. How about you? There we go. Shine a little light. God damn it. You know how we like to start the day. When I say good day to you, make sure you say it back because I can feel that great, productive energy. Yes, yesterday was an awesome show, and hopefully we're gonna keep that trend going and just keep on being awesome, being the best new back up and coming morning show on YouTube. But I need your help to do so. I need you to hit that like and that share button, because that's how we build together. Because you know I'm gonna get you through your day. I'm gonna make you angry. I'm gonna make you happy. I'm gonna make you sad. I'm gonna make you laugh. We're going to joke. We're going to have a good time. So, you might as well be part of the crew. We the SBJ Nation, goddamn. And we got some of the greatest, best, and brightest chat in all of YouTube history. In all of YouTube history, we have the best chat. So come be involved. We have new people coming every day, showing love and enjoying the show and enjoying their time with me. And I enjoy my time with you, because you could be anywhere else in the world, but you choose to be here with me. Appreciate you. Yesterday got off the rails. They say I'm being gate kept, and they got the gatekeepers. Ha. Ha. Can't nobody hold me down. Can't nobody break my stride. Ain't nobody gonna hold me down. Oh no, I got to keep on moving. Good day, Miss J. Boricua Preciosa. Good day. Thank you so much. I can feel that greatness. The gatekeeping was a wild insinuation. I don't know how they got that understanding of anything. We just got to keep on grinding. That's it. So we get all we're responsible for. Regardless if it is gatekeepers, the only real gatekeeper is the algorithm. The only way we could get the key to the gate is by you hitting that like and that share button. That breaks down the gate. Real talk. That's how we break down the gate. And yesterday, and I also seen a show with Oprah. She was talking about young men. I was like, this is interesting. You know what I'm saying? So I ain't the only one that see this situation going on the way how it's going on. Plenty of people try to ignore it, act like it doesn't exist. And I get it. And you know, the conversation did come up yesterday. During conversation, who does it affect more? This feminism thing. You know what? Let me write a poll about it, matter of fact. Let me write a poll. What should the poll say? What should the poll say? The poll said, who? Let me see. Who? How should I write this poll question? Who was affected? How do you spell feminism? Because it don't look right. F-E-M-N Feminism. It don't look correct, but yeah. It don't look correct.
Yeah, it is.
All right, there go the poll. There go the poll. So, snip. I like it. You're looking good. I'm about to end the show early.
Take your phone off of, is it on register?
I don't know.
I'm not going to be home when this, I don't know if it's going to super chat. Let me check.
Okay. So today, while I'm getting everything ready. Thank you, Miss J. Today we're gonna so the question was asked yesterday, and today we are going to dive into the most debated cultural conversation, the long-term effects of feminism, and whether it impacted women or men more. Thank you. Thank you so much. What up, American Tradesman? You know, American Tradesman is a very interesting guy. He always showed me love and hate at the same time. Shout out to American Tradesman. I don't know what it is, why he like to show me love and hate, but hey, I appreciate you for always showing love and hitting the comment button. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Because at least what I got my brother back. We went through our little spill, but we all right now. Shout out to you. Black Man Unfiltered. Did I talk about how she was at those Diddy parties? No, she did not. And she had 50 Cent removed from the documentary. I didn't see it yet. What up? Another guy. Me and him, we disagree all the times, and sometimes we go to fisticuffs. Shout out to Black Man Unfiltered. Sometimes we go to fisticuffs. I'm just happy that we never went to a line where I never crossed the line where he felt like he couldn't come back and communicate with one of his peoples. So I shout out, because this is not an echo chamber, which is the most important thing. I do not want an echo chamber. I want people of all different opinions to come and express how they feel about certain topics and certain situations so we can get a broader understanding for people to learn how to deal with situations. That's the most important. We got to learn how to deal with conflict. However we got to get there, we're going to get there. It is what it is. And sometimes, we got to go to fisticuffs, and it is what it is. At the end of the day, I want everybody to have a builder's mentality. Like, hey, sometimes, because maybe in the construction world, we do not like each other in the construction world. But however, we all got this vision to get this job done. And that's the most important thing. And we're going to argue, we're going to fight. I argue with sprinklers and the plumbers all the time. They're the main people that is in my way. And somebody got to pay for it. It is what it is. It is what it is. So, and we go at it. We scream, we yell, we call each other names. But by the time the end of the job site and everything is said and done, nobody even remembers the argument like that for real. So that's just how it goes sometimes. So shout out to y'all, man. I really appreciate y'all. Thank you. Make sure y'all hitting that like and the share button. It's very important that we build together. Whatever it is that we build, whether it's dysfunction or functions. And so when we get back to this feminism conversation, right? At first glance, feminism clearly reshaped women's lives, right? So we have laws changed, opportunities expanded, boundaries that once kept women from education, careers, independence were dismantled, right? We understand all this. Women gained rights that have been denied for generations, and societies began to move forward. greater equality. But the ripple effects did not stop with women. Men too were deeply affected through often in ways that were less visible at first. Because as women gained independence, men were forced to confront a new reality. The traditional roles that once defined masculinity no longer held that same power. That's what happened, right? For some, that shift, for some men, that shift felt liberating. Open the door to more balanced partnerships, right? We always hear on other channels, we need a balance. They start crying. We need a So, for some of the door of balanced partnerships and shared responsibility, for others, it felt like a loss, a demasculation, a stripping away of identity. This tension gave rise to spaces like where we gave a rise to. You know the places where all of these brothers came together and decided to call themselves Rim Bros. That's right, that red pill instead of that manosphere. These no good suckers. Right, that's where they went to. They went to the manosphere and the red pill communities. These online movements frame feminism as the enemy, blaming it for men's struggles in day-to-day market, right? Workplace and society at large, instead of adapting to the new dynamics. Many men retreat. They retreat into echo chambers. Hello, 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 hello. Where that frustration is amplified. And accountability is deflected, Renee. Yes. Yeah, I'm cooking up today. I ain't gonna lie. Don't worry, the panel will open up. You'll be able to have your disagreements, your agreements, your comments, your concerns. It is all good. It's all good. We know they was deflecting accountabilities like it was like, they learned how to do it from Venus and Serena. That's how good they backhands was. And the narrative becomes one of victimhood. Women changed the rules and now men can't win. But here's the irony. Feminism was never intended to diminish men. Or should I say diminish? It was designed to uplift women, to create fairness, and to challenge systems of inequality. And the unintended consequence is that men who refuse to evolve feel left behind rather than improving themselves, developing emotional intelligence, communication skills, or embracing shared responsibility. Some men cling to outdated notions of dominance and blame. They blame feminism for their stagnation. And the blame game is a distraction. It shifts focus away from self-improvement and growth. Men who see feminism as a threat miss the opportunity to see it as a thank you, Renee. They fail to see it as a invitation to redefine masculinity in a healthier, more sustainable way. That's the problem. What's up, Sam? Sam boy. See, and this is the problem. What's up, Zero Talk? See, this is the problem. People like Sam, he comes in, don't want to stay on top. He just comes and just say nonsense. He comes on and just say nonsense. For some reason, I gotta be the poor righteous teacher. Why I gotta be poor? Why I gotta work for free? Sam, why do you want me to be poor? Huh, Sam? What did I do to you that you need me to stay poor? You don't want my family to succeed? You don't want my family to have the best? Like, what did I do that says that, you know what, I don't want to support Sharon? Did you hit the like button, Sam, before you came in here and started saying nonsense? Answer the damn question, Sam. I'm holding you up. Did you hit the damn like button, Sam? Shout out to Oscar. What up, Oscar? Feminism leads to the laws that are passing into you. All right. Yeah, hit that damn like button before you'll come over here criticizing things that's not on topic. She said, I need to start drinking some water out of a wine glass. Let me get back to it while Sam go ahead and hit the like button and the share button. All right, so we understand that. Where was I? Well, I was thinking, right? Where was I? I was thinking about men, right? They need to redefine. They should allow feminism to redefine the masculinity in a healthier, more sustainable way, right? So they could move beyond rigid roles and embrace this partnership and respect and equality. So did feminism affect women more? Put a 1. Yes, 2 no. Let's get to it, God damn it. Y'all gonna put some work into it. It ain't gonna just be me working here by my damn self. It ain't gonna be me here working by my damn self. No, hit that damn like button, hit that share button, answer the goddamn poll. Put a 1. Thank you, Oscar. Thank you, Kim. Thank you. I appreciate that. There we go. Shout out to Willie Wall Street. Willie, thank you. What up, Mr. Center of the World? Appreciate it. Let's get it together. So in terms of laws and opportunities, yes. But in terms of long-term cultural impact, men maybe felt it more deeply because it challenged their identity, their comfort, and they place in changing world, right? In a changing world, right? I think the rise of mandatory space is proof of that discomfort. Yet the real lesson is clear, right? Feminism wasn't meant to weaken men. It was not meant for that, but to strengthen society. See, the challenge now is whether men will rise to the occasion to remain stuck in the blame game or not. We need men to rise up. We know what they be taking. We know they take all those blue pills to rise up, so we need you to rise up mentally too. We don't need you to just rise up with the blue pill. We need you to rise up mentally as well. Hey, Genesis, good day to you. Thank you, Miss J. I may drink some of those tears. Good day, Chalk. And so you ever notice how I'm cooking up today? Have you? I better be at some good likes today, goddamn, because I'm cooking up. And I just want to know: have you ever noticed how feminism was supposed to be about women getting equal rights, jobs, pay, laws, respect, and somehow dudes They turned it into therapy sessions for their egos. How did this happen? How did this happen, Oscar? Oscar, please let me know, how did this happen? How did it turn to a therapy session for the egos? Like, feminism changed laws, right? Opened doors, gave women opportunities, but men said, wait a minute, I feel demasculated. Nobody demasculated you. You just mad you gotta compete now. Back in the day, I'm gonna drop it in a second. Back in the day, men had the cheat code. Women couldn't even open a bank account without a husband. That's not masculinity. It's a different word. It starts with an M as well. And it ends with a Y as well. That's called a monopoly. Misogyny is a good one as well. Thank you, babe. Yes, that's a good one as well. And feminism came along and said, we playing fair now. And men been salty ever since. And that's why you got the manosphere, the red pill spaces, the incel, these rim bros, whole communities of dudes sitting around blaming feminism for their dating problems. Women don't respect us anymore. Women just don't tolerate nonsense anymore. That's what happened. Is a difference. It's a difference. It's funny because these dudes act like feminism was a plot against men. Like there was a secret meeting. All right. And this is how the meeting went. All right, ladies. Operation Demasculates begins at dawn. No. Feminine wasn't about you. It was about women not being treated like a second-class citizen. You just caught your feelings because the spotlight moved. And the blame game is wild. Instead of improving themselves, getting better jobs, learning emotional intelligence, working on communication, these dudes sit online, making podcasts about how women are the problem. Women got too many standards. We hear them. You just don't meet them. Standards ain't oppression. They are boundaries. The irony. Feminism gave men freedom too. You don't have to be the sole breadwinner anymore. You can be vulnerable. You can share responsibilities. You can actually be a partner instead of a boss, because we know majority of y'all are not ready to be that. But instead of embracing that, some men cry about being demasculated. So yeah, feminism affected women with laws and opportunities, but the long-term effect on men, it exposed insecurities. It showed who was willing to adapt and who was stuck in the past. And instead of leveling up, some dudes built echo chambers called, y'all know what it's called, the rim bros, y'all know. Red pill incel, the manosphere, these no good suckers. All right, they that's what they did. That's what they did. What's up, wife school? Just out here cooking. Salute to you, baby girl. Feminism wasn't intended to destroy men. It was intended to uplift women. Men turned it into a mirror, saw themselves looking insecure, and said, "This mirror is broken." Bro, the mirror works fine. You just don't like the reflection. I got it all out. I got it out. Cooking up, baby. Mm-hmm. Man, I don't know who y'all be tripping if y'all don't, man. If y'all don't hit that like it this year, but I don't know. It's crazy. Any questions, comments, concerns, please hit your camera on, hit the link, and we can have a discussion. We don't censor nobody. We don't have echo chambers. Please just maintain your maintain your character. Try not to curse as much. It's gonna get heated. We all gonna do what we're gonna do. However, I want everybody to communicate properly. You feel me? So don't be afraid to voice your opinion. As long as you can substantiate your thoughts, it's all good. Thank you, Kim. Did you like how I cooked that up, Kim? I hope you did. I had a lot of thoughts on it. When it came up yesterday, I had a lot of thoughts on it. I'm liking the poll so far. Y'all participating in the poll. We are somewhat participating in likes. So that's a good thing. So I'm not sure, to be honest, if I could actually play the video because it is Oprah. I'm a little nervous to actually play the video. I was thinking about maybe the link is dropped, by the way. The link is pinned to the top of the chat for anybody that do want to got any questions, comments, or concerns. You want to have a discussion about it. Where did I go wrong? Or where did I go right? You think so, Ms. J? I should just do the sound? Yeah, I think so as well. I'm gonna just do the sound because it is Oprah. Oprah be she just like Beyonce, goddamn. She just like Beyonce. You start playing her video, it be on. Just play the audio. Renee said, yeah, just play the audio as well. All right. So the audio that we about to listen to is a show that Oprah just recently, I think it was a couple of days ago. And she's with a author, Scott Galloway, and they talking about men loneliness. And I just find it interesting that yesterday we was talking about how feminism did X, Y, and Z, and you know how I just did my whole spill on that just now, and men really not understanding what is going on in today's society. So we're gonna play the video sound-wise because we don't want to get no, because you know my ladies are smelling good too. Bubba said, see, this is what I would love if they will hit the link. Feminism is bad for men and women. Family needs 2 incomes. Why? You know why, Bubba? Because you don't want to hold Donald Trump accountable. That's why. I just believe anything he say. That's why. Then they did with one. Fatherless families. That's also Donald Trump. He also produced hookup culture. Donald Trump, he promotes that. That's why he's been married multiple times and grabbing women by the vagina. Bubba, talk to your mans. Don't have nothing to do with feminists, got anything to do with your boy. What up, Savage? What up, man? Oh, boy. Mm-hmm. We're going to start it from the beginning. We got this young white man. He's talking. He got a turtleneck on. I want y'all to see what he looks like. He looks so sensitive. Let me just show you a picture of him real quick. Look at him. Look at this nice young man. Look at this nice young man. He about to cry right now. Don't he look like he about to cry? Let's see what he talking about. Let's see what that young man talking about. Hold on.
Is really the only societally acceptable emotion that we can express.
Hold on, let me go back a little bit.
We so much on your life. So, Max, what do you want to say?
Okay, what
First
you want
off,
to say, Max?
thank you both so much. You know, I think this is such an important conversation. I'm 23. I'm a senior at NYU, and I think I'm speaking for all of my friends when I say that we feel lonely.
Damn.
You know, young men. Anger is really the only societally acceptable. I think I'm speaking for all of my friends when I say that we feel lonely.
I didn't hear you.
I'm speaking for all of my friends when I say that we feel lonely.
One more time.
You know, I'm speaking for all of my friends when I say that we feel lonely.
Wow.
You know, young men.
Wow. And this is a 23-year-old man, voice of Venus. What up, A-Dub? He's only 23 years old at NYU, successful young man. He got his turtleneck on. He looked like a respectable young 23-year-old. He looked kind of old for 23, but it's okay. And this is the truth. A lot of young men feeling lonely. Go ahead, young man. Explain yourself. Go ahead.
Anger is really the only societally acceptable emotion that we can express. We're confused, and we kind of need a voice in this wilderness. And
so that is the truth. They need a goddamn voice in this wilderness, Savage. This is the problem. I'm so lonely, Mr. Lonely. I have nobody. Stop funny. Sorry. Yes, it is a recent show. This happened like a couple of days ago. What's up, Afro Nerd? And so the issue is majority of men are not understanding what they are doing to these young men. That's the problem that we are having. They don't understand all the advice that they're giving, all the nonsense that they're saying that women are to blame. They not realizing, no, young man, you need to just uplift yourself. Go outside and get a no. Hopefully somebody tell them that you need to take your ass outside, holler at as many women as you want. Honestly, don't objectify them. You like her, you like how she looks. And you say, hey, how you doing? And she say, shut your punk ass up. Oh, wow, you go to the next one. Don't go home crying. I said, hi, your girl, she told me to shut my punk ass up. Where they do that at? Go build up your confidence. Nothing in life is going to worth having if it comes easy. So get those no's. What's up, Travel One? You need to get a bunch of no's. Most things in life that is going to give you gratification comes with a no first, and a bunch of them. Stop being a goddamn punk. Stop allowing these goddamn manosphere, these no good suckers turn you into a goddamn lover of men. Get off the online. Go outside, touch some grass. Well, if you're in New York, touch the concrete. God damn it.
you are that, and that's why this conversation is so important. So
wow.
thank you.
Can I just ask you this,
Yeah.
Max? Do your friends say that to each other, or how is that expressed?
This is something that we text each other late at night. You know, this is not something.
Who are you talking to late at night? Sorry. I'm sorry. I am not giving manosphere advice. I'm giving young men advice and how to get rid of that BS remedial rhetoric of the manosphere. That's the problem. It's not enough grown-ass men being honest about what's happening. That's the issue. That is the issue. We need more grown-ass men saying some grown-ass solutions and stop blaming it on another person. Stop blaming it on another agenda. No, absolutely not, Mr. Setzer. Absolutely not. I'm not going. No, I'm not going for it. Absolutely not, Mr. Sense of the World. I'm not going. Absolutely not. Stop. We got these young men, 23 years old, text another young man late at night. The hell? I know it's a difference between a butt down and a booty call, but damn. It's a difference between a butt down and a booty call. That's all I'm saying. Late at night, past 12 a.m., what is that called? That ain't no butt down. You feel what I'm saying, Victorious One? It's a difference between a butt down and a booty call. Yeah, you calling somebody, you text somebody at after 12 a.m., sorry. That ain't no butt dial. This is something else.
We talk about out in the open. These are conversations that we have, over the safety of a digital wall. And this is something that is really hard for us to talk to each other about face to face out in the open.
And what are you all actually saying? Because the use of the word lonely, I mean, I've never heard, young men say, I am lonely. So are people texting each other saying, I'm lonely, or are they saying what?
What they saying?
I mean, you've mentioned that it took you forever to cry. I remember the last time one of my male friends texted me, I just cried for the first time in years. And it
Hey, fellas, I love y'all. But don't call me talking about you just cried because you feeling lonely. No. Not at no after 12 a.m. I ain't your shoulder to cry on at 12 a.m. No. You could call me 12 p.m. You could call me in the afternoon. You know what I'm saying? You could call me at 12 in the afternoon. And all right. We boys. I got you. But you better not call me at 12 a.m. with a show. No, I can't be that shoulder at 12 a.m. Absolutely not. That's not a butt down. That's a booty call. Sorry, it's a difference. That's crazy. Zero time, I'm just saying that's a difference. I feel you, Wall Street Wally.
it's out of desperation. Yes, I'm lonely. I don't know what I'm doing with my life. It's desperation.
Okay. Thank you so much. Alpha.
Shit. So it is out of desperation that how these men feel. And this is what Corinne. And this is what I think the manosphere is just not honest about. They're not seeing that this is how it is actually affecting young men. Yes, that's a white man talking, Davy Dix. Yes. What you mean? This is how young men sound today. This is what your manosphere created. They created these men to be. They think the only way they can express themselves is through anger. And see, when they are being vulnerable, sensitive, y'all want to make jokes and laugh at the man. He want to call his friend at 2 a.m. in the morning and cry on his shoulders. Let him. It's okay. Go ahead and cry on your best friend's shoulders at 2 a.m. in private at his house. Y'all created this because y'all made these young men that did not get a chance to experience rejection. Y'all made them afraid of rejection. But you should have been pushing them out there more, just like a bird teaches how another bird how to fly. They push their ass out the damn nest. So therefore, what y'all did, y'all kept them in the nest. You made them scared. That's the problem. And y'all need to correct it. It's that time. Young men are being affected.
Hello.
Hi.
Good day,
I think something that really...
Okay, we got another turtleneck. Y'all want to see what this one look like? All right, hold on. This young man right here, he about to give us his confessions about what's going on. He's 34 years old. So we went from a 23-year-old to a 34-year-old. Look at Sharon. Look at Sharon DeLove. How you doing, Sharon DeLove? Good day, Sharon DeLove. Insane, Sharon DeLove. That's what you came up. So you be time. That's what you came up here to say. You couldn't speak on the topic before you say an insult, boo boo. Before you say the insult, boo boo. I hope you hit the damn like button before you say the insult with your punk ass. I hope You hit the like button first before you came up here being disrespectful. Stay on topic, sir. What's the problem with some of you men? Can't stay on topic to save your life. Sheesh. Well, grumpily hit the goddamn like button, sir. You know that's right, Kim West. He was on the phone at 2 a.m. and it wasn't no butt down. You know, it's a difference between a booty call and a butt down, Sharonda Love. Calling your homeboy at 2 a.m. crying. I feel so lonely. So watch when Sharon go live. I'm gonna curse him out. I'm gonna call him all types of names. You better have hit the damn like button first. Boo boo. Now let's see what this 34-year-old is saying. Goddamn. Go ahead, sir, with your turtleneck. Why everybody got turtlenecks? I don't know. Go ahead.
It's something that I would focus on pertaining to this issue is
what?
a need for role models within our communities. I grew up in Bedford-Stuyvesant, Brooklyn, and there was an absence at the time of role models within my neighborhood. Of course, I grew up in a single-parent household, but I did have a relationship with my father. But
okay, there we go. We see what the issue is. Shout out to Let's Go Brooklyn. Zuh. Welcome to the show, Brooklyn. Zuh. How you doing, beautiful?
Sharon,
Yes.
I just came to say this is the first time I've cried in years. Okay.
It's okay. I'm glad that you're getting it all out because it's important. Because my whole life I thought we only could be angry. I didn't know we could cry at 2 a.m. on each other's shoulders.
But you
making
said
making me all moist on my shoulder.
you said the men couldn't call before 12, but I figured I could, save my tears.
God damn it. So is this a butt down booty call? Because some of these men they don't know the difference. They don't know the difference between a butt down and a booty call. That's the problem.
Yeah. I really appreciate you and Oprah opening this door for me. But
the problem is a lot of these men, they opening the back doors.
I'm going on mute. I can't. Can you be serious ever? Oh my God. I can't even express my emotions. Oh. This is why they don't do it. Look at you, Sharon. This is why. Look what happens.
Oh, shit.
Came up here pouring my heart out. It's all right, though.
Oh, shit. How you doing today?
I'm doing good. I'll waste a little bit of time before I got to go to work.
Oh, man. What's your thoughts on how I was breaking this down? You missed my opening monologue was awesome, by the way.
No, I was hearing you. I was just getting ready. I think in all fairness, there is some truth in what he's saying. Even for Black women, like being vulnerable is not something I feel like a lot of us are comfortable with. And being able to identify and articulate all of the emotions is also something our people are not familiar with, right? Because sometimes a woman could be scared, but it's going to look like anger, or she could be feeling insecure, but it's going to look like anger. You know what I mean? Or she could, and actually, there's an emotion wheel. Love C put me onto that. Shout out to Love C, and she was explaining this like a lot of people don't know how to identify the emotion that they're feeling. So everything gets chalked up under like an attitude or anger. It's kind of true what he's saying. Like people are very limited in their expression, not knowing like, hey, my feelings are hurt. And instead of being able to just acknowledge that, they're going to get angry Like a lot of it is like not understanding their own emotions. To be fair, I see that on both genders in our community. So there's some truth in what he's saying.
Yeah, absolutely. And majority, and that's the only, for men, anger is the only acceptable emotion at that, right? So women can have this is why I always have a problem with the manosphere, because they don't understand that they are limiting men. They got about like 4 colors men could paint emotion with, right? We got anger, we got stoicism, we got logic. I can't think of a 4th one right now. But women, they have a whole box of crayons that they could color from.
I think men do too.
Nourishment, anger, happiness, joy, all these different colors. They could be insecure, like they have this big crayon box. While men, especially from the manosphere target points, they limit men to just a small section of colors that they could color with for they to bring the analogy together. And I think that's a real serious issue.
Wait, and to add on to what you're saying, the reason it's even more problematic is because that hinders men from being able to relate to women or even understand women, right? Because if you're limited to 2 emotions, you can't even understand what's in front of you.
Right, and that's what breaks down the communication, right? Because she's painting with pink, but all you got is red. Understand this pink color that she is painting with, and this is where the disconnect has happened with so many men and women in today's society. They just can't understand the color. They can't see the different colors. Oh shit, she got purple, and they don't even understand that they could mix their colors together to get to purple.
We've been seeing it on the panels a lot if you really pay attention, right? Like with the communication and how people don't seem to even understand when they might have offended a woman, just like not even conscious of how they're coming off at all, right?
And it happens so often that just a woman's voice of disagreement, they cut them off and they feel like they just automatically their voice is supposed to be more important than hers, and they do not recognize the brush that
disrespecting that. Yeah.
They do not recognize it. It's not even a thought in their mind that they might be possibly disrespecting that female.
Well, because when you don't respect somebody off rip, then that's not a thought. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because a majority of men automatically just see themselves at a higher position. So automatically, it doesn't matter if I put the work in, school-wise, work-wise, money-wise, I'm at a high position no matter what position you are in. They're automatically the highest.
Because of my religious beliefs, I don't even all the way disagree with a man feeling that way, right? The problem is the way they express it. Because, so there are men who believe that, like God, man, then woman. So that is them technically believing they're above women. I don't have a problem with that. But there are men who believe that and still know how to communicate and still show respect. Like, it doesn't mean that you just completely disregard. Do what you want to be. You know what I mean? Like, they don't understand.
Yeah, you can't just disregard another human being. You still gotta show them with love and respect. And that's the real issue that they have. They don't even have love and respect for their own wives. They'll come up here and just completely sexualize their wife. I'm dicking her down. She sucked my dick every night. It's like,
that's crazy. I seen it and I'm like, yo, what?
Like
this is what I be thinking as an unmarried woman, right? Because they weaponize like not being married. And I think marriage could be a good thing. So I'm not knocking it. But I'm like, when they embarrass their wives the way they do, why do they think the unmarried women are going to be like, oh my gosh, I'm not married, when we're looking at people's husbands kind of embarrass them and disrespect them and tell their business? That doesn't look like we're missing out on something. I don't know.
Yeah, and the fact is that, again, they don't even see it as disrespecting their wives. That is the key component. They don't even recognize it as a disrespect. They are
right. So when they're weaponizing, like, you don't have a husband, it's like, why would I want what you're doing? No, I don't want that. Because I'm a woman. So that's what I understand about women. The women who
I don't want nobody
that,
looking at, right? They don't understand that no woman want to be walking down the street with her husband and the first thing they think about, like, damn, she's sucking dick. every night.
That's what they don't understand. Like, I'm a woman, so I understand the things that women who are attached to men like that have to mentally go through on a daily to make themselves be okay with what their husbands are doing, to talk themselves into accepting disrespect and humiliation, to talk themselves into making excuses for him. Those women have to do that shit daily when you're attached to a man like that.
Yeah. The entitlement is wild. Hey Venus, I know you I'm gonna let you know we got Afroner in the back. He about to come up. So you okay?
I mean, thank you. I got my crying out, so thank you. No. Now it's time for him to cry. So let's welcome
I want to make sure because I know
your
sometimes.
therapist. I appreciate you.
All right, because I don't want you to be blaming me later.
No, I'm not. I'm gonna drop soon anyway. I'm not gonna blame you.
I'm gonna have to call you at 2 a.m. It's not gonna be no butt down. I had to be serious. Welcome to the show, Afro Nerd Radio. Ados changed it a little bit. Good day, sir. How you doing today? What's your thoughts?
Good morning, brother. What's up? Good morning to Venus as well.
Good morning.
So, man, look, I'm only going to say a few things and then I'm going to hit it and quit it. Right? I think that we need to start looking at this stuff a little bit more fairly and use some data to actually kind of get into what's going on between black men and black women. But I see that there's in my opinion, there's an issue with when we use terms like feminism and patriarchy, we never put racial, like we never have an adjective like racial or white in front of it. I think we have to be very realistic about how black people have been allowed to navigate in culture, navigate in society, versus how white folks have been able to do so. Right? I respect the journey of sisters. Right? I had a black mother. I have black folks, black females all around me. But I was fortunate enough to also to be raised by a black father and to see many examples of black fatherhood and black patriarchy. Right. I went to predominantly, I went to HBCU. Right. So I saw black men in charge. I had black male teachers. So I saw some of that. Right. But the issue I have is we can never talk about black men specifically being targeted. Right. Not that black women haven't been targeted, but the way gender operates, it goes one way for black women, one way for black men. Right. So when we talk about brothers ain't doing such and such, it has been by design to a large degree. Right. You have a few outliers that have been able to do what they need to do. And black men are actually progressing. Right. Maybe not at the rate of as black women, but that doesn't mean that they're not progressing. When you go through the stats, black men aren't doing quite as bad as the media would lead you to believe. Right. So we can either go with the numbers, the overwhelming amount of black men that are actually succeeding or at least maintaining versus Pookie on the street. And really Pookie and Loquisha, in quotes, have been put out there to represent the entire black culture. Like there's a thing, your friend CT, he has a habit of his whole brand daily is everything is kind of negative and it's Loquisha, and we can't talk about all those black PWI and HBCU graduates, male and female. We saw quite a few folks with black females specifically, giving them props, barring Trump's movement. Who knew that the governor of the Federal Reserve was a black woman? Right? Our own Letitia James. Right? These are black women that are blocking a white male. Right? So there are things that are happening, right? These are happening in real time. But this whole notion that, when black men start to talk about the things that are specifically affecting black men, right? There are things we do need. Listen to this. We do need a black male liberation movement. We do. Because black men have never been in a position to really take care of their families. And we know that that's happening. But there's been a purposeful governmental blockage for black men specifically. If you were talked out of turn, you could get strung up. That's our history. That's the backstory. We can't pretend, black women were allowed to be domestics, right? They were allowed to be domestics, but there was no real equivalent for black males, right? So black females, although they're gendered and disrespected in a racial situation, they have a little bit more movement, allowed movement, because white folks are less threatened by gay black males, and black females. The straight black male, and I can tell you this personally, in a corporate situation, and I'll land a plane here. It's amazing the little things I notice about me. I'm 6'2", 220. So when I walk around the office suited and booted, and if I have to train a white female, all of a sudden I'm looking around, all these white folks got their eyes peeled. Like, why are they stressed out? Why are they stressed out over this? Or if I'm talking to a white female colleague in the corner somewhere, usually a shorter white male comes over and says, everything okay over here? Is everybody all right over here? I'm like, damn, it's like that. Not that I might not be, but still, I'm just saying, I find it kind of funny that, why are you stressed out over it's just me. I'm not doing anything, but it's something innate where they got to come talk to you. Now, these are things that black men have to go through. Just walking around. It's a specific thing. It's not to say black women black women have their stories too. We've seen diminutive Karens telling 6'5" black men, you belong here. Do you live in this building? That's a specific thing. I'll land a plane on that.
How do we get to that from the video?
But regardless, right? I don't know how we got there. However, this is a gripe that maybe we do need to address, and sometimes we just ignore it, and sometimes our brothers do not have a place to express just a thought, right? Regardless if it's a part of the topic or not, but sometimes just getting a full thought out is something we need as men.
Fair enough.
So, sometimes we just gotta allow, because that was a lot he had to get out. It was a lot. And it's kind of hard to address the things that he said, because it was
Sharon, just one thing.
It was so loaded. However, we do gotta allow sometimes a space for them to get the full thought out. Because
one quick thing, I just noticed just in the chat, and I try to ignore the chat, but somebody simply said, "What does 6'5" have to do with anything?" So I can't even have a conversation. What does a towering black male? We all know what that means. What a black male is always perceived as. Even if you're shorter, you're considered threatening. But height does have a thing with black males. So when I can't even have an honest discussion about what's going on, and somebody in the chat room is saying, "Well, what does 6'5"? What does 6'5" have to do with anything?" That means we're never going to figure this out. And what I said was dismissed. Like I'm going all off. I specifically talked about black patriarchy and feminism and how it should be applied when talking about black folks. So I was specific to the topic, but because you don't like what I'm saying, all of a sudden it's like, he's just talking. That's that nerd dude. He just yakking. See that I'm not really stressed on that, but I see that's a theme. Sassy is going to come. Sassy is the next thing is coming.
Well, no,
I know what's going to happen.
You weren't specific to the topic, to be honest. I'm just being honest. You really weren't. I think they were talking about male loneliness and not being able to express their emotions. And then you came up here talking about your height in corporate. So to be fair, you weren't specific to the topic. It's not
okay. The topic says feminism, masculinity, and the blame game. How equality sparked a cultural shift. So I'm going into the actual topic that is put on this page. Okay. So you want to talk about the specific line of talk that you were going into that one moment. I'm sticking to the topic that's entitled overall. Respectfully.
Okay, fine. But also when you express yourself, right, your tone seems like you have one tone instead of it seems like you are more agitated and angry with your tone, and that's something that we also gotta.
I'm not angry, man. I'm just direct.
As well.
I'm just direct.
It's okay to be correct, but our tones do matter with our communication, especially when we can't see each other. So we're picking up that you sound already agitated, angry, and maybe is a built-up aggression that because you feel this pressure when you at the corporate spot and you get these eyeballs that you recognize it, you could feel the energy, you could understand and sense it. However, you can't prove it. I know how that feels all the time. A lot of I'm in a situation right now where I cannot prove what's going on, but I know what's going on. And so I understand that. But we got to be able to find, like how we were talking when I was talking with Venus, that we got to have that crayon to paint it in the right tone and the right emotion at the same time as well. I'm going to bring in Jay. I know Jay wanted to say something. I'm going to bring up somebody else into the chat as well. Go ahead, Jay. Then I'm going to bring somebody up.
Surprisingly, I don't have a thought yet because he just kind of, I don't know, he switched the topic, so now I don't have a thought.
Okay. He must have knew who was coming up. God damn, I should have surprised him. Venus, I should have surprised him. Welcome to the show. Damn, Diva, he's just like, you know what? I know who that is.
Is that why he left?
I believe so. Man, Diva didn't even come with no smoke. But I do get it at the same time. You know,
wait, why he left?
I think because he figured out it was you.
I just had one question.
Damn. Hopefully he's still listening. Hopefully he's still listening. Maybe he'll answer in the chat.
Okay. So my question was, I wanted to understand the threat that Black men pose to the dominant society when the dominant group has had their collective foot on Black men's necks for 500 years. So I just want to understand the nature of the threat that Black men are posing.
So anybody want to give it a shot? Venus, Jay, Ambassador, anybody want to give it a shot? Or what is the possible threat that the dominant society might have against Black men?
The women. I do think there's some truth in that. I think the one thing they don't like is the attraction that some of their women have to Black men. I think that could be the one area where they are threatened by some Black men sometimes.
What's the threat, though? Because they were the ones that had to allow that to take place, right? So miscegenation was illegal at one point, right? And punishable by up to death. And so they had to say, you know what? Go ahead and do it. It's okay. They had to sanction it. And so how then is that posing a threat to them when they are the ones who can allow or disallow it?
Well, because those men aren't the same men who passed that law, right? And I know it's a thing because I've seen white men call white women racial slurs.
Hold on.
I forgot what the term is. They call them like mudslingers, or like there's this
Mud
thing.
shard,
They call
yeah.
mud
But
Yeah,
sharks.
the
like
thing
like once
is,
you dealt with
there are
them,
still
we don't
there's
even want
still
to
white
touch
men
you,
passing
kind of
laws,
thing.
right? So it may not be the same exact white males, but there are still white men passing laws. And so they have to continue to allow it. Because if they decide that we don't want to allow it, then they can take back all those laws.
Yeah.
So they're actively allowing it. Yes, absolutely. The same way they rolling back voter rights, or we about to see if they're gonna roll them back in a couple weeks when the Supreme Court rule, right? In the same way they have strucken down other rights, it can happen. And so yeah, I just don't. So threat means like a threat to their survival. I don't think a handful of women being attracted to them when the population
Yeah.
proportions are
So
so
small.
disparate, that's not posing a threat, right? Because to pose a threat, the threat would be what we have actually seen white males go into plenty of Black societies and do, which is turn them non-Black,
Wait, what you mean?
right?
Say that again. What's the non-Black
How
part?
white men have gone into plenty of melanated, we would call Black societies, and have turned the population non-Black.
Well, yeah.
That's the threat.
Mm.
And
Right.
and they aren't able to accomplish that. They haven't accomplished that. And so again, I want to just understand, because I always hear like, oh, black women ain't a threat, it's the men. And so what threat are you all actively posing?
And also, but we can't negate also their imagination as well.
So Diva, maybe you can understand, like, okay, you are a woman who is successful, you are educated, you work in corporate, right? You've ever had a situation where just your presence in an environment was threatening to the white woman, even if it's not a physical violence threat or like a societal threat? There are instances where they are intimidated
Right,
because
but that's
yeah.
because of a real outcome, right? So when I've walked into those places and those women have been intimidated by me, it's because I was thinner than them, which meant more attractive to their own men, right? I looked younger to them, which meant more attractive to their own men, right? And so people get outcomes, tangible benefits by being attracted,
So I'm saying there's some black men
especially
who have
women
that
in the
same
workplace.
experience. So look, I'm saying there are some black men who have the same experience.
That's not what we're talking about, though, ultimately, because when they're talking about black men being a threat to the system or the dominant society, they're not talking about a couple black men in corporate that white men say, oh, he might be able to get a job over me because he's a little bit taller and got broader shoulders. You get what I'm saying? So, and I
No,
think
we
this
get
is
we get that.
part of the issue that I frequently have in these conversations, is because I'm talking macro and then people want to give me micro
Yes,
stuff.
right.
Yeah,
That's
that's
what.
the confusion, because I think in this
Yeah,
instance, because of the examples he gave, he was talking about himself at
correct.
the water fountain with a white woman. At least in my mind, it was micro. So that's
Yes,
what I was referring. Yeah, you're right, but that's why I was speaking micro, because that was what he was
his
talking about, like his personal experience. But I
Yeah.
understand what you're saying. Yeah,
yeah.
overall,
That's it right there.
yeah.
Yes. So that's what it was right there, Diva. Absolutely. He
But
talking
he's
about
not the
himself
only one who
personally.
said it. They say it all the
Mm,
time. And so that's what I'm trying to get some clarity on, because I keep hearing it and I know they ain't all
If I
having the same water fountain experience.
mm.
if I can, I may say,
No, you
I
cannot.
think
No, you
I think
cannot.
you're
Hold on.
think you're
Hold
just
on. Hold on, fellas. Hold on.
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
Oh my goodness. Go ahead, Diva. If you
All
can, I
right.
don't know if
What
you
does it say?
can.
Kim West. Kim West, $2. Sexism was here well before race even existed.
Mm,
Conversations with MJ, $5. Racism and misogyny are on the same coin, just opposite sides.
mm,
At Happy Intrinsic, $2. Why are the stats never similar with every creator?
mm. All right, fellas. It seems like y'all have a lot to say. We're gonna start with Ambassador. He was here first, then we go to KT to go. Go ahead.
oh, I mean, packing that up is pretty straightforward. I mean, that's it just sounds like you're applying your own standard. You can listen to white boys complain about this all day. This is their perceived threat. The idea that the black man is breathing up all the white man's air is their legitimate perceived threat. Now, I think it's silly, but that is their perspective. That's their position. They whine about it all day. If you go in there in their little spaces and stuff, and we're talking about their perception, right? Yeah, they whine about it all day. The mud sharks and the BBC and blah blah blah. You know, DEI and they're taking all our jobs and blah blah blah. You can't even reason with the guys about it. So, I get where your standard would come from. That is a sensible standard, but that's not the standard that their perception is based on, and that's what we're addressing.
Okay, what you think about? Okay, Diva, you can address it if you want.
Uh, Again, I don't think that they're, well, at least I don't see where they just lamenting it all the time, right? Because if that was really a concern, they could stop it. They got the first right of refusal. And so again, the white women thing just, I'm never gonna believe that that's the threat.
Mm,
As far as nobody accuses black men of taking their jobs, come on.
mm, hmm. But you can.
Yo.
I mean, I can see that point. However, they do actively attempt to I don't know, because then I'll be talking about myself. So I'll leave that alone.
No. I want to say there wouldn't be such an emphasis on all of the things they've done historically to keep Black men in a certain position if they didn't see them as some level of threat. It just wouldn't make sense.
I just want to say that the problem is, first of all, Black people are a threat. It's not whether you're male or female, just Black people in general are a threat. Outside of that, it would be the Black man. Is they look at us because white people fear the boogeyman, right? They're like, Black people kill each other, so we need to be afraid of Black people, right? Doesn't make sense. But they do see the Black man as more of a threat because we are the ones that will break their law more. They will say, this is what we say you guys need to do. You need to set the standard. Somebody pointed it out earlier, no offense. They have been able to get more help with the Black woman than Black men. So I'm not saying that they don't see both of us as a threat. I think they do just see the Black man as more of a threat because the Black man has shown that he will, even if our Black women will say, well, nah, we agree with them here and we'll work with them, the Black man will still say, well, nah, fuck that. And I think in their minds that's why they would say we're a primary threat. Also, if we're just being straightforward, physically, Black men, we are much more. That's why they bring up crime so much because they know physically that not saying that it's not most crime of us harming each other, but they know that's not really a way that they can handle shit. So.
Yeah, I just don't buy that either. Like physically, these people have weaponry that y'all ain't even conceived of, right?
Which isn't physically, right? So
That is
that's my
physically.
point. If we talking
Yes,
about
it
just
is.
like
Hold
if me
on.
and you
But
getting in
so
a
that's the
fight,
thing. Hold on. Now we
No,
let you
let him
speak
finish.
and
Let him
nobody
finish.
interrupted you.
Not one time.
Right. So a weapon is physical, right? Because when they talk about all the crime that y'all commit, they're usually talking about where you done shot somebody. And so weaponry is physical. And the fact that they got something that they don't even need to be in 5 miles of you that could incapacitate you, right? So you're physical, yes, and you are more physically formidable, but they're not scared of that, right? They already got ways of getting around that. And we know they're not scared of it because like somebody's mentioned, you will have a 5 foot Karen walk up on a 6'5" dude and be telling them where to go and how to get there. They're not afraid of you physically. And so again, I just don't think that is a plausible explanation. The other thing is the Black men won't go along with things. Y'all go along with everything they do.
That's a fact.
Y'all
Y'all
go along
cool
with
the
everything they
most.
do. You've never
Y'all really
been
cool the most. I ain't gonna
a
lie.
resistant force, so I, so I don't understand that either. But I suspect that I'll never get, at least to my satisfaction, a plausible explanation because it don't
Yeah.
exist.
Yeah, I think maybe why you won't be able to because it's a feeling and it's not a finite step of approval. Like, hey, this is why I'm a threat. So yeah, I don't think you'll ever be able to get a.
Well, I think because all
Well,
we
they
can
feel
give
that
her,
they're
to
a
be
threat,
honest,
but then they say things like, oh, they helped Black women more. Okay, but the fact that they've had to help you as a man, a group of men, that means that they're not threatened by you
yeah, no, that's what I'm
because they
saying.
got to help you.
You kind of changing it off of what I'm saying,
not
Diva.
true.
All I'm saying is the Nat Turners. You know what I'm saying? The Black Panthers. These are when they
Was
show these
80%
groups.
women. Was 80% women.
It wasn't
Was
women involved.
80% women. And
Okay,
for
but
every Nat Turner,
do we
there
see
were
Miss Shakur
three
or do we see Huey
mammies in the
Newton when
house
they
that was
show?
poisoning them. So
All
what are we
right,
talking about?
I can agree. I can agree with everything I'm saying. When they show you the Black Panthers, do they show you Tupac Aunt or do they show you Huey? Do they show you Fred? Do they show the men? They show Black men. Like I said from the beginning, even the slave revolts. We look at the Nat Turners and things of that nature. I'm not saying there aren't Black female examples. I'm saying that majority of these things of uprising against white people, you show a picture and image of a Black man And there are black women, but we know there are
That's not true.
overwhelmingly more black. So why
That's not true,
the,
though. Just because you don't know of the examples involving black women don't mean that they didn't
no.
exist.
That's not even what I'm saying. I just said I know there are examples. I'm saying that their impacts weren't as big because they weren't as. There are no
That's
examples
not
of a
true.
black female
That is
group
not
that had
true.
the impact of the Panthers because they had never had chapters that got up to that level in numbers or
The
things of that
Panthers
nature.
was a female group.
The Panthers were a female group.
Yes, 80% of the members are women.
Yeah,
So they
that's
were led by women.
It's a
no,
female group. Most of the people that,
That's my point.
yes, there
I'm
were
telling
women
you
leading. Why you think they came
yeah,
up
there
with the
were a
idea to do
majority
clinics?
of leaders
Hold on, you
that
asked
were
me
female.
you asked me a question. You said were the women leading? Yes, they were, which is why they
No, I
had
didn't. No, I didn't,
the
Diva.
school
I said
breakfast
very
program.
precisely. Was
Hold,
the
hold on,
group
So
led
hold on,
by
KT,
women?
KT. Maybe you didn't recognize that you said because sometimes you speak too fast. You said who was the leader. You said women were leading. That's literally what you said.
No, I literally said
right.
verbatim. I'm gonna say this one last time. So let's not change and argue what y'all thinking I said. Just argue this right here. The group was made by men and it was led by men, correct?
No, it was not led by men. When they're doing things like a school breakfast and lunch program for children, that's not
Mhm.
something that came out of the mind of a man.
For sure, for sure. But who
Right.
enacted
When
it?
they're
Who
doing
enforced
community
it?
clinics, that's not something that came out the mind of a man.
I
Right.
agree.
So if
Who
you know
enacted
about
and
the work that
enforced
they
it?
were doing in the community, this is the thing, KT. Why is it that we can listen to you, but you have such a hard time listening to other people?
Because I want us to address y'all. If I address something with y'all, it's directly what you said. Even if you saying that ain't what I
Okay,
said, I
but you
say
got to
okay. Well,
All
I
right, so
was.
you don't have to
let me
answer
try
how
to
you want to
let me try to
answer.
man what they call it
Shut your ass
man
up.
what they call it when
Mansplain.
mananese. Yeah, mananese. Let me try to mananese. You ask a question and she's substantiating the argument how women not only by but just by simply the programs alone we could tell who was moving and running the movement. So she's substantiating and you jumping in instead of allowing her to finish the substantiation. So let her finish, and then you can rebuttal if you actually have evidence that is going against what she is saying, not just words.
Right.
Go
So,
ahead, Diva.
we all know Kathleen Cleaver. We all know what's that other lady's name? They recently did this was maybe about 10 years ago, a documentary about the Panthers or whatever, specifically the female Panthers. But which is when a lot of people found out that they were mostly overwhelmingly women in the group. But we can look at not just the raw numbers of women compared to men. We can look at the programming that they were creating and implementing within the community and know that, oh, okay, that came from women. Women led that charge.
Okay,
No, I
KT.
understand that. I'm not arguing because I said it from the beginning. I'm gonna say it again. I know there's women in the group. I know they had women leaders. I'm saying Huey
Right.
Newton is who made that group. Correct me if
Mm-hmm.
I'm wrong. The people who made this group were a group of
Right.
black men. The
So,
people who helped them enact their will the most for surely was black women because we have to work together. So please don't anyone think I'm taking it away from women. I'm saying even if you want to, well, listen, even that the attribute. If 80% of black women are willing to lead trust and if they say, hey, this is what we think is a good plan, they went to 20% of the black men who were in this group and said, this is what we need, get us our materials, and we trust that you'll do this and enact this with us. So that's all I'm pointing out. Two things.
what makes
It's
you think that
Okay,
that's
leadership.
so
how
hold
it
on. So
happened?
let me
Why
For
wouldn't you
mananese it.
think that the women would have gotten the materials they needed to implement those programs? Women do it
Right, and,
every
I'm
let
day.
me
not Jesus
let
Lord.
me try to sum it up for you a little bit better, KT, because I don't think you are very well read on about the Black Panther Party. I think you are more of the understanding of the early perception, right? The
But you're
popular.
incorrect. Because
I
I
think you are.
pointed
I
out
think.
Mr. Crew.
Hold on. I think you understand the popular imagery of the Black Panther Party, but you don't actually know any history about the Black Panther Party because it
Okay.
does often. I get it that it centers men figures like Huey Newton and Bobby Seale, right? And they leather jackets and they berets, carrying rifles, right? That very small section that it did happen, right? With the posters, the films, and the collective memory. We get all that. However, when we look at the reality of the membership, right? Despite that image, women made up majority of the party's membership. Right.
Nobody
and historians have proven this, right? The roles of them wasn't just members, they were leaders and organizers, right? Elaine Brown, right, eventually became a chairwoman of the party, right? So we also have women like what's the name you just said? Catherine Cleaver, Tarika Lewis, Erica Huggins, I believe her name is. Hopefully, I'm not messing these things up. It's been so long since I read about this. Right, they had critical roles in communication, community programs, and political strategy. Right, so women were central. They, like, you know, Diva just brought it up, like the free breakfast for children program, the health clinics, right, and education projects. We understand just that alone. The men is going to talk about picking up guns. That's the only thing we understand the thought pattern of men.
That's crazy for you to say.
Right? And these programs became the backbone of the Panthers community work. That's what helped shift the party's focus from armed patrols to social services. This is the problem that most people are not really actually reading about what actually happened, right? So despite their majority presence, women often face this sexism within the party, and this is the problem that why you believe that men was the ones running everything.
Okay.
No,
Can I add to that?
I just gotta say, y'all, why can y'all never directly just answer what I state, and instead y'all making this whole argument nobody was arguing about? I said very clearly from the beginning, I know there were many female leaders. We know that again, we're talking about why they look at us and say black men are more of a threat. Y'all want to make this a whole argument about, well, who made the party up?
That's the whole point. They do not.
So why are y'all arguing if they're saying that they do?
They
and now I'm trying to explain it for you, but what
do.
y'all saying is what y'all explaining has to be the explanation. But then, DB, you just stated that, well, I'm not accepting any of y'all because it's not a good enough explanation for me. However, y'all are telling me I have to expect. Stop.
Okay, hold on. So this is why we need to stop you, right? Because you're talking about what we're doing to you, right? And we substantiate in our argument.
No, I'm talking about what we're doing about the conversation.
Hold on, right? This is the problem when we can't focus on the focus. We're attempting to have the conversation about the generality of what the Black Panther Party actually is, and you want to talk about what the image is. And so when you ask a question about who was the leaders, we are giving you substantiation of who was actually the leaders, not just some goddamn pictures.
So numbers make you the leader.
What we sense that you need to read up more.
So numbers make you the leader.
So if
you just said the men were leaders and organizers.
No, I did not. I said the women were.
You lit. Oh my fucking.
This is why I avoid using the word leader, right here.
And so, regardless, Ambassador, did I not give examples of the women leaders and everything, and their programs and everything?
You did. You know, it's just.
I don't understand why he's not understanding. This is not an attack on him. This is attack. This is us just.
No, it's an attack on the conversation.
This is just us,
I never said
us clarifying the history, because clearly the history is not well versed as people believe it is. Just because you want to put yourself in this man, you want to put yourself in that leather jacket and that beret and have a gun.
You being weird. Nobody stated this, Sharon. That's what I'm saying.
The majority of what actually happened.
Well, the miscommunication is that I think he was just using it as an example of strong black male leadership. I mean, yeah, that's to people who read about it, right? Like I read about it, sure. Like I understand what you guys are saying, sure. But to people who are not reading Black history books, you know, his perspective makes sense. You know, that's where it comes. We interjected nuance into a, you know, it's kind of. It wasn't necessary.
And you know, Ambassador, I was trying to leave it alone. I didn't want to name the names and really have a deep dive on the actual history, right? Because there's a difference between
Sharon. I respect everything you're saying. I don't want to argue about none of the who's the leader.
So hold on. All right, so you don't want to argue
why they would look at us as the threat.
I need you to understand that you asked us about who was leading it. And we gave you examples of who was leading it, and you still refusing the leadership because you only know Huey and Bobby. In your mind, that is
You're
the only
incorrect,
leader.
though. You're arguing with yourself. I stated from the beginning. I know who Shakur. I mean, Afeni Shakori. I mean, not Afeni. Asada Shakori is. I even stated from the beginning. She on the FBI top 10 most wanted list until she died. And she a Panther that they broke out of jail in New York. You talking? That's what I'm saying. You done made this whole argument. Oh, you don't know nothing for real. You're lying to yourself, and I just don't want to make that argument. But however, my point is, what I said stands. When people are shown these groups of Black resistance, 9 times out of 10, whether we're not talking about whether they're well versed, they're not. That's why they hate us and don't really care for us. So when they're shown images of Black resistance, it is a Black male. So for these white men, they whatever. You're lying to yourself. So you're literally saying you won't know this about the Panthers. So you just said, Sharon, you won't know this about the Panthers unless you're well versed, right?
Hold on. Okay,
the female leadership within the Panthers, right?
Let me tell you why you're wrong. The reason why you're wrong, the problem is that they are attacking the Black woman. This is why they're saying the Black family is the reason why, and they use the Black woman as
they're utilizing the Black family. I mean, the Black woman in the attack on the Black family.
What I'm trying to get you to understand. This is why what Diva said, and I'd be trying to leave it alone because I do not. So I really don't be wanting to agree with Diva. But the reason why they gave you guns and sent you in the military to fight, because
I don't care who tell it.
Hold on. The reason why they gave you guns and put you in the military because they was not afraid of you. That's why. That's the whole point Diva is trying to get you to understand. They wasn't afraid of Black males. They're afraid of the Black woman. Not you, not me. It's the reason why they attacked 300.
Why they let her in the military?
The reason we need you to understand what's actually happening, not what is the image of what's happening.
So why is she? But you're literally talking about. You're talking about why would they fear us? You don't make sense.
This is how, right? I get it that you want to fight that you are more important than what you are. And
no, you're fighting yourself. I'm not talking about who's important or anything. You're making that argument. Black women are not allowed in the military now, Sharon.
I want you to have an understanding of the concept of what actually happened versus what the image is. You keep talking about the image of this situation, but in reality, the person that they are attacking the most are the Black women.
Oh,
that's who they are attacking. Because they control the women, they control the men.
So again, you can't even stay on what the conversation was, bro. I'm just saying I'm adjusting what the beginning question was.
And have a conversation, right? So don't tell me about what I'm not doing, how I made you feel. Talk about what I'm saying.
No, nobody talking about what you. That's what we're saying. You're not sticking to what you're saying. You don't make sense on what the original topic was. Which
talk about what I'm saying. Stop telling me what I'm not doing.
What you saying don't make sense, Sharon.
Hold on.
Look,
Hold on, please. You're not understanding what you're saying, right? Instead of using actual data, stats, or any kind of history to disprove what I'm saying, you are just saying how I'm not making sense. I gave you names. I gave you programs to substantiate what I'm saying. You are just saying, Sharon, you're not making sense and everything you're saying is a lie, but you're not substantiating why it is a lie. Is the problem that I'm having. Don't tell me what I'm doing.
I have. And I'm going to reestablish it. When you look at the Panthers, are you shown Catherine or are you shown Huey?
Don't use the Panthers, please. That's the problem.
Stop, because that was the conversation we were having. He told me I have to stay on what we were just talking about, and that's what was brought up. This is what keeps being used as an example. We're not following the image. We're not following. I mean, we're not following the facts. We're following the image. Boo, boo, boo. That's what he was talking about. He told me I can't get off of this, so apologies if I have to stick within what he was saying. Now, according to what you just said, Sharon, correct me if I'm wrong. Do they show you Catherine or do they show you Huey when you're talking about the Panthers?
They're not going to concede the Panthers. That's what the argument's about. You can use anyone else. You can use Martin Luther King in the Black church, okay? No one really is going to argue that Martin Luther King is not seen as the leader of that
You would
particular
have to
church.
argue it because churches are filled mostly with women. About this
Exact,
argument he's making, yeah, exactly. This is why I'm going to let him
exactly.
say whatever he would like, and you can answer it, and I appreciate that. But again, this is why he'll avoid even having a response, because you're trying to push this narrative of what I'm trying to say, and as you agreed with me from the beginning, even he agreed. He said from the very beginning, well, we can't actually, because it's not like statistical proof. This is just more of how they feel. And we know that, and I'm just giving validity to why we can explain this is why they probably feel this way. They're not shown images of strong black women when they're shown like black people mostly. And let's be honest, even when they are, a lot of times this isn't. I'm not saying it's a problem with us. Like, no, it's a men problem, right? Maybe we all need to address that. I don't look at it this way though. But when they show us images of strong black women, let's be very honest. It's a lot of white people will say, white men, whatever. They could say, I respect Malcolm X. And then you could show them Harriet Tubman and they'll say, that bitch don't deserve a dollar bill. Like they don't. Come on, y'all. What are we doing here, man? Like I'm not saying some shit in terms of
what we trying to get you to
how I'm
understand.
feeling.
So you believe that? See, this is why I be trying to stay out of it, because y'all don't realize the things that y'all saying. It's kind of sad when you really,
I don't think it needs to be, to me, KT, it just simply is that your point was made, but you got dragged into the nuance of organizations setup, and when you get dragged into that conversation, now you're not even on your original point anymore. Now you're trying to argue about the structure of an organization. That wasn't your original point. So when you kind of get dragged into these things, it's kind of like it's easier to just concede that, hey, I wasn't talking about that, and B, maybe or not, I don't know what you guys are talking about. But the point I'm trying to make is this. So it kind of gets dragged all over the place, and shit, I don't even know where to intervene because it just goes everywhere. It just goes everywhere. That wasn't your point. Focus on the point you're making and don't get dragged into these books
And the
about
last
Black
thing I would
Panthers.
like to point out, though, Ambassador, I did concede.
Hold on, KT. Hold on, KT.
Yeah, I was just saying, just don't get dragged into these. You need to be able to sense that you're about to get dragged into a nuanced conversation about demographics and stuff, man. I think we're on this for about 15 minutes now.
Right,
No,
and
for
so,
sure.
but the problem is that he's just saying, right. The issue is that you were just talking about the image, right? But the image is not white society actually afraid of black men. They are not.
Can I respond to that? Okay. And this goes back to what Diva had said. And I don't really want to do a back and forth, right? But I think her opening statement was, what has 500 years shown us to believe that white society, I'm just kind of paraphrasing, white society has that the black man is a threat, right? There's a lot of evidence that the black man is a threat. The 4,000 lynchings in this country of black men specifically, and the removal of their testicles post-mortem is a physical threat, right? What happened to El-Haj Malik El Shabazz? I'm hearing background. What happened to Malcolm X? What happened to Dr. King? What happened to Medgar Evers? Right? When you think about the Black Panthers versus then Governor Ronald Reagan, they had guns that didn't have any ammunition. All of a sudden, when they showed up with empty rifles, the gun laws seem to change. The reason why we have gun laws the way they are today is because they don't want black males to have legal firearms, right? So, lastly, I'll say, J. Edgar Hoover's campaign against Dr. King, who was again nonviolent, and he's considered a threat to national security, and also the fact that you had COINTELPRO that said that we can't have a black messiah. Now that could be male or female. So I know we have to speak that way, but there's a lot of evidence with black male death and the government that black men are a problem. So I don't know why this is up for debate.
Before you keep going, was J. Edgar Hoover white, black, indifferent? What was he?
Well, they say he's white. That's an
I
own
didn't ask you what they say.
rabbit hole. That's a rabbit hole too.
Hold on. I didn't ask you about what they say, because this is what KT argument is about, what they say and what it looks like, because it's a difference between what something looks like and what actually is, right? And that's the problem that, and Afro, this is a problem that we are having with these conversations. People are not well read about what actually happened, but they're more caught up on the propaganda. So, right. So, and this is why we got to where we at, right? So we understand what we're trying to get KT to understand. We understand the propaganda of Huey in the black coat and the beret. But in reality, that's not the threat, because that's not what the organization was about. So you understand what I'm saying, Afro?
No, not at all.
So when we deep dive into what actually happened, that
black men bleeding and dying. Yeah, that's what actually happened.
So what I'm saying, so what was J. Edgar Hoover?
COINTELPRO documentation
what
says
What was he?
White. He identified as white. What he's known as white.
His family is black.
But he is white. He's identified as white. That's it, point blank period. You talking about what is he identifies as white.
Okay, thank
He's
you.
made sure every image of him is shown as white.
Thank you. I'm glad.
It's a lot.
What I'm saying is this. He could talk about what it looks like, right? Instead of having an actual conversation about what happened. And then that's fine. Most people look at Edgar as a white man. Fine, I don't care.
So there's not cones.
What I'm trying to get you to understand, what I'm trying to get you to understand, if they really looked at black men as a threat, Edgar would not have been there.
You don't make sense.
Hold on for a second. Hold on for a second.
They allow you to
Sharon.
Stop just talking to talk. They put you on these positions because they ain't afraid. We act like we don't understand.
This is crazy. This is crazy.
Go ahead.
Okay, so let me clean this up for you. Let me clean this up for you. I'm gonna go by what you think is happening, right? Whether we want to debate the ethnicity of J. Edgar Hoover, he still is let's say that he was a black person or a black male passing, right? Emphasis on passing. He still represents the strong arm of a white government, just like Barack Obama, who is visibly black. He still has to represent the strong arm of the white government, right? When a white man is in charge of the white government, you can see someone like Trump can plainly talk about Somalians with reckless abandon. He can do that. That's John Wayne presenting. So let's be very clear. Let's stop getting into this rage bait and what is and I think and Star Wars fantasy talk. This is what you're doing. You're being intellectually dishonest and you're debating in bad faith.
I mean, hold on. Both of y'all. I need y'all to stop saying what I'm doing. Please, just address what I'm saying. I never do this shit to y'all. I don't say you are trying to do this, you are attempting to do this. I do not do that to y'all. Please just comment on what I am saying. Don't tell me what am I doing. I'm attempting to have a genuine conversation with y'all. That is all I'm doing. And I'm presenting my thoughts and my facts about it. If I'm wrong about my facts, then you could bring that up and show me where I'm wrong, and I would concede to anything that is like that. But don't tell me, you MKT both and other men that decides to hit the panel, stop telling me what I'm doing, because you don't fucking know.
Sir,
can I just pack this up really quick?
Respectfully, you did that to me. You did that to me earlier when you spoke about how I spoke and my tone. Right? You said that. Well, you're kind of aggressive and this, that, and the other. And I listened to the playback, and I said, "Wow, I'm just kind of even keeled. I'm not really raising my voice. I'm just kind of spitting facts." And I said, "Wow, it's not at all. I wasn't sounding aggressive at all." So you position me.
So hold on, pause there. So when I said that, I was actually on your side and saying that we should allow you to get your full thought out. I wasn't against you there.
But where was the aggression? I listened to the playback. It wasn't aggressive at all. You put me in a position. You said that this is how you're acting. And when I actually played the playback, wasn't that at all?
No, what I said is what you sound like. I said we gotta.
I heard the playback.
Exactly.
The playback was just as cool. I was respectful. I wasn't aggressive.
We're gonna quickly mind you in this minor situation.
Sometimes you can concede and be wrong. You know that, Ron. It makes you a better person. You can be wrong on occasion. You know that, right?
Time. Hold on. What I'm saying is that what you sound like, what you come off as. If we was to go around the panel and we would say, hey, what does he sound like? You don't sound as even kill what you think you sound like. It's all I'm trying to point out. So this way you could pay attention to the way how you communicate and you could come off the way how you actually want to come off as.
I think it's convenient that when someone says something that is not well liked, all of a sudden the tone is a little suspect. So I played the playback was fine.
Okay, so pause there.
How you received it is up to you.
Afro nerd, pause there. Ambassador, his tone. What would you consider his tone to be if you was to give it a emotion? What would his tone be?
I don't know. Maybe he. I don't know, man. He's giving.
Let's be honest, because this is how we could have better communication.
Because he's starting to raise his voice. I think only because I'm able to pick it up that he seems kind of bothered by what's going. It's only because he's reacting to some of these arguments where it's kind of just focused on the argument. Let me just pack this up really quick. Okay, can I just pack this up really quick? Because this is
important. Hold on, and pause there, because he needs to understand that this is not just me attempting to make him sound a certain way. This is how we are receiving his information. So I want him to get to understand that, so he could start understanding how he is heard from other people, because maybe he just don't realize it. That's all.
It's not his tone. It's what he's responding to.
And how he's responding, right? And
it is his tone too. It's okay. He was aggravated at the chat, and you could sense the change in his tone. Yeah. It's not the end of the world. It's okay. It happens.
Right.
So we're tone policing now. I thought that wasn't allowed.
Hold on.
See, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying right there.
What are we doing? So when Venus can do all this stuff, it's cool. When I do it, it's tone policing. So we're tone policing me now. I'm just trying to bring that out.
When Venus does it, okay. When Venus does it, it's still aggressive too. That don't change nothing. It's still aggressive.
I'm aggressive. With Venus, you've called me sassy before too, so I'm aggressive and sassy. So what's going on?
The vaginal vessels can do that. You can't. All right. There's just accept that and move on. You can't. You can't. All right. It's just that simple.
Hold on. I'm trying to hold my composure. I don't know why everybody think they can do it better than me. Please allow me to get an understanding. The understanding is that I'm trying to just, because I do care about my brothers and I want them to come off properly, the way how they want to sound. And what I'm trying to get you to understand, your communication style is not what you think it is. And I'm not trying to do it to harm you. I'm being that shoulder. Act like it's 2 a.m. and you call me. I'm being that shoulder to lean on. Go ahead and cry. That's all. Just trying to get you to understand what you sound like so you can start changing the way how you communicate so people can receive all of the great information that you do have. If you keep getting received in a certain way, something you have to have some kind of understanding. You got to do some kind of self-reflection. Maybe I am coming off incorrectly if everybody is responding to me the same way. That's all I'm trying to get you to understand.
Everyone's not responding to me the same way, only on this particular platform. I'm just putting it out there. There are other sections of Black YouTube that just hear a person spitting out facts and they're not disturbed by it. Oftentimes on Black YouTube, a certain sector of Black YouTube, when you start talking about certain things, or when you call yourself, quote unquote, a nerd, I see that the amygdala is affected and you start getting this emotional reaction and you start getting all these jokes when I'm just speaking directly. I'm just speaking direct. That's all. I'm not high and low. I've seen a lot more wildness on the Wildest Wake Up Show.
Again.
But when I come on, all of a sudden, it's like, we don't like this smart nigga speaking.
Wow.
Respectfully.
There's a skill.
You got to say the N-word, so that's special. I usually don't say the N-word. So maybe I am a little off kilt because now I'm repeating myself and I'm just speaking factually.
Okay.
We have to be able to accept differences of opinion, men and women. I don't understand why if I say something and I'm just saying, hey, this is the stats or this is evidence or someone when I not to disrespect Venus, but when I spoke, she said, well, all we heard from you was that you're tall, working in the office.
Okay.
She heard me, but she didn't listen.
Okay.
That's all right. I'm kind of used to it. But when I go to other platforms beyond,
we gotta put a period on it, my brother. We gotta
I never only on this show.
Oh my God!
Do I get this kind of pushback? So I'm just saying.
Okay.
I'm just saying.
Okay.
I respectfully, that's it.
There's a
I'm cool.
skill to. There's a skill to, I acknowledge what you're saying, right? But there is a skill to navigating conversations in spaces where you don't have a lot of grace, and it can be hostile. I've done work like that, de-escalating calls, retention team, all that stuff. There's a skill to that. So, even if you're saying that that's what it is, there is development even in that, man. Your arguments just have to be a lot tighter. They have to be tighter.
Somebody was trying to say something.
Me.
Okay, go ahead, Jay. I got
This
you.
is this is
And
bullshit.
we're gonna get back into the Panther part as well. But go ahead, Jay. We're gonna get go ahead, Jay.
Can I just acknowledge really quick something, Sharon? It's because we jump around it. I just want to hit it really quick. Is that the argument about black men not being a threat, and that's why essentially it seems like people are implying that they would get rid of you and stuff like that. It's simple. Black men, black male labor was 70% of the GDP up until 1960. Empire Cotton was the majority of the GDP of America. So there wasn't no getting rid of the BBC because you were afraid of them or whatever. You were here because of that labor, whether they liked it or not. And those white folk couldn't stop those elites from being greedy and having money. It's just that simple. That connection is not why black men were allowed to be here. All right, that's it. All right.
Okay. Go ahead, Jay.
Frankly, this is bullshit. I think that, not you, Sharon. I feel like the topic of him being the topic of conversation was dragged on for too long. He knows how he sounds. He just doesn't want to accept the fact that there are people here that will give him pushback. Maybe because he keeps like positioning himself as like a nerd and the smart one. That's why
Right.
that's how you
That's
sound when you
funny.
speak. You sound like you're positioning yourself higher than everybody else because you know a couple of statistics. That's it. That's literally how you come off. Now the aggressive yelling stuff, I don't know. Maybe it's just your microphone because you do be peaking my headphones. I'm not gonna lie. I be having to turn myself all the way down so that my ears don't hurt. But really, you just sound like an asshole. Like, screw the nerd archetype. You just sound like an asshole, and that's fine. But don't take it out on everybody else because they're viewing you as you sound. That, that's it.
I appreciate that. Go ahead, BMU.
No, I just wanted to say something real quick. I think that when it comes to the toning thing, I would agree with it, but then I see some of the most powerful people who have been elected by us in Senate and Congress, courtrooms. I see these people. If you watch them, if you watch those people, you see those Marjorie Taylor Greens and all these other people, AAC and all these people. They go at each other's throats for hours, sitting in those closed meetings or those open meetings, and there is no tone police. There's nobody telling them to stop. They're calling each other names. They talking about each other's hair, who wearing lashes. They get completely off topic. But at the end of the day, I heard like Roland Martin say, he does the same thing. And I heard him say one day, though, that I agree with, that these people do this on camera, but some of those people that do that, when they're done, they sitting at the local coffee shop having coffee together. But in the moment, their passion takes over, or they get emotional in those moments and have those back and forths in there. And we've seen them. We've all watched the news or watched them live, how they go at each other. And so it's never a moment where they stop because of that. They don't have anybody stopping them. I think that we need to concentrate more on the message than the messenger.
They do try to stop them. They have rules of decorum even in Congress, and the ramifications of how they treat each other. That's all dependent on who is it? Not the speaker. But they have, the speaker is the one that has to enforce those things. So if they choose not to enforce it, that's on them. But they do have rules of decorum in that hall.
Right.
But let's not.
No, and they do. I agree with you, Jay. They
okay,
do.
then. So if the speaker decides not to enforce it, that's why. It's not because they're allowed to just disrespect each other.
Exactly.
So consider Sharon the speaker, and if he decides to enforce what he enforces, it shouldn't be a problem, right?
Right. So,
nah, that's crazy work. Hold up. Nah, hold up.
Then.
That's crazy work because you're talking about how they have a decorum, but it's whether or not he chooses to enforce it. So we're saying there are clear ways of engagement, but it's on a person in particular to determine whether or not that can be punishable or not. That's you can't have actual conversation like that.
They have to enforce it.
No, they don't. You just admitted yourself they don't. A lot of times they do not. That's why Jasmine Crockett been in there calling Marjorie Taylor a bad body bleach blonde bitch. Like, come on.
First of all, those insults are reciprocal to those people. They reciprocate their insults to each other. So it's not like one-sided. So like I said, I'm pretty sure if you watch those hall meetings, the speaker does try to get involved. They don't want to push it to an extreme point, but they do try to tell them, "Hey, be quiet." They hit their gavel, like, "Be quiet, sit down." Like,
and we
this
know
is
that
not the time to be doing this.
It's two
so
speakers,
if Sharon
right?
decides to enforce the way he wants to enforce, what is the issue? We don't have to keep belaboring about this.
Because we know how speakers in the House work.
If
a Republican-led Senate is there and the speaker is Republican, he's going to allow his Republican compatriots to get away with more than he would allow from the Democrats. So that even that I'm saying this don't make sense. Saying this is the way we should establish a good argument.
He's the one that brought up Congress.
I agree, but with you saying like this is how we should go. That's crazy because no offense.
I didn't say this
I agree.
Is how
Sharon is the speaker in that sense, but the problem will be Sharon may be an independent, and everyone on the stage is an independent.
All right, so it's an analogy. This is a problem that we always have that y'all want to turn it into a literal once we know it's an analogy. It's an analogy. So use it as an analogy. You cannot turn the analogy into but you turned it into a literal.
No, I didn't. I said this is again an analogy. If you are the speaker, you're representing a certain party as the speaker, but everyone isn't in agreement with that party.
All right. So now you turn it into literal instead of leaving it as an analogy, saying that hey, Sharon is trying to navigate the conversation, and if he sees that something is crossing a line, he is checking it. You turn it into literal. No, Sharon, if he is the speaker, then he got to be on the left or the right, instead of leaving it as an analogy. Don't turn it into literal.
Sharon, I'm saying any speaker has to represent a certain party. Correct me if I'm wrong. Jesus.
But this is not. We are not in Congress right now, so you don't have to make it literal. So don't make it. So don't make what I'm saying. If I'm the speaker, you don't have to make it literal. And now I have to be either Republican or Democrat. You don't have to do that literally because the show is not about being in Congress.
No, but literally, you do represent a certain ideology and mindset.
There's only one speaker of the House.
Jesus.
One.
I know.
You said two, so that's not factual. So we can move on.
I'm saying I was saying two because you're right, and I was trying to. I'm just trying to explain. Jesus. Can we not clarify? She said she didn't get, and I agree with her. I'm just what I meant. I was trying to say.
Need to.
That whether or not.
Don't need to.
It's a different speaker per party. That's and speaker goes. Like there is a Democratic Speaker of House and a Republican.
Shit.
You can't have understanding in the conversation if you're saying I get what y'all saying. I never really have a problem saying I don't.
I do not want to have a conversation about the conversation. I don't know why y'all like to have these conversations about the conversation. I do my best to get y'all off of having conversations about what we are conversing. That's why I need y'all to stop saying what I make you feel like. I don't care what I make you feel like. Address what I'm saying.
I didn't say a single thing about feelings. Jesus. And that's the thing too. Also, listen, if we're having genuine conversation, we can agree to disagree and just say, hey, like, I didn't understand you. Maybe I misunderstood you there, right? Like you act like it's this way or nothing. And this is why, again, it was an analogy because my point is.
Pause. Ambassador, what is he having a conversation about?
Look, man, it just sounds like he's having a conversation about he feels accosted and he's not being given a fair shake and all this. But that's
Thank
all I hear. I don't know. You know,
thank you. And I don't understand why it is so hard for them to understand that's what it is. And I'm trying to move it past that.
my only thing with this would just be like maybe you should just go into more hostile rooms. Maybe get practice dealing with what you consider a hostile audience, so it doesn't seem like you're
That's
responding.
why
You
I'm
don't have to.
here.
Well, take the practice, man. That you don't you're in control of your framing. You don't have to acknowledge framing outside of where unless the host, of course, says he wants you to do it. But to this extent where it sounds like you're on stage trying to get the sympathy of the masses and stuff, and we're just kind of like, okay, like we get it.
So, what
Right.
was
I mean,
the original conversation, Sharon?
Exactly. The
Before
original
you move forward,
conversation.
can I say something real quick, Sean? I'm gonna go.
Yes.
So, self-awareness is something that we all need to practice more around here because I don't understand this constant state of denial men want to live in. Listen, you saw something in the chat you didn't like, you got defensive, and you got aggressive. I've done it. We've all done it. It happens. I don't know why we're pretending we didn't see what we saw. It's just not necessary. It's okay. It's okay. It happens. Like, but we're not gonna not call a thing a thing. That's what happened. Once you saw whatever, I don't remember the comment, but once you saw it, you got defensive and your tone changed. It just was what it was. Like, I don't get it.
The 6'5" thing is what triggered him. Or whatever that was. So the original conversation we was talking about, Diva asked a question about when were black males was such a threat to society, because there's really no real evidence of it. And so that's where we was at. So
The
Yeah, all I've
production of
seen is
slavery itself, the production of slavery itself was in mass, economically held up by black men. It was such a threat that in order for the Civil War to be won, they didn't abolish slavery because it was the right thing to do. They abolished it because they knew they couldn't get over the advantage of them having free, not just free labor, free black labor, because it was pretty cheap up north, with the Irish immigrants, things of that nature. Even black people were still treated very racist in New York, so you damn near getting slave wages in some situations.
okay, so
Black men,
now how does that prove that they was a threat to American society and white people's afraid of this threat of black men?
yes. So again, if you this is us being slaves, they see them as a threat, and not saying that. Again, I don't want to. I feel this is micro about making it because it's just black people in whole, but they
Define threat.
understood the.
Yes, please.
The define threat. What threat is this? Because you're about to get dragged all over the place. What threat?
Okay. The threat is that we can power something. Black men led specifically, just saying this is because we're talking about toiling in the fields. Most of that's going to happen through black men. That threat, that right there, where even like you brought up the 70% of the GPD and all that. That is something led by black men. Those are threats against their society. How they look at it, they're the better ones and they're the true leaders. But again, things that we have to show in our country with black things.
So what is that? You still didn't
Most of
answer.
these are
What
led
is
by
the
men.
threat? The threat that black men are going to do what?
Shatter the narrative they're pushing, the way that they want us to be perceived, the threat of everything that they've been saying. Again, we're the lower class there.
Okay, so you saying the threat is just the image. It ain't no actually real threat.
I can answer.
No,
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
actually
This is literally what
that's
you
an
just said,
actual
right?
threat to
So I
somebody.
want to make sure that we are gathering what you're saying. You're saying the only threat is the image. Correct?
So again, if you're pushing a narrative and it's something that does go in your interest,
Yes, it's okay. I'm not trying to get you. I'm trying to get some understanding because you think that you're saying it clearly. Is the threat a image and not something physical?
partially. It is physical because we physically had to work in order to disprove those narratives. Like, we're lazy and stuff like that. When we're proving that we're most of the economy, that that physically dispels that.
And so
They
what
still think that you're lazy.
Yeah, what is the
You know
threat?
that, right?
Maybe just ask him directly. What exactly is the threat, KT? Lay it out. What is it?
You've been describing it, but
That's what I'm
it's
saying.
there.
I mean, I'm
maybe
describing. I don't
maybe
know what else.
saying
If
all
you're
right, hold on,
asking
KT.
how to describe it, I'm
Hold on,
describing it.
KT. Hold on. Maybe Ambassador understands it better than what we are understanding. Ambassador, what was he explaining is a threat that black men have to the white majority society? What is the threat?
When I hear him kind of throwing all these things out here, I think he's trying to talk about the political, either a political threat and a economic threat. So you're talking about black labor always was devaluing poor white labor in the South, right? That was always a political threat. You know, you're talking about sexual marketplace threat. Well, that's a perception thing. So I'm just throwing it out there because you be hearing these mud sharks and all that stuff. That's where that stuff is coming from. You're a competitive entity in a place where they don't think you should be competitive at all. Okay. They don't think you actually should be there. Nonetheless, competing with jobs, competing with labor, competing with in the sexual marketplace, you know, so and not a total, you know, take over the United States threat, but in those realms.
Okay, now we have an understand. And KT, do you agree with Ambassador's interpretation of what you was explaining?
Yeah, I'll accept it. I mean, I was trying to just say it's many fields
It's okay.
in turn and physically.
It's okay. You say a lot of words that is not.
No, I mean somebody could say that.
So what I'm trying to get you to understand, what I'm trying to get all these men to understand, because I want you to substantiate your argument, doesn't mean that I'm against you. You have to be able to substantiate your argument. I cannot keep making arguments for y'all. And what I want y'all to get is start being so Ambassador was able to substantiate it. I need you to listen. Please stop thinking that you're doing something that you are not. Please, you got to learn how to communicate and understand when somebody is how they receive you and how you are coming off. Ambassador was able to explain it in a way where it's more palatable than all over the place. That's all I'm trying. I'm not against you. I don't understand. I'm not going to be the person that's going to substantiate something for you. This is for all you goddamn men that come here. I think that y'all saying something. The problem is y'all have regurgitated information. Y'all don't actually have the information that comes from you. That's the issue that I keep having. I want y'all to get better at critical thinking for yourself.
You're not by just listen.
Don't
you're
talk
not.
Again. I already explained to you. Do not tell me what you feel like. Just talk about the topic. Lord have mercy.
Jesus, no that's literally is it hard for you? That much, Jesus.
Good day. Welcome to the show, Brownsville, New York.
Yo, peace and love, peace and love, peace and love. First and foremost, Cuzzo, can you hear me? Am I coming through clearly?
Yes, you are.
Yeah, man. Before I say anything else, let me take my shoes off before I come into the room. Peace and love to the beautiful queen, the supreme goddess, PH Diva. Peace and love to you. Peace and love to the other beautiful queen on the panel, the voice of Venus. Peace and love to you. And peace and love to the other queen on the panel, Jay. Peace and love to you. And then peace and love to all the queens in the chat, man. Anya Bracy, the SBG First Lady, Robin MDB, Sugar Bum, Bomb Cherry Juice, Rogue C, It's Me, Dr. G, Sexy Red TV, Conversations with MJ, the Boricua Princess, Miss Jalen, Genesis, the Verbal Assassin, the Victorious One, Zero Tolerance, Kim West, Renee, Keisha G, Maya Reed, all the queens, man, all the queens. I don't want to forget about any of the queens. Every time I hit this platform, I'm making my purpose to lift y'all up, give y'all flowers, and show these men, show these knuckleheads how they should be treating the ladies, the queens, and a woman on this internet, man. And peace and love to the kings as well. Can't forget about the kings. This was an interesting conversation, Cuzzo. you kind of let it just get totally derailed. And I feel like you should have stopped it an hour ago. You know what I'm saying? Because you let it get derailed to this point here. But I do want to say this. PH Diva was correct in what she was saying when she talked about the black male not being the realized threat or the perceived threat, right? And KT the GOAT kind of missed it completely when she mentioned that the Black Panthers was mostly made up of women, because he utilized the Black Panthers to substantiate his point that the perceived threat was the black men. And he didn't want to concede that point, and then the show got completely derailed from there. But I think you were incorrect, Cuzzo, when you said that it was the black woman who was the perceived threat. That's also wrong. When we look at what threat is the one that they fear the most, it's the unified black family. That's the threat. The perceived threat, because it's not realized yet, that they're afraid of the most, right? When you look at, y'all mentioned Kathleen Cleaver, right? But what I didn't like is y'all didn't mention her husband, Eldridge, right? They were both in the Black Panther Party together. When you mentioned Huey P. Newton, right? You didn't mention his beautiful wife, his beautiful queen, Frederica. She was in the movement with him, right? So it was a movement about black family empowerment, right? And then not just mentioning the Black Panther Party, you can mention the Nation of Islam, black families uniting, coming together on one accord under sound doctrine and rebelling against white supremacy. You can look at the black church, right? Made up of black families coming together, not just black men and black women, but the unified black family. That is the perceived threat that they don't want to come into existence, which is why from the beginning, when I started hitting your show, Cuzzo, I rebelled completely against this gender war phenomenon, right? Where the black men is coming online attacking a black woman, or vice versa, right? To me, it's just very, very counterintuitive to what should be our main goal, which is to uplift the black community. And the only way we're going to do that is if we come together and do it with us coming under sound doctrine and supporting one another. That is the only way we're going to make that perceived threat realized. Peace and love.
I gotta say, I feel like this is weird because that's literally what I started with. I literally said they're afraid of black people as a whole, us as a whole, not just male or female. When you said I derailed the conversation, I didn't. He said, why would y'all think they're making you the image? So that's why I explained. I didn't say nothing against Diva. Matter of fact, Diva didn't even bring up the 80% female thing, which I'm not being funny, but even when you look that up, I can't find that. What I find is majority, it was a 50-50 thing. The highest one I do see was men at one point, but if maybe somebody could put a link for that. But outside of that, that's what I'm saying. They're afraid of the black unit as a whole. When we break it down to male and female, that's even something that makes us argue. But as a whole, I can understand that. Look, they do fear us in different ways. They fear the black man, as men will fear other men physically. So when we talk about white people and their white male perception of things, white women may fear us for a different thing, but I'm just trying to explain why it is even perpetuated to a certain extent. That's all I have to say.
KT the GOAT, my brother. And I know it's gonna be difficult for you not to see what I'm saying as a slight to you. But really and truly, I'm not trying to do that. I just want to point something out so that you can kind of understand what you think or believe you're saying is not what's being interpreted or heard when we're listening to you speak, right? So when you hit the platform, my brother, the first thing you started doing was interrupting and interjecting when other people were speaking. You would not allow PH Diva get out her full thought. You would not allow the host, Sharon, give out his full thought, right? Because you believe that what you were saying was more valuable to the conversation than what everybody else was saying, right? That's called having a lack of self-discipline or self-regulation, right? And a lack of self-witness, a self-awareness, right? It reminds me of a scripture, and I want you to read it, right? 1 Corinthians 13 chapter. I believe it's the 5th verse. It says, when I was a child, I spoke like a child and thought like a child. But when I became a man, I put away childish things, right? And if we're going to come online and try to have clear and concise thoughts and communication, we have to do it as men, right? And we have to be disciplined. We have to be orderly. We have to show decorum, right? So that we can be heard and understood. That should be the goal. Peace and love.
For sure, for sure. May I ask you a quick question before I proceed what I'm about to say? So as a man and us having communication, you can concede if you're incorrect with something you just said, right?
That's 100% fact. Yes.
Okay, so before I start this, Sharon, correct me if I'm wrong. Was I not here before Diva came up? And my first thing I said was not interrupting Diva. Am I correct?
You was here before. You wasn't here before Diva. I brought you up before Diva. Correct.
Okay, so I'm only bringing this up because Brownsville, your first statement is that's how I came up to the show. You're incorrect. So where we're having a problem with communication is just as you did. You guys will insert a lot of things sometimes, and you're not taking what I said. I guess it's what you thought you heard, or because what I did say at the beginning of this conversation about the black male image and why they would be afraid of us is, first of all, and this is verbatim, they fear us as black people.
Let me pause you. When you first came on, did you address Pierce Diva, or did you say something before Pierce Diva?
I said something. You said, hold up. Are you asking me this?
Who spoke first, you or Pierce Diva?
Diva did.
That's what he's talking about.
No, Diva had spoken, and somebody else had replied, and then I was replying after someone else. He said that from I started on the show, I was already even in the conversation.
All I want you to get to understand is that's what he was talking about when he said you was interrupting.
Okay, well, listen.
Diva was.
Can you state that?
And then now he's saying this is how you came into the conversation, not when you came up on the panel, but the way how you introduce yourself into the conversation. Lord have mercy.
Lord, yes. So now what you're meaning to say is, because that's what you just said, that's what he meant to say, because that's not what he meant to say.
I said that's what he meant, not what he meant to say. So because
that's what he meant, because he didn't say that.
Again, I don't know why. We got to have a conversation about the conversation. But you introduce yourself into the conversation at a certain point, not when you came on the panel. So if you want to talk about literally when you got brought up on a panel, then that's what he's talking about when you introduce yourself into the conversation. So you understand what we are talking about. So this way you don't have to tell me about anything else.
Jesus, but you're lying, because when I first said something was prior to even when Diva in this conversation and him. Remember, I was saying me and somebody else me and Ambassador, we started speaking at the same time, and I said, "Hey, can I say something?" And then That's what I'm saying. We both made our remarks then that's afterwards you brought Diva up. We were already talking and having a conversation.
Do you actually believe you saying may I say something is not interrupting?
No, everybody was done. That's why I was just asking if
I just asked
I could
you a
literally,
question. Do you
because nobody else was
believe
talking.
that saying, hey, may I say something
No,
out of turn, is that interrupting?
nobody was speaking. Where was the turn, Sharon? Jesus.
Is that interrupting? Yes
No, I just
or
said
no? And
no.
that's where we
No.
have a disagreement. Y'all think that y'all not doing what y'all are actually doing, and it's okay.
So no one's speaking and saying nothing, and you
It's
say, "May I
okay
say
about what
something?" That's
everybody else. Oh
interrupting.
my God, y'all
This
think
is why we can't. You
if
know
y'all
what?
could just
You're correct. We cannot
again,
have a
and so
conversation
and
because I'm trying to be genuine.
whenever we have a conversation, y'all don't understand. I don't give a fuck about the conversation just move it forward, and then we'll be fine.
But Casey, you're doing it now.
To get y'all to understand, but y'all don't.
You're doing it now, though. Like every time Sharon answers, you cut in. That's kind of what started making the conversation with you and PhD would go left. That's what I think overall. That's what Bronzo was talking about.
And it's okay. And we understand that it is a strong communication. We got to get better as men how to communicate. Y'all do not.
If we could get better at communication,
why we having a problem with this whole feminism thing and dating, manosphere, red pill, and all these things, because the communication skills is just not there. We need to have a better discernment of communicating, and men need to understand that we need to be in other young men's lives so they can understand how they are communicating. I remember I was talking to this young man, and after every word he kept saying, you know what I'm saying? And I kept telling him, no, I do not. Whatever you got going on in your head, it is not what you are communicated in real life. You say 2 words and then you tell me you know what I'm saying. I said, you are a rapper, and this is something that happens with rappers often for some strange reason. Y'all cannot communicate words in real life in a straight line. I don't know if it's a rapper brain situation. I don't know. But when I am explaining and expressing to you that the way how you are communicating to me, that is not translating, I'm expecting the other person to receive that and say, let me change my communication style and stop being all over the place. We need to goddamn start thinking the way how we could breathe in the square. We need to communicate in the square. Here's the point that I'm talking about. Here's the body of what I'm talking about. Here's the conclusion of what I'm talking about. Like, it needs to be structured so this way we can have an understanding. That is all I'm asking for. If somebody tells you we're not understanding, don't say, I don't understand why you don't understand when I'm explaining why. Don't keep doing the same thing over and over.
If I can, I will say from the beginning I said I was fine. Well, from the beginning
I don't want to have a conversation. How many times have I communicated? I don't want to have a conversation about the what?
After you brought up the conversation.
Right.
That's what I'm saying. And again,
so
if we're bringing up the conversation,
I want you to understand what I'm
going all over the place by saying.
I really want you to understand what I'm saying. I don't want to have a conversation about the what?
The conversation you're bringing up.
I don't want to have a conversation.
So you can talk about it, however, no one can reply to what you're stating.
I need you to understand why I brought it. I need this. I need you to understand. I do not want to have conversations about the conversations. And I'll explain to you why I don't want to. So please do not go backwards into the conversation about the conversation. Please. I want to move forward.
Okay, so again, I'm just pointing out in terms of communication, I'm not getting angry. You guys just, if bad communication is me sometimes saying, and you're right, I do interrupt because I believe if you start with a premise of something incorrect, as y'all would do me, you will quickly try to say, you sound stupid. Let's not do and won't allow me to finish. So regardless of that, my point is just if we're having good communication, I was quiet. You were just speaking. I said one thing after, listen, you brought up the conversation itself. Now you're saying don't reply. Okay. I am presenting everything you're saying, the problem, the statement, the suggestion, ending, however you would like to put it, right? As I said with Brownsville, he made a very direct statement of this is how you came on the panel. I didn't come on the panel interrupting, because if you're literally saying nothing and then I'm saying, may I say something? That's, I don't know what I interrupted. I interrupted the air, maybe, yeah. But again, I didn't come in here and derail the conversation. I just brought up, you guys are stating why if you guys want to say you don't agree with that, that is more than understandable. However, what you're not doing is proving me wrong, because again, when I brought up the images of black rising that we see, they are majority black men. They are Malcolm X. They are Martin Luther King. They are the Black Panthers. Because again, I know they have female leadership, but they show you Huey, Fred Hampton, Bobby Seale, as you guys are saying. These are the people they portray to be the image. Whether or not you want to say and agree that those were the actual leaders, this on you. But these are the things displayed to them. We as black people, we take that and we're prideful just because it's a black person. But a lot of white people do take that image and see this is a white resistance through black men mostly. That's it.
Good day, Mr. Work. What's your thoughts?
Hey, how's it going? Thank you for having me on. I just wanted to make I know previously we talked about, and I think a lot of people don't think there's a correlation between feminism and the quote unquote manosphere. Can I just get a poll and see who believes there is or isn't a correlation with the yes or no?
I started my whole beginning statement that it is absolutely a correlation, and the long-term effects of it is really men feel affected more than women. Yes, laws been changed for women, but men are the ones that feel that the feminist movement is a demasculation tactic, and not actually understanding that they need to just improve. It should have been liberation for them as well, because it gave them the option to not necessarily be the sole provider anymore, which takes pressure off of them. So yes.
Okay, perfect. So I'm glad we agree on that. I was just going to bring up something to kind of show the correlation between the two, because in the absence of a feminist movement, I don't think the manosphere actually comes into fruition. But moving on past the demasculation part, I think the biggest, and here's the thing too. So if you want to say the manosphere or the men's movement is radical in some of its talking points, I think it kind of weighs on some kind of Tao principles where you kind of see the reaction is a counterpoint to the response, right? So the feminist movement, I think, has gotten super extreme, and the extreme nature of the feminist movement, you could argue, causes some of the men's talking points to become extreme, right? Because they have to kind of balance each other.
So that's why we disagree, because equality in opportunity doesn't represent extreme, but men took it as extreme because they just refuse to put in the work to become better human beings in society.
Right. So here's my disagreement with that statement. The feminist movement is not about equality, and it's not about, you can argue it's about opportunity, but it's only about opportunities that benefit women, right? And if you look at it as a structure, men always get men are treated as the expendable sex, right? So if there's a war, men get drafted. I know previously I was arguing with somebody in your chat, and he said, well, women have been serving in war since 1917. Women were not drafted in Vietnam. Women do not serve in frontline capacities. Women are not treated as expendable as men are when it comes to that aspect. Also, when we talk about the pay gap, have you ever seen the Barbie movie? Have you seen that before?
Yeah.
Okay. So just a disclaimer, I saw it because my girl wanted to see it. I didn't see it out of choice.
You would absolutely love it. It's absolutely a red pill movie, 100%.
What? The Barbie movie?
Yes, you would absolutely love it. It's a red pill movie.
Oh no! I said I saw it. I saw it because my girl wanted to see it. Then not because I wanted. I was
it's
just
100 red pill. Yeah.
Yeah.
So So, but what I'm saying is that the upliftment of women being able to take care of themselves do not downgrade men is a problem. But for some reason, men take it as if because women have an equal opportunity to become better in society without the help of a man, men took that as a slight towards them, and that is the real issue. And it was never meant for males to look at it as a slight towards them just because women have an opportunity to take care of themselves.
So here's my disagreement with that. Women basically, and I'll keep it to kind of or the reason I brought up the Barbie movie is because at the end of it, the girl says, "Oh, basically," and this is the whole premise of feminism in the Barbie movie. It's like, "Oh, we want the choice to be CEO or stay-at-home mom or yada yada yada." And the thing is, men don't get that choice, right? Because women don't want. In order to have that choice, both partners would have to be in agreement, right? So if a woman wants to work or stay at home, depends on if her partner allows her that choice. And I think that's a good thing.
No, so that's the problem. So the problem is men keep attaching themselves to the woman. She gets to choose whether she either want to be with a man in the first place. So it doesn't her choice is not attached to a man. That was the whole situation. So it's not to say anti-man. It just give her own autonomy, and really and truly the men that accepts it, it is more liberating for a man to say, hey babe, guess what, you could go to work too. How you feel about it? Yes, I want to go to work. We're going to split the bills 50-50. How you feel about that? Majority of women are saying yes, I'm okay with that. You want to go Dutch? Women are saying that they willing to. We did it plenty of times. We already seen 2 women willing to split half the bill on a date that they went on. So again, men got to take themselves out of it. They have too much of an ego problem to understand that it is nothing to do with you. Everything to do with her.
So here's the thing, by virtue, it does have to do with men. And here's an example. So I have friends that are also in engineering as well. And we see a common trend happen where basically women don't want to occupy the skilled STEM positions, but they want to occupy the administrative positions, right? So by virtue of the push to get women into STEM, basically forces or increases the labor pool, and basically women are incentivized or prioritized, I guess is a better word, prioritized for advancement positions. So it's one of those things was somebody saying something?
No, you good. That was the win.
So it's one of those things where women entering into like male dominated spaces, STEM is a good example. They don't want equality for like the skilled positions. They just want the top paying positions. And I don't think that in itself is equality. You don't see women complaining that they want more
that's plumbers. Not called equality. That's called equity.
Yeah, but they want it where it benefits them. So there's not a movement for women to enter into construction.
Just like anybody in society that's in a profession, they want the best and top position. It doesn't mean just because they are a woman, they just want that position. No, people that are competitive, whether they are a man or a woman, they want the top position. But men look at it as it is mean that they want to knock a man out of position. Take yourself out of it and just look at it that it is a human being striving to be the best human being they could be in that field. Why should somebody inspire themselves to be the janitor?
Because somebody has to be the janitor, right? So if we look at like plumbing and construction,
no. You missed what I'm saying. It's not an inspiration to be the janitor. You be a janitor not because you're inspired. Damn, I love the way how that bathroom looks. That's not an inspiration. You're doing it because that's just a job.
Yeah, but
I would like.
My point is, women. Well, I just want to finish the point though, which you're on. So women only they want the top position within these fields. They don't want to do the skilled part of it, which is why. Even in Denmark, there was a push to get women into STEM.
There again. And so are you saying that majority of men want to be janitors?
A majority of men want to be at the top of the field that they're in.
Okay, so we in agreement. So this is what we are trying to get you to understand. It doesn't have anything to do with anything else. people that have high level skills, they want to be the top level of industries. They don't want to be at the bottom level. So stop saying that women don't want to be at the bottom, because clearly they are in a position because they are not positioned to have to take the bottom.
So, if I'm able to jump in, I feel like Mr. Work is negating the fact that these women have put in work to be able to qualify for those high positioning roles. It's not them skipping the line. Whether they got educational skills, whether they decided to take the grunt work and work their way up, they deserve those positions. They qualified, hence why they got the job. Or, like men do, they may have networked better. Who knows? But it's safe to assume that if they picked a woman over a man for a job that is predominantly a male dominated field, the woman's highly qualified for the job.
So no, I would reject that framing because meritocracy in itself doesn't exist, right? So there's a lot that goes into
It's
promotions.
very much
Hold
in
on.
private business.
Let him build
Hold
it
up,
up.
Sean.
Let him put himself in a hole. We're gonna see about this meritocracy that he is talking about that do not actually exist, because we got plenty of examples that it don't. Please explain that, and Jay, you got it to respond to him. Go ahead, Mr. Work.
Yeah, so I just want to preface this. This is why my name is Workademics, or my channel name is because I looked into this, and meritocracy doesn't exist as we think it is, where traditionally we think the most skilled or the smartest person are the people that advance to the top, and there's a very particular archetype of person who actually gets to the top of industry. So if you look at, for instance, height, as a total or general as the population, 14% of the population is above 6 feet tall, but they occupy 60 something percent of CEO level positions. So unless you can make a correlation between height and intelligence or skills, then you'd have to say, well, the number is skewed. And I think that the issue, right, is when we're talking about advancements in the
Can you
workplace,
pause
most
there?
of it comes down to
There?
yes, yep.
Majority of those tall people.
Mm-hmm.
Did they go
or
to college?
white men.
Did
they go to college?
Yes.
Probably, yeah.
Oh, okay, there we go. Thank you.
But it's not.
Point.
But it's
Like,
not
you proved
virtue.
my
It's
point.
not the virtue of them going to college, though, because I know examples of
No,
people getting.
no. What I said in the beginning of my argument is that you're negating the work that they did to even
Yes.
be looked at for that position by saying, "Oh, they just skipped the line," as if they didn't dedicate 4 years, 6 years of their life to get some type of educational backing to prove, "Hey, I'm actually qualified. Please consider me for this job." You think like women are just skipping this line, and that doesn't even happen today. Let me talk.
And
Being in
not
a
only
male
that,
dominated field.
Jay, also he tried to make sense because they were tall, they skipped some line as well when they actually went to college.
Like there are people that I work with that have literally recommended their fucking friends that have no experience in the industry that I'm in, and they still got the fucking job. Like we know how corporate works. It's not a
Yeah, that's my
woman
whole
thing.
point.
No,
Well,
it's
so
not your whole point
Yeah,
because you
that's
didn't include men
it is
in
my
your
point.
argument. You said
So
it was women who were
my
doing this
point is,
predominantly, when the truth is, it's men who do it predominantly. Men.
yeah. So my point is that it's not a meritocracy. You saying that your friends got somebody
Okay,
hired is my point, that it's
skip
not a
the
meritocracy.
meritocracy stuff, right? Your original argument was about women doing this predominantly. And I'm telling you that's not factual whatsoever. We're not
So
stealing jobs from men. It's predominantly men stealing other jobs from men. That's
yeah,
true.
so if we acknowledge that there's no meritocracy in place, then we have to try to determine what are the qualifying factors for these promotions. And what I'm trying to say is that there's a push with the DEI initiative, right, which is kind of framed as a movement to push people who are disenfranchised or disadvantaged from promotions. However, it's only worked out that white women predominantly get it, and then I think black women are second, and then it's followed by black men. So it's one of those things where the DEI push is basically for women. It's not for men, even men of color.
Okay,
DEI is not for
the
men.
DEI push has done how much when women still do not make up less than half of C-suite level positions, CEO level positions is dead in the water. That's like 10%. Like what has it done? Really? Men still predominantly rule in most industries unless they were propagandized to be female popular roles like nursing and teaching and all of those. Where are men failing to get jobs at in a male dominated field?
I wouldn't say that, but I will say
You
what
hold on,
DEI has
question, Sean.
made
I ain't trying
white
to.
women the second leaders. Like it
Mhm.
helped white people get in a better position, and it hurts us as black people, and that's kind of what I guess he's trying to point out
No,
for us.
no, 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 no.
Like,
No. What he's doing is he's moving the goalposts from his original point. That's what
Mm-hmm.
he's
How's that?
doing.
Wait, can you? Okay, how am I moving the
We
goalposts?
all heard your original point. I'm not tripping.
Let's go, Pimp J.
Okay, articulate
he,
it. How am I moving the goalposts?
Okay, so the way how you move in the goalposts, you're making it seem like even the way how you try to correlate the tall people as if they
Mm-hmm.
didn't go to school and have a college education, right? You try to make it seem because they are tall and they are representative of a portion of the CEOs that means that because of they are tall, we could correlate that to intelligence. No, we could correlate their higher education to their intelligence,
Okay.
not
Wait,
because of that they were tall and because of the
I
connections that
have
they
to correct that.
and also
yeah,
because of the connections that they made through college, which majority of these tall people, they probably got scholarships. They probably played the sport, volleyball, basketball, football. It is a whole metric of things that happens when you get to those high levels of networking that college provide for these so-called tall individuals. So they didn't just do it because they was tall, and women ain't just get there because they're women. They actually put in work behind their position is what we are trying to say. Venus wanted to say something before you go, Mr. Word.
Wait,
Go
but
ahead,
okay,
Venus.
but you just framed my position wrong. The point of me saying that they were tall was to disprove the idea of meritocracy. I'm saying the
But that
fact that all
wasn't
these
your
tall.
original point when you came. So you moved
Right.
the goalpost.
Correct.
Your original point
It
was
is
not
because
about meritocracy. This is what you always do. And that's why conversations with you go on and on and on. Because as soon as somebody debunks you, you try to pivot to the next thing and
how
then
have I
pivot
been
to the next
debunked?
thing and then pivot to the next thing. But I have a quick question. I'm gonna go for you. Um, you came up talking about women wanting the best outcomes, right? And why I
Mhm.
find your talking points kind of idiotic, to be honest. There's no one who don't want the best outcomes. That's not a
Yeah,
gender thing.
I agree.
Anybody qualified to work in any industry wants the best outcomes. That's not a feminism issue. That's a human issue.
Right.
I don't understand why you take things that are normal and try to isolate them to feminism is causing this. I don't understand why you do that. Can you make it make
Okay,
sense?
so yeah, I can make that make sense. So I agree. Everybody seeks the best outcomes, right? The reason I bring that up though is because I'm saying that women don't take more dangerous jobs, and we can see that by the death rate between men and women when it comes to workplace deaths. So women aren't taking the same dangerous jobs. However, they expect the same pay rate. And my whole position is that basically women want the easiest, highest paying job, but they don't want to put in the work for these more dangerous, labor intensive
Okay,
jobs.
I understand. So can I ask you this? Are they are women who are working in corporate fighting for equal pay of welders, or are they fighting for equal pay of their counterparts in corporate? People who do the same work as them. Which one?
Great question.
So, well, and here's why it's kind of tricky to answer that question. So, when you say
Now, it's a
people in
simple
corporate, right?
question.
Yeah, so if you're talking about people in corporate, right? So Google figured out that they were paying their women more than men for the simple fact that they were trying to account for quote unquote sexism. So if you're talking isolated within one firm, then you can see the inverse take place. But if you're saying feminists tried to push for equal pay in the same job, that it's illegal to pay women less for the same job.
It's not because women do get paid less for
It's
the same
not.
job, even now.
Where is it
What are you
illegal
talking
to pay
about?
a woman less? What's
Right.
Yeah,
that
so
thing?
Obama signed the Lilly Ledbetter Act, where basically women can sue, and I think the statute of limitations were pushed. So I think it's like 8 or
Oh,
10
so it's
years.
not illegal. They just have grounds to sue if they feel like there's sexism in place.
I
Yeah,
got a
which makes it
question, y'all.
illegal. Take it.
Okay,
Can I ask?
Wait,
so
wait, wait,
Hold
please,
on,
one
not yet.
second.
Hold on.
because we're trying to make this make sense. He's comparing men who do hard physical labor and what they pay, and the fact that women don't want to do those jobs, which I don't disagree with him. We don't, but we're not in that conversation at all. Nobody's arguing for what they make. The women who are in the jobs with the men are arguing to get equal pay to those people in the same positions. So again, you're like conflating things that are not relatable.
Well, I just want to say
with
something to
feminism and wanting the best outcomes. That's a human thing. You keep on like creating issues that don't exist and isolating them where they don't belong. I don't understand this.
So here we go.
So wait, can I just say something to Venus's
No,
point?
really quick. What
about this though?
To pursue a claim, you must show that your job requires substantially equal skill, effort, and responsibility as a higher paid colleague, and that the jobs are performed under similar working positions. So literally, you have to prove that you two are on equal footing for this claim to even be considered, which makes sense. You would want to be paid the same as somebody you doing the same amount of work in similar working conditions. What the fuck? What the fuck is this? Is she supposed to just accept the low pay?
Let me answer both.
Well, I'm not saying that it's a bad thing, but you see how we're moving it. I'm not saying it's bad.
It's okay. Let them answer both.
Because somebody said that women are getting paid less for the jobs. I'm saying that's not what's happening. I'm saying women are not taking the same jobs that men.
You mentioned one company.
Okay, hold on, Mr. Work. Mr.
Work.
Mr. Work. Hold on. What do dangerous jobs have to do with the women that are in the same job as the same men, right? So women fighting for equal pay in the same job. It doesn't have anything to do if she want to be a police officer or not. Who cares about that? Because they are fighting for equal pay in the field that they are in. Them not picking dangerous jobs have nothing to do with the conversation.
Okay, so here's the thing. First, I just want to point out, and this is what I want to point out with what Venus said, that we're in agreement that women don't want to do dangerous jobs, right? So it's selective. Women want to get paid more at the jobs they want to do, which proves my point that women aren't willing to put in the same work that men do. But going back to just looking at the same job, right? My point in dangerous jobs is that dangerous jobs pay a lot.
Are women capable? Wait. Are women capable of putting in the work? You mentioned women going to fight war. Is it logical to send women off to fight for the country and leave you in the back? Is that a smart thing to do?
So here's the thing. So if it's not feasible, basically the feminist movement is advocating for positions that solely benefit women, right? So it's one of those things.
And what is wrong with that? It's called feminist movement. It's for women. I'm confused.
Yeah, so that's the thing.
Let me get hold on, Mr. Word. You saying your argument is that is because they're not fighting to clean up shit, and that's the issue? Again, this is not about. Is that your argument?
So dangerous jobs
they don't
pay
want to
more.
do dangerous jobs.
Dangerous jobs pay a lot more.
But Mr. Work, majority of men don't want to do dangerous jobs.
But why do they do it?
Because they are forced to.
Okay. And that's the thing, and that's my position, is that basically women want a choice. Men are forced to do these things. And then women complain about their choices.
Dive on that. Why are they forced to do it? Because what?
Because men want to take care of a family and provide.
No, because they don't have the brains to do the other one.
Okay, so men are just dumber than women.
Oh,
clearly.
What did I walk in on?
Clearly.
Like literally, nobody is stopping you from going to get an education and getting this.
Say, you know what? I think I should be the best janitor, even though I got the intelligence to have A to Z. This is wild to me.
I got an important question, bro.
No, you don't. But go ahead and ask it.
I'm not familiar with the workforce at all. All right, so I want to know what jobs are paying men more than they're paying the women in the same site, same job, same company, doing exact same work, same hours.
This is why I told you.
We always got to stop
the
conversation.
That's not happening. It's something
I've been hearing that shit my whole fucking life. I want to know what companies are doing this.
It doesn't happen. It's just a feminist talking point. they're appealing to the pay gap, and the thing is, if you actually look at the pay
Let
gap,
them answer
the
though.
reason
Let
it
the women
happens is
answer
because
Why you?
because they
Wait,
might know
wait.
something we
If
don't.
you've been
Let
hearing
the
this your
women
whole life,
answer.
you didn't
Hold on,
bother
Yeah,
to
they
listen
might.
to like
They're
research
women.
or
That
Reese,
means
we
it
only
anything.
happened to
heard that
them.
when we was younger.
Reese,
You haven't been hearing it in like in the last decade
Reese,
like
Reese,
that.
Reese.
That was when we
Why
was
do the
So
younger,
you
women
brother.
didn't
have
bother to
to?
go read
Why do the
about it
women have
if
to
you've been
answer
hearing it
that
your whole
when a
life?
man brought that up?
No, I want
And why
to
you
hear what the
can't read
women.
about anything? Why y'all don't research anything? Why do we have to answer it for you? You say you've
Because
been hearing it your
research
whole
is
life. Why
bullshit.
you didn't go
That's how
read
people
about it?
get dumb by googling shit. That's how you get dumb.
Okay.
People are so fucking dumb. It's a shame. Y'all like amoebas out this motherfucker,
Okay.
man.
All right.
I want the women to
Okay. So
answer
Reese,
because
it's
yo,
okay.
what
It's
the
okay.
fuck?
Hold on.
Y'all
Because we're
fucking
literally having
brains.
we're literally having a conversation about what you asking instead of you listening and picking up what we are saying. We are literally talking about that right now. You just asked the question that we already talking about, and it is okay.
You're not. You're talking over each other. I want the women to answer because they're the ones that had the experience.
So hold on.
Apparently,
What we are attempting to do is get Mr. Work to actually concede to a point that he want to move the goalposts, right?
fuck his point. I asked a question.
Talking about dangerous jobs have nothing to do with it at all.
Dumb motherfuckers.
Because smart people
hold
are
on,
not going to
because
take a job that might take their life. That's just not what we're talking about.
look, I'm going to defer to that guy's question because it basically highlights the point here that I'm trying to make too, is that women, it doesn't exist. Women don't get paid less for the same job. The reason the pay gap exists, if you actually look into it, and it only really occurs past the age of 30, like the mid 30s. And the reason for that is because women actually exit the workforce to become mothers and take care of their kids and then try to enter back in. And at that point, they've taken a large part of their career out, so it's hard for them to advance.
Okay, so
but
now
here's
so now pause there. So now if we was to go to something like the acting industry, do you think men and women getting paid equally?
For the same
You
job?
read my mind, Sharon.
Yes.
I don't know the data on that, so.
Women in porn do not
now
make
you
what
don't
the
know
men
the
make.
data.
The women in porn do not make a fraction of what the men make.
Thank you, Reese,
And he
for
went to
being
porn.
honest.
Just freaking
I mean,
it's the only industry in the world I can think of.
Thank you for being honest. So, again, so it was show.
It's the only industry on earth that I can think of where that exists.
Okay, that industry.
Oh, now you can think of an industry where it exists?
Acting
Oh, wow.
industry.
I thought of it just now.
Okay, we agree. So, okay, we finally got some agreements. Okay, so we have some proof that in the entertainment industry, you can see it is blatant. It is blatant, and so we can just say that's one industry. How about the whole entertainment industry? When it comes to female anything, they get paid less than men, and we know that, and it is okay.
I don't know about that, bro. People like Oprah and Barbara Walters. Listen, dog. We got women in entertainment that have done the damn thing, dog. How long?
Thank you for that. Thank you.
The social media counters, the entertainment.
In general, in that field. So this is how we know it's a thing, and it is okay that men don't want to admit that it is a thing, and it's fine.
Well, I mean, you haven't told me no numbers on it, so I can't really.
Right, because we don't have to, because we. So okay.
You said name an industry. He named you an industry. Why does he need numbers?
Guy?
Thank you.
Somehow he never have statistics that disprove what he says. Only the ones that like.
All right, so
well, that wasn't the question about statistics. It was name an industry.
In today's time, do we still have a first woman getting a job? A first woman, this is the first woman that is this. Do we have that still?
Oh, like a trailblazer for industries for women. I mean, we could. I'm not aware of them. So.
Absolutely, it's okay to be honest. We still have today. This is the first woman that ever was in this industry to do X, Y, and Z. We still have that today.
That's because men created the industries.
Thank you.
We created the whole world.
Thank you. That's
what we created the whole world. Women working at home.
Thank
you. We agree.
So then, what are you denying then? This is why I say y'all are dumb. You want us to answer questions that if you would have took 5 minutes to think, you could have figured out.
And please allow me to say this to be brief. Peace to the panel. One thing in this discussion, we gotta acknowledge the women's points of view because we cannot deny that sexism does exist. Because even me as a man, I gotta admit, I caught a federal case. The judge was a woman, the DA was a woman. They cooked me in court. I had no bail, no bond, no bail. They held me.
Federal guidelines go by points, liar.
It's
It don't
okay.
go
Let him
by
finish.
the
That's
judge
okay.
ain't
Let
got
him
nothing
finish
to
his
do with
thought
it.
before you answer. Hold on,
Let me respond to
y'all.
Reese.
Hold on.
Let
Let
me
him.
respond to Reese.
Hold on. Reese, let him finish his full point before you jump in. Go ahead.
Yes, and brother, you acting light skinned today, brother. Because I actually agree with some of the things you
What
were
the fuck
saying.
do that
You
mean?
had
Do
to,
that
you
mean
had
your
to
dick
fast.
is big and you can fight?
You had to
Do it
I
fast.
will
then.
not tolerate any
You
light
being
skinned
sassy,
slander here.
brother.
Dumb pussy.
Hold
But back to the
on.
point, though. Back to the
Hold
point.
What do
on.
that
Solid.
mean?
Back to the
Hold
point.
Acting
on.
like that mean your
Hold
dick
on.
is big and you can fight?
Hold on. Hold on. Please refrain from insult. Be men. Talk to your point without
I'm fighting.
insulting each other. Go ahead.
Yes.
Go ahead. Pan.
Mulatto, yes, yes. And Reese, with all due respect, stop twerking. The point is this, with all due
You
respect.
twerk, pussy.
Now, just like we can, just like we can acknowledge that we as men, we face some sexism in real life. Why can't we also acknowledge that women also face sexism? If you're not engaging in the sexism, why does that hurt your feelings? Pull your motherfucking skirt down, nigga. Really?
Thank you. Okay, so now maybe we can just have some honesty finally. And it is okay to just admit that a thing exists and stop trying to act like it doesn't exist. It's okay.
All made up, man. Fucking
We
dumb.
see the president of the United States says he greet women by grabbing them by the what? He ain't say shake their hand.
You a dumb motherfucker. You
Well,
know that?
that's
Did
a
he
good
say it or
question
not?
from
Reese,
Mr.
did he
Work.
say it? Reese, did he say it? Yes or no?
The whole world knows he didn't say that, dumbass.
You say he didn't say it?
Fuck no. There's videos all over the world of what he said. He didn't
But
say
Reese,
he
why your
walked
pussy hurt
against you.
today, though, brother? Why your pussy hurt, Reese?
Hold on,
Respectfully.
Yo,
hold
don't
on.
check me no more, yo.
Hold on. Ambassador, do you think Donald Trump said it?
Hell yeah, he said it. I said when he said it, it was national. I said it was national policy. Hey, that came from the commander in chief. That's the
He
American
didn't say
standard
that,
now.
liar. He didn't say that, liar. You can look the video up. He said.
What you mean you
He
can look at the
said.
video? What did
He
he say?
said that the women were so fast that the rich guys could just come up and grab him by the pussy, and it's
Okay, so we in
true.
agreement. Okay, fine. So we in
Right. So
agreement.
we agree. All
I
right.
guess you're
Cool.
worried about.
He
Hold
didn't
on.
say that he does it.
Okay, I guess you.
We didn't say that he does it either. I'll say so. We
Okay,
agree.
hold on. So now we can get to some honesty. Okay, so he
Dumb
did. He did
niggas.
say it. I just didn't say it verbatim the way how Reese said it. He said it regardless. Okay, fine. So now that's how we know that sexism exists. It's okay. Like it's just a real thing.
Why ain't
I mean,
nobody
I would.
asked? Why ain't nobody get the context out of what he said? Why ain't nobody asking? Why would a woman just let someone grab her pussy? Why would she do
Because
that?
it's
How
not
does
that
she get
serious,
that
man.
low?
Okay,
That's
fine.
why it's not that
Why does
serious.
she go somewhere where men are doing that?
What do you?
Nobody's ever
That's
had
a
that thought.
This is
that's
the
a good
and
question. That's a good
and
question.
this no,
That's
it's
a
not a good question.
that's a horrible fucking
This is the
question.
problem. This is the problem, and this is why I don't understand why men do not understand that this is a problem that men will objectify women no matter where they go.
Women
Yeah, I
objectify
don't get it.
themselves. Women
Reese, are you saying
objectify
you let men
themselves.
grab your pussy and you don't have
Man,
no problem with it?
hold
I
on,
do
no,
not want to have an
mulatto,
insult
please.
contest.
You gonna
I do not
start
want to have
like
an
it's
insult
not
contest. Reese, please
necessary.
don't engage in no insult contest,
I'm
please.
about to roll, yo.
So,
Uh,
like, why is the conversation always about the hoes and the whores and the escorts? Why don't you
that-
talk about what's normal in society? It is not normal in society to walk up to a woman and grab her by the pussy. Stop
You
it.
sh-
It's
she
not
should be.
normal.
She should go
It's
fucking
not
crazy
normal,
if somebody
Reese.
does that.
Acknowledge that it's not
Fine.
normal.
Yo,
If
if
you're talking
somebody does
about
that to
women
him,
who
my
are
bad.
nymphos and escorts and
We don't want
prostitutes, of course it's normal. Of
so
course
Reese.
they're cool
right.
with it.
I
Every
agree
woman is not
100%.
cool with that.
So just leave it
I
there.
agree
We don't
100%. That
need
is the craziest thing. My bad.
we don't need to talk about the low level human beings.
Exactly. We don't
Okay,
need to.
we're
Y'all
just
brought that
Forget
up.
it exists.
we are
It's dead.
talking
It's
about
done. Like, let's talk about
regular
what's
society.
normal.
Y'all brought that up.
No, okay,
I didn't bring it up.
Somebody said something
Sha-
about
Sharon brought
soft
it up.
grabbing
He's right.
pussy.
okay. So
Just
okay,
Sharon brought it up.
hold on. The reason why it was brought up because it's too many men acting as if they don't understand that these things are happening. Yeah,
But I agree sexism is happening. You're asking me about women trailblazing. I'm not aware of a situation today. But if you say it exists, I'm not going to doubt you. Like I can see that
That's a
being the
good
case.
one.
All right, then. So now we understand why feminism was here, and is not to be anti-man. Just because women are fighting for their, do you understand why? Do you understand something as simple as because I'm in construction, right? So I understand certain things a little different. I see things differently. Do you understand why it is do you understand why the bathrooms is always much longer in the female bathroom than the male's bathroom?
Because they're savages.
Okay, reset because they're savage.
I'm kidding.
Hey, shit.
KT to go. Why do you think females always have lines and men do not? What's your thought?
They do take longer, yo. They take longer.
Okay. KT don't got no answer. You got to
answer. There's a lot more that they have to do. Some of them have slips on or their clothing, and they have to sit down, and they got to prepare the seat and all that. And they got to do a lot of stuff. It's a whole adventure for a woman to go to the bathroom. So can't nobody get mad at them because their line is long.
Do the other men on the panel agree with that?
Well, no. So women have smaller bladders too, so they normally have to go pee more. Yeah, that's why. If you ever notice your girl probably have to pee more than you do, is because women anatomically have a smaller bladder.
Wow. Okay, that's what Mr. Work says. This is what it does, Reese. So in reality,
is that not a fact though? Is that not a fact?
It could be. No, it's not a fact. And so the reason why it's happening is because of equity. Women cannot just zip down and take a piss. Even if we just said make everything equal and everybody was just pissing, we take out the part that people are taking shits. We just take out a piss. Women still have to close the door, pull their pants down, and take a fucking piss. So therefore, it is no space for a urinal for a female. So therefore, they need more spaces for them to take a piss. So they don't have to wait for the 5 stalls, because you cannot have 5 stalls and 5 stalls. The problem is that's equality, right? So the men's bathroom is the same size as the female bathroom, where clearly they need more equity because they need more stalls so they can have a piss, so it can actually be equal. But men don't realize that because why? I don't know. I don't want to say intelligence, but
You are
clearly it must
definitely a
be.
girl dad.
Men realize it, and that's why they built the bathroom.
They do not build it bigger. In construction, they make it equal.
No, that's not true. There's a lot of times women have more stalls than men have urinals.
Women's bathrooms got lounges in them, dog.
Exactly.
Fucking couches and shit.
Wow. Huh? What do you? A difference between a powder room and a public restroom?
Go into a hotel on this planet and tell me which bathroom is bigger.
Yeah, Reese's right. He's right.
I hate liars, man.
You mean to tell me if I go pull out a blueprint right now, you're going to tell me that I can't? I'm going to show you. You're going to tell me it's something different, right?
Go into an office building in a city on this planet.
I'm going to pull out a blueprint when it shows 3 fucking stalls and then also 3 urinals, and a woman have 3 fucking stalls and a fucking powder. This shit is fucking crazy to me.
I do want to. Some girl was pointing out that there's such thing as a powder room. I think that does give some credence to what they're saying. Like, it's no male powder room. They will
because
make
y'all don't wear makeup.
No, I'm saying they will make. No, listen. I'm saying they will make.
Nigga, there's a lounge with a baby making table. There's a baby changing table.
There's a baby changing
better
table.
situation.
There's y'all really are.
Wait, I got a question.
Like space wise,
there's a reason for this. There's a reason for this.
Y'all get me so upset when I'm telling you that I'm in the industry where I build fucking bathrooms for a living, and I see that they have the equal amount of space because I gotta go by square footage when I build these shits. And then I got somebody that do not build for a fucking living, that do not even go in fucking women's bathrooms. I hope. You telling me that they have lounges in the fucking bathroom?
Hey, I used to clean them, nigga. I know.
Oh yeah, I was about to say I used to actually, as a chef and working in restaurants, we do a little bit of everything all the time, dog. So there have been times where I had to go ahead and, if it's short on staff. I would say that the women's restroom generally has a couple more accommodations. Like y'all have like a vending machine for your pads and stuff. Men don't gotta.
Oh my fucking god!
Hold on.
No. I'm just saying, like they do have that. They do.
Hold on.
There's coat racks and all kinds of shit in there.
Hold on. We are talking about how to use a bathroom. We ain't talking about no fucking vending machines. We're talking about places where they can sit down and take a piss.
All right.
Y'all cannot be this. This is why we saying that men cannot be smarter than women. It's impossible.
That's the dumbest shit I've ever heard in my life.
Sharon, the only thing that was just said, the only thing that was just
the people who
said,
built the world be
Really,
dumber than the
really,
people that.
really
Hold
quick,
on, you're talking about
Sharon,
tampons?
even in this
no, Sharon,
conversation,
you're missing it.
even
Oh, stop it,
really
Sharon.
quick,
Stop. You
even
you
in this
so
conversation,
theatrical. You so
even in this
theatrical.
conversation about
Grandstand,
restrooms, even in this conversation about restrooms, there's a competition as to why women get a couch, a motherfucking place to change their babies,
Fuck you!
and
I want a
maybe,
couch.
and first of all,
I think Reese
and
made that a competition. Reese
no,
did.
because we understand the differences of men and women when it comes to everything else. But when it comes to
Absolutely.
anything accommodating for women, all of a sudden, why do they get to get in free at the club?
Yeah, I don't know that life.
Why do
No,
men
they
buy them
didn't.
free?
They
Why do
simply
they
brought
get?
up that you. That's
Why
how
do
we
they
know
get
you guys
places?
have more
Why do they get
space. It's
places
not
to
why you guys are doing
Why do
anything.
they get places to hang their
That's
coat?
proof that you have to have bigger
So hold on,
spaces
hold
because
on.
most men
No,
don't
no, no, no,
need
no,
that.
Hold on,
no. That's not.
hold on. I'm telling you, I build them for a living, and I'm telling you that they do not, in majority scale, get more space.
Wait, residential or commercial?
He's right about that. The stalls aren't bigger.
No, because it's a difference. It's a difference between no, it is. Some contractors.
What the fuck is going on?
The stalls are not bigger.
I'm literally an expert on this thing. Literally, how many bathrooms collectively have y'all built? I would like to know.
I bet y'all cleaned more than you built.
I've done home renovation for about 5 years. So I mean, not bathrooms in particular, but I have done
talking
renovation.
about the place in commercial public areas where they have to go.
Okay. Thank you so much, Jay. It is a difference.
Hold on, Mr. Seven. Hold on. So you mean to tell me the houses that you built, they had a female bathroom and a male bathroom in the house?
Some of the houses. Okay, so I was out Potomac, Maryland, and anybody who knows Potomac, yes, they had a his and hers. Yeah, it was a his and hers.
This conversation is about
you asked me. You asked me. I said yes. Potomac is very, very wealthy white. Yes.
Hold on, and
this is how they have horse ranches.
Hold on, and this is how we know women are more intelligent than men.
They are not, dumbass.
Clearly,
they're not. Yeah.
Then that means they're smarter than you. They're smarter than you too, Sharon.
Pyramids and millions of castles all over the earth.
It's okay. It's okay. What the fuck is y'all problem? Y'all dumb. I'm sad to say that I'm part of the dumb gender. It is what it is,
bro. Just because you get your giggles and laughs, bro, that don't mean nothing is like Sharon. Yes, there's yes. People of certain wealth. I used to do houses where they have horses in the back, ponies and shit. They do have like master bedrooms where it's like the his and.
You think we talking about the fucking 1%?
That's the exception. That's not the.
No. You said, have I ever? No, you asked me. No.
Reese, tell him again, Reese. Tell him again. Do you
hear me? It's the exception, but you did ask him. And
thank you. You asked me, did I ever do it? I said, yes, I have. I've done a his and hers before.
Bro.
Yeah, I'm not talking about an exception.
It's like that. The woman's bathroom is much, much bigger.
Okay, so now he
thinks his and hers stalls in a residential area, so obviously he's not talking about residential.
Okay, that's what I was about to say. It don't make no sense to ask.
What the fuck?
Yeah, let's wait till he's at job, so his microphone's not that as strong as everybody else. Guess way.
I was to say it don't make no sense to ask the question if it's residential or commercial. You're talking about a public space. The residential is your home. It can be customized however you want it to be. Public space wise, they're going to try to make it equal. And generally speaking, the bathrooms are the same size. The only difference is one of them has a bunch of urinals, the other one doesn't. And so you can add more, maybe one or two more stalls.
Thank you, Sway, for being honest in the conversation. I really appreciate the honesty of somebody else that's in the construction world that has to understand that. And it is okay. Like, I don't understand why it is so difficult for us to be honest about this shit. It is weird.
No, Sharon, you take everything people say and you flip it to something they didn't say. That's all. You go too far. That's it, bro. You asked me a specific question and I answered it. I said, yes, I have done a his and hers. And I do notice
I
the
never
difference.
asked.
That's
Okay,
it.
that's fine. That's fine. I'm not
You
gonna.
did.
Okay, fine. I don't know why you want to harp in on stupidity. It's just a dumb question.
Sharon, I got a question for you. I want to know how you think that women are smarter than men when historically, going back forever, men have built pyramids and millions of castles in every city in the world, as far back as you can go, always, and still today, making everything go around in the whole entire world. How in the hell could we be the dumber group?
I wouldn't say y'all are dumber, but the fact that a lot of these established people y'all love to bring up will throw everything away over a woman is pretty dumb.
Yes, I agree with that.
Well,
We've
see,
had
the thing
wars
is
over
this,
the
right?
fact that these people
Well,
over women.
good
Like,
pussy will make you stupid
yeah,
temporarily, and
so
you can
y'all
live.
are dumb then. Y'all
All
are
right.
dumb.
So anyway,
But Sharon, real quick, I'm gonna ask you something, Sharon, briefly, please, Sharon. I just got a
I'm
quick for
sorry,
you
Sharon. I'm sorry.
question,
I apologize.
Sharon. When you said that men, all we know how to do is go to war, and all we know how to do, let me turn this fan off too. All we know how to do is go to war and battle. And you said because that's a representation of how dumb we are. No, it's okay. I'm used to it. Please laugh it up. All right, so men are only used to going to war, and that's how dumb we are. If you really look at from Sun Tzu, Art of War, all of this, like I'm just saying, for example, it's a lot of strategic, intricate details that go into the formations. So at the end of it, we may see a movie like 300, and all you're looking at is slashing and shit. You have no idea how many different formations, Felix, everything else that is incorporated for that battle and that war to be won so your castle, your village can be good. So all I'm saying is that don't look at war as just dumb, brutal slashing and we just run and we just charging on some dumb shit. No, it's a lot of strategic planning that goes into it. They got whole chessboards of land before they even go into war. So it's a lot of planning men do to make sure that you and me and the rest of the people, the women and children are safe, sir. I
I
digress.
must
My
go
mic is
next.
muted.
Y'all still
I
falling for
must
that
go
same
next. Please,
bullshit?
y'all. Please, I'm
Y'all
begging
still
you.
falling for that?
I want to talk about war.
Sure.
War was invented by men and is the single most dumbest shit ever introduced to humankind.
thank you. I appreciate. I'm glad. I'm glad
Listen to
that.
me. Listen to me. We're smarter than the women in some senses, right? I highly doubt if we flipped everything around and gave them the keys that there would be any wars. Maybe a little small, different kind, but no land would be conquering another land where millions and millions of women and children die.
You
Nigga,
only
what
made
you
a different
talking
point.
about?
Reese,
Africa
that is
exists.
a
We
different
literally
point.
have proof of women leading groups of people that were killing. The homies was led by a woman. What are we doing here? Stop that. No,
They
There
were
are,
listen.
trans. They were
however,
trans.
Oh my
there
God.
are. Why are you? There are
Who was
African tribes.
Cleopatra? Who
There
was
are
Cleopatra?
fuck
Oh my
Cleopatra. There
God.
are African tribes that still to this day have women leadership. They
What?
believe in that. You didn't know that? Did
You
y'all
gonna
know
go
that?
find one tribe
That
out
they
of a
work in
thousand?
that they work together in peace and harmony
Yes,
with a woman in
yes, and
leadership.
there are examples of. Listen, y'all keep
And it
saying because we
doesn't.
can have examples of stupid niggas that
It's
men
not
in
a threat
general
to
are
their
stupid.
masculinity.
How
It's
many
not a threat to
countries
their
have a
Listen,
masculinity
queen?
whatsoever.
we don't
How
need to
many
argue
I
countries?
about
didn't
that.
say a
That's
queen.
wild. That's what I'm saying.
Queen
That-
Elizabeth. Hold up, y'all. Queen Elizabeth is the longest.
I don't understand why y'all, my brothers. It's okay for us to speak one at a time, and let's keep it a little bit shorter, please. Reese barely talked, and it is okay. He got something to say, let him say it. Mr. Savvy, when you get your chance to say something, you'll get a chance to say it. Let's not just jump in with Tourette's, please.
You a piece of shit, Sharon. Keep going.
I don't normally do this, but when I hold my finger up, everybody just ignores it. Like, um, but
You got something? You got something
Hey,
you want to say?
Sharon.
there are
Yes.
examples. There are examples all through history of female leadership and rulers. Queen Elizabeth is the longest ruling monarch in human history. She ruled for like 63 years or something like that, and no man has ever done that. You got Queen Atmos Nefertari and her grandmother Hatshepsut on the walls and pyramid that were warrior queens, literally, and led armies. So there's stories out there like that. But that's the exception that we just clown the other guy for. We can't do that.
I'm not
Right.
talking about queens. I'm talking about they literally are part of leadership council. They're an elder, and they live in harmony These men aren't being emasculated. They live in harmony. It's just
What's
the
your point?
woman is in leadership. My point is, what's the problem here? Y'all
Nothing,
trying
because
to
there's something called an oracle. We know this. Y'all are oracles, and we come to
no
you
no
for
no no
great
no 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 no
counsel.
no
Why are you
no no
screaming?
no
Yes,
no
that's
no
agreed.
Yeah, let's bring
no
the
no
temperature
no.
down. Hold on.
It's not. It's not.
Let him
Oh,
answer. Let him
okay.
answer so he'll stop screaming at us. Y'all don't understand what y'all sound like sometimes. I really don't understand why you have to scream and yell. Go ahead, Mr. Seven. Go ahead.
Smitty, I think it was Smitty.
Yes.
Man, I'm just saying, okay, I agree. Like, listen, one thing I'm definitely an advocate of is recognizing the balance, bro. I am more so of balance, not like one side. I don't do one side, bro. You're never gonna get me to be
Okay.
like
All right.
all men, all women.
Okay. Okay.
No,
Okay.
no, 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 no. See, there
Thank
we go
you.
with the shit again.
No, I don't need no reiterations. You said the same thing 3 times.
I'm not. I'm getting to my point. I'm saying a point. Just let me say it and
What's
shut
the
up.
point that you're balanced? We get it.
That's
You're
not
balanced.
the
You can't
point.
scream.
That's not my
Hold on.
point. That's not.
So why did you say it 3 times?
And Sharon, you just want to play games with me, but go ahead.
No,
I'm gonna let you do what you do.
I
No, no,
really,
you know what you're doing, nigga. And you only doing it to me, nigga.
What's
You
the
know what you're
point?
doing. I'm not
you don't
stupid,
learn
nigga.
because you're not learning. I'm
He just
telling
wants
you,
you to skip to the point.
please.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so bet the balance is that there's always been some form, like Reese said, female leadership. There's always been some form of male leadership. The fact is, the most dominant of societies have always been the ones who have had the best balance in both. I digress. My mic is muted, nigga.
Well, there's no balance in this conversation outside of Sharon, because y'all brought up it outside of Sharon. Y'all think women are dumber than you, so I don't know how you could consider her an oracle if you think she's stupid. That's stupid.
Who
That's
said that?
stupid as hell.
Yeah,
You
nobody
Who
said
said
that
said
you
that?
women
Wait,
are
Pimp J,
oracles.
can I
We
get in
see
here
y'all
just
as
really quick?
oracles.
All right, hold on,
What?
hold on. Go
See,
ahead.
y'all just be
Ain't no
making
way.
shit up
I
as you
forget
go.
what
You
you
make it
said
up
2
as you go.
seconds ago.
Both
Mr.
parties
Ron,
hold on.
can you defer to the
No,
AARP
no, it is
Both
members?
not.
parties hold on. Both parties hold on. Go ahead, Chicago Rilla.
Hey man, happy birthday to the greatest, the GOAT, the chairman, Fred Hampton. Eternally rest in peace to Chairman Fred Hampton. Rest in peace to H. Rap Brown. Today is Chairman Fred Hampton's birthday.
JT too. Don't forget.
Listen, man, it's the end of 2025. We got 27 more days to go. Are
Ain't no
y'all
way.
really carrying these conversations into 2026
Yes,
still?
they're gonna carry them forever till they die.
Yes.
And this is why the
Who is
village
they if you're a part of it
in
right
the
now?
community. Listen, and
Hey,
this is
I do
why.
this for a reason. Y'all do
God,
this because y'all
dog. Okay, I'm
actually
on mute.
passionate
I'm
about this
definitely
shit.
going
I
on
do
mute.
this for a
Jay,
reason.
let Chicago Rilla finish his thought. Go ahead,
I
Chicago Rilla.
apologize. I apologize. Rilla
Thank
knows
you.
I'm his bully.
Yeah, no. It's just not that. It's just the one. At what point this SBG over here, right? So at what point do we acknowledge? Okay, like if you really think about it, and it's been brought up on this channel multiple times. As a people, we have always existed as balancing counterparts, right? So like the men have their roles of responsibility, women have their roles of responsibility, and it's only when we're trying to compete on dominant society terms that we keep having these arguments and conversations when that is women have always worked. Women have always worked. My grandma was not a stay-at-home mom. My grandma worked. My granddad worked. They figured it out. So, and most of us on these panels that show up are blue collar, everyday, working class people. So why do y'all keep making these arguments as if y'all 7-figure earners? Most of us not even 6-figure earners. So why? And y'all finna carry this into, I'm on my Black Power stuff right now, right? Ungawa Black Power. We finna carry this into 2026.
And the reason why we got to carry it is because our brothers do not want to concede to what's needed to be conceded. If we cannot address the problem, we ain't gonna never get to a solution. So once
Yeah, yeah, go ahead, my bad.
this is what the issue is, we can't get there. Just like something as simple as recognizing that both bathrooms are created equal. And that's not what females need. They don't need equality. They need equity, right? So if we want to solve for the problem of for the simple situation, right? They don't even understand how that is a patriarchy situation, right? Majority
Sharon, what does the collective need?
What the fuck is that? What is that?
Yeah, but Sharon, you arguing with worker bees.
Nigga, that's me. You know what the fuck it is. What does the collective need to thrive?
Like, I don't understand what's your problem, brother. Like, I don't get it. The Tourette's is insane. So, like, we understand that majority of civil engineers are men, and this is why, you know, the designs are designed the way how it is. It was designed for men to have better accommodations because they are considering what men need. That's why they have urinals. But if it was considered for society,
that's a good point. Yeah. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So if it was considered for society, right, they will have an understand that women need more space because they got to take down stuff. Every time they go to the bathroom, something got to come off. We zip, piss. Most of them don't even wash their hands. And so we just have that part. So we understand that a woman probably need 3 times the same size as we do if we was looking at a public bathroom. Probably 3 times. They need way more stalls. But the fact that a woman has to, the civil engineers don't give a fuck if it's a long line and this woman got to wait 20 minutes to go to the bathroom when we had a sporting game. And now I'm just sitting there waiting for my wife to come out the bathroom because I want to protect her. Nobody gives a damn if the woman got to wait. And even though if we're going to go with what Mr. Work is saying, that they got smaller bladders, then we should even cater more to a goddamn female bathroom to make it bigger so they don't have lines of the way.
Who said they should?
They don't even have the thought pattern to have considerations for a fucking woman, and they still keep fighting the same fucking fight instead of just admitting, hey, we need to change society and how we look at women.
Not even just that, Sharon. Women are still fighting to be able to get time off during pregnancy, time off after pregnancy. Pumping rooms ain't common. To change a baby, you only get one of those per bathroom, and I be in a woman's bathroom, so you can't tell me shit about a woman's bathroom. You get one changing station per bathroom, and there's a multitude of women who got children.
Not only that, Jay. Hey, Jay,
like,
you know what's
Tim J, them changing stations in the men's bathroom too, though.
And them changing stations be dirty as fuck. They don't be sanitary.
Hey, Jay, you know what else is true, Jay? That guess what? Men fought so they could get their time off too. So now both of them having 3 months off.
Did I hear somebody say something about sanitary?
My just introduced that, Sharon. That's a really great point.
So you know, like everything is still catered to like they don't see it for whatever reason. I don't know why, but a lot of males do not see it for some strange reason. Shout out to Italy for introducing that. Hey, you got some period cramps, you get to stay home too, 5 days out the month. Shout out to Italy. Fuck. They act like any concession towards a woman is something detrimental to a man. It's insanity.
A bathroom size, yo. A bathroom you don't even go into. What who gives a fuck if we get a couch?
And Jay, I'm gonna let all these motherfuckers know. If you see me in a fight with a fucking bear, you better bring some fucking honey. I ain't afraid of y'all.
Cut your shit.
I ain't afraid of none of you bitches.
You're gonna lay down and scream. Like most men. You ain't been in front of a bear, nigga.
You tell me, Chicago, give me some honey. I'm gonna dip my hand in that motherfucker and say, come here, bear. I got something. I got a mouthful for your punk ass.
I'm gonna play dead. I don't know about you dumb motherfuckers.
You's a liar.
Dead.
Oh shit.
Y'all go ahead and fight him. I'm playing dead. You curled up like a shirt.
Right.
You wild as shit.
I'm glad Sharon gonna fight him. I'm glad Sharon fighting him.
All right, so let's bring it back to the conversation. Back to we're gonna get Amago Day. We're gonna get Mr. Work back in there. Sway's working, so he gonna just go keep on pulling those damn wires. KT, he gonna be quiet because he ain't got shit to say anyway. And Mr. Seven, go cook something.
Yo, I got you said you build bathrooms, right? You ever cleaned a woman's bathroom?
Here he goes.
That's what I'm talking about.
That was my job for a couple weeks.
Right there.
Now look, I'm not here to beat on them, but god damn.
Yeah, you are if you bring it up.
There is a difference there, and that's all I'm gonna say.
Shout out to it. It's also a difference when the Mexicans is on the job site too. So what?
Man, listen.
Because they don't
Big
believe
facts.
they still think they in Mexico where you can't flush toilet in the toilet and then the goddamn so they wipe the toilet on
My
they
man
wipe the
works in
toilet on the floor.
construction.
Them niggas will
Granted,
shit on
he's
the
not a
toilet seat and
laborer.
leave
He's
it
not a
there.
laborer, but my man works in construction. Them outhouses y'all men be using, yeah, y'all not that more clean. Okay?
Not only that, Jay, it's
Not
nothing but
that more clean.
hey Jay, not only that, it's nothing but dicks drawn on them shits. I don't know what the hell wrong with them.
Yeah, a woman's bathroom smell like the devil's breath, dog. Tell me.
No,
Yeah, we
anyway.
bleed.
All right. Anyway,
Think.
let's get back to that. Let's get back to it. Let's get back to it. You know, my cousin's right. I be allowing y'all to derail me sometimes. I be just
Wait, but is an outhouse? Is an outhouse comparable to women's bathroom? How does that make sense?
It doesn't. We just don't.
How does it make sense with you correlated? It don't. Well, so we doing
don't.
anything at this point.
All right, so let's get back to the conversation. We had enough fun screaming and yelling at each other for no reason. Amago Day, good day, sir. How you doing? What's your thoughts? Make sure y'all hitting that share. It doesn't make no sense. We've been here for 3 hours and I don't have at least 100 likes. I don't know what the F is y'all problem. I really don't understand what the F is the problem. But hit the F and like button and hit the share button. It doesn't make no sense. It really doesn't make any sense. It's something very simple. Hit the
dislike button at least.
Go ahead, Amago Day.
Yeah, what's going on, Bracy? First for the formalities. I hope everyone is doing well. You know, I hope everyone is in the festive spirits, you know, getting ready for that. The continuation of the holidays, closing out this, you know, last quarter of the season and of the year. You know, I hope everyone's doing well with their families. So we still, what is this, day 3? And we're still having complications of just coming to a overall concession or nucleus of what the issue is. Is that still the
a thing?
The crux of the conversation? Because I just really want to try to understand. Like, I'm really trying to understand, like, why is that part hard to admit? What happens if you do? Go ahead, baby.
You got it.
It makes them, from my observation, it makes them uncomfortable that society is finally, because it's not been normalized, they're finally making accommodations for women. Finally. Something that we haven't had. Something that y'all have always had as men. Now, we ain't going to make this racial. I'm talking about men and women. Because if we bring up racial, all of a sudden people go cry and be like, as black men. No, I'm talking about men. Society has been accommodating to y'all. And as soon as society makes concessions, whether it's beneficial for the government or whatever the reason, it seems like there's an issue with that. Because all the examples I hear is about how society accommodates women, how they do things that are beneficial for women, and how we find it detrimental to men that they're doing things that benefit women. Meanwhile, y'all have always had accommodations.
That part I'm having a hard time with as well, because I'm not in competition with you.
I agree. It shouldn't
be. The fact, the concessions, the double standards that's made for, you know, women, I don't view that as a something that's going to prevent me from doing everything that I need to accomplish as a man. So automatically, if I'm worried about what the world provides for you guys versus allowing me that same opportunity. So I just want to, okay, so let me put it like this. So you guys want to get into clubs free because you're beautiful?
Mr. Work, would you like to get into the club for free?
That's an honest question.
All right, I'm gonna ask. We're gonna start with Mr. Work. Mr. Work, do you want to get invited to the club because you're beautiful?
Nope.
Okay. KT the GOAT. Do you want to get invited to the club because you got long hair? Don't care.
Hell no.
Mr. Look at Reese. You want to answer? Go ahead, Reese. I know you want to answer, Reese. Do you
Reese
want to
go off?
Reese, do you want to get in the club because you light skinned? You a red bone?
I want to get in free because I'm over 6 foot.
That's the truth.
Yeah, red bone. Damn.
He is kind of red today. Are you sick?
Oh,
No.
why do they let women in the club for free?
One thing you niggas
is
better
it
stay
about-
away
Do you know
from
why?
is colorism. Do not turn this into
Yeah, do you know
colorism.
why?
I will hurt y'all fucking feelings,
You
dog.
know fucking why. That's why the club is dead now.
Yeah, no. Don't fall for it, Jay. Don't fall for it.
Come
We're not
on,
going to jump
Bouncers
past
are
that.
female.
We're not going to jump past that. We're not even going to move
If
the
the
goalposts.
bouncers are female, I wouldn't care. Now, if the bouncers is
So
niggas, and they
let's
sitting
not
there
move.
justifying
The point is,
go ahead.
Yeah.
Oh
the
my
thing
God.
is,
Damn it.
That is a
My bad.
known fact of something that separates that. If you go to a club, majority of the women are getting in there. They don't have to be carded, especially if they look a certain type of way. They can get in there for free while you paying the $25. I wasn't in the line like, damn, why the fuck is they getting in for free? And that's basically the same thing that's going on when you say, damn, why are they allowed to have these type of things versus us? It's a comparison.
Yo, look,
I
let's
never
do
been
this.
to. I don't go to clubbing, but I just pointed out for the second time.
Let's do this. Let's tell the truth, right? Because in a club, 80% of the women that go there is not getting in free, and never will. Ever.
That is a great point. It is just a facade. It is just a facade. It's they really not getting in the club for free. But this is the thing that a lot of
example.
Right, it's this example. Okay, keep on
It's
building.
just it's an example of that you're going to an area or a place where a woman is not worried about the fact that you have to pay $25, and majority of the men are not worried the fact that women are getting in there for free. If you're worried what a woman is doing, y'all have to see that is an extreme problem, which that's going to turn a woman the fuck off, bro.
So can I say something? Because here's why your example is not analogous. First of all, I don't go clubbing, but we're not talking about the issue of women getting in for free at the club. And I agree, women getting for free at the club doesn't disadvantage men in any way. But what we're talking about is the fact that women only go for certain jobs that they want to, and then complain that they are not represented 50-50 as the men are. And the reason for that is because men do more dangerous jobs that pay more. But women, by virtue of only selecting certain jobs, they're putting themselves in position to compete against men.
Why do y'all think stating the
that is a point,
obvious,
but
regurgitating points that has been circular is really
Look, man,
saying something monumentous? Like, why do y'all think y'all really be saying some incredible shit?
I'm just trying to tell you what the conversation was about.
I know what the conversation was about. The
only that,
reason why I use it shouldn't be a comparison.
True, we debunked it in this conversation already. That's the crazy part about it.
Well, can I give you an example that's modern and something kind of on point to what we're talking about? So I know in the previous videos you put that Trump was misogynistic, right? But there was a lot of feminist outcry when the FBI and the military branch, I think it's the Department of Defense, said they were going to set equal standards for men and women. And then women were complaining that they couldn't hold up the physical requirements to maintain their jobs. So this is a modern example of where, if we're talking about equality, women don't want equality. They just want preferential treatment and the benefits of a patriarchy.
Okay,
Okay,
Now
can
what?
I?
Now that we know that, let's not say that no more. Okay. So we know that, right? So now what happens after we know that part?
Okay, so you're asking for, okay, thank you. So honestly, look, this is a good conversation because I keep getting bogged down fighting the descriptors of what we're talking about. But as a prescription, right? If we know this, then we can take an honest look and say, well, if these jobs, if we're talking about merit, which I don't believe at this state we have an actual meritocracy, but if we're talking about merit and that's something we want to move towards, then yeah, if women can't meet the physical requirements for the job, then they shouldn't have them. And I don't think that's a sexist position to hold, but women would say it is a sexist position.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. You know, a lot when we're talking about those type of strenuous jobs, right? You know, even though that they are occupied by men through a totality type measurement, you do know majority of men aren't doing the most strenuous, you know, life-changing physical labor job as overwhelming collective. You do know that, right? Every man is not out there hitting the gavel and breaking up concrete and everything. A lot of those things are done by machinery now. You do know that, right? Which has made it easier on ourselves.
Yeah, I agree. Most men aren't doing dangerous jobs.
Okay. So since we have agreed to that, right? Can we honestly stop using that now? Can we throw that away now so we can move to something else?
No, we can't because here's.
Can we
Okay,
hit
so
this?
like you know what?
It's ridiculous.
You know what, truth is? I want to build on what you're saying.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, right. So now, when it comes to IT in the military, why does she need to do as many push-ups as you? When it's
Because men are held to that standard. So if men are going to be held to the standard and it's a standard, then women should be held to the same standard.
You're not the same as a one. See, now we're back. Okay, so now you know you just moved us back to square one again, right? You know you just moved us all the way back there. Why do you? So you believe? Okay, let me do it like this.
That's crazy.
In your world, is men and women the same?
No.
Okay, should they be treated in your world? I know. Not, let me get it. Let me deal with it, Bruce. We're gonna get this shit and deal with this shit right now.
Fuck.
In your world, should men and women be treated the same?
In my ideal world, no, they wouldn't.
Okay, so you don't believe men and women are the same. You don't believe. We're not talking about society. You don't believe men and women should be treated the same.
Yep.
Correct?
You're correct.
Based off of that limited information, please help me understand how you are saying what you just said a minute ago. Please help me with that.
Yeah, so in my ideal world, they wouldn't be treated the same. But the issue is that women want to be treated the same. They want the same pay for not the same work. And my thing is, you have to call it out for what it is, right? Because this is the reality we're in.
I gotta interject.
And
I'm talking about you. I just gotta interject. I apologize. I'm talking about
No,
you.
you're good.
Please don't tell me what women want. Can you not do that and still convey your argument instead of saying what women say and what they want?
No, I couldn't, because if I couldn't talk about the reason for why I brought it,
checkmate.
How's that a checkmate?
Okay,
Well,
not only that, the reason why I said checkmate. So again, this is why I brought up the
No, you're
bathroom.
handicapping the
So
conversation.
I'm gonna tell you why it's not changing the conversation. The problem is that women want equity, not equality. So yeah, so if you know that women are physically less fit than a man, then she should have a lower quality of physical expectation. Not only that, but it's jobs that men are doing that do not need that physical strength. So therefore, it is places in equity that she can be in where it doesn't concern of her doing 1,000 push-ups, literally. That's
So
the
here's the
equity
thing.
part. It's not equality, it's equity. That's why I brought up the bathroom thing, so y'all can understand that it is a difference.
Well, so Sharon, with your example, right? Because you're saying the FBI jobs, even though men and women have the same standards, right? You're saying, well, there's certain positions in the FBI that don't require physical exertion, right? But the problem is, if men don't have to compete with the same standard as women, there's some standards that men couldn't meet by virtue of having like a lower muscle mass. Some men have a smaller frame, so it's one of those things. Well, it's like you're making an exception for women, saying, "Well, it doesn't require the physical assertion." Not only that, but assuming that all women were going to go into jobs that didn't require physical exertion, right? And then complain that they're not getting paid the same. They're competing with men that are also going for those similar jobs, except now the pool is larger for those jobs, right? Which are typically going to be the more quote unquote skill based jobs, or the administrative jobs is where women actually want to go, being managers, CEOs without doing the skills.
You don't understand why I said checkmate, because of the fact that I asked you two questions. I asked you in based off of your POV, your point of view,
Stay your
how
ass
you
on mute
see the
now because
world,
all that damn movement you got going on. Wait till your ass
how
start
you
talking,
see,
Ambassador.
how you see the world. The first thing you said, you went into what women said and what they're doing and what they said they wanted. I said, can you prove your argument or back it up without using the POV from a woman's standpoint? And if you can't, that means you don't believe in what you're saying you believe in, this organization of men over top of women. You automatically, based on how you're talking, you're putting women and men on an equal playing field, and you don't even know that you're doing it.
Well, so here's the thing. I'm not using the female or feminist point of view. And we all agreed earlier that there is a correlation between feminism and the so-called manosphere, right? They're kind of tied together. The manosphere is a response to the extreme feminist movement. So,
Pause there. No, not extreme.
or feminist movement. There are extreme elements in the feminist movement, though, right? We agree to that.
No.
Oh, there's not?
No.
There's not. Oh, okay.
No.
That's news to me.
Absolutely not.
Don't get caught up there. Continue what you were saying. Don't get caught up there.
The regular feminist movement is a exact correlation from men. Men started crying because they thought, like how you thinking, that women want to be equal, where they just want equity in society, not equal.
Well, so they want equity where it benefits them. That's the whole point, is that they want equity when it benefits them.
All right, you're stating the obvious again. You're stating the obvious again.
If it's obvious, then we agree. I don't know why we're disagreeing.
No, okay. I just told you why we disagree. Stating the obvious, huh?
No, I have to go soon, but I want to give you guys something else. And here's something I wanted to kind of leave it on, and I appreciate Sharon for letting me guys speak. But basically, so women want equity, right? And the thing is, they want equal pay, even though they don't want to do the equal jobs. But here's the thing. Here's a big difference. I know it's loaded. I know it's loaded. I apologize. Here's the thing, though, right? Assuming that, because we talked about men's willingness to provision for a family, right? And here's why it's kind of it leads to dangerous outcomes, because women don't have that same desire, right? So even assuming women wanted the same job and the same pay, they don't want the responsibility that came with being the breadwinner for a family, which is
so you're stating the obvious again.
Yeah, so if it's obvious, we agree then. So I just wanted to leave it on that though, but I appreciate you letting me speak. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Have a good one, bro.
Until I hear him saying he gonna put on an apron and bend it over for the woman that is being the breadwinner in this house, I don't want to hear shit. Frankly, I don't want to hear shit else about that bullshit ass fucking talking point. I'm sorry, but none of y'all want to wear an apron, take care of kids, not be able to lead a house, and bend it over as soon as a woman comes home after making money. Like, stop it. Stop. It's not, so even making the argument that women don't want to do what you do, of course. No, they don't want to do what you do. Duh.
Let me
We
read
don't
some
want to
of
do
these.
what we do.
This is wild. Let me read some of these super chats.
Okay,
it's kind of crazy, truth. But eventually, sometimes I know it seems like it's pointless, but I think we're starting to get to some killing up talking points. I think we're starting to get there, in my opinion.
Oh yeah, no, we getting there.
And where was that? We was right here. Shout out to Detroit Coalition with the $5. Those Panther women had men in front of them who understood that the sisters deserve being protected. That's leadership. That's missing in males today.
Lies.
Kim West with the $5. Even if white people are afraid of black men, they use that fear to cultivate a culture of dominance, not fall in line. Shout out to Detroit College with the $2 says black men protecting black women is the threat. Ooh, I like that. Ogun with the $5. Sharon, name one job where men make more money than women doing the same job, bro.
It don't exist.
Okay. Basketball.
They don't do the same job.
Browns, they play basketball.
Don't get baited
the court
into
is
that,
smaller.
please.
The
Please
ball
don't
is
get
smaller.
baited
They
into that.
don't dunk. They don't do the same job.
Don't get baited into that.
What are y'all talking about now?
It's literally
The
the
ball
same
is
job.
smaller. The court is smaller.
It's still the same job.
No, it's not.
They're still playing basketball.
The men have to run 10, 15 more miles per game than them.
Okay,
the shots are harder for men.
It's okay.
It's
Browns
not
in New
the
York with
same.
the
Y'all
499.
liars, man.
No, you are just not smart enough to understand it's the same job. It's okay.
Your brains are so fucking dumb, man.
Oh my
it's
God.
not the same.
I'm getting baited into that.
Clearly, it is the same job. It doesn't make sense. So it's
How?
like saying, because if I'm making a bathroom here or I'm making a bathroom there, I still made a bathroom. That's why.
No, it's not the same. If I gotta run 30 miles in a game and you only gotta run 15, that's not the same.
The entire panel.
More liars.
Believe that most men submit to God or sound doctrine. Play my song, cuzzo. Absolutely.
About to be a situation.
Work Academics with the $2. Respect and thank you for letting me on. No doubt, my brother. I appreciate it.
Yeah, the answer Brother Brownsville question. The answer is absolutely not.
Damn.
Absolutely not.
No.
There's more. I'll probably say it's probably like it's like 90-10 worldwide, and probably worse than that, man.
And look, and we already brought up, and also, you know what's funny? We already brought up that in the entertainment industry, men get paid more than women. But maybe he wasn't here. But you know, that's two jobs. Entertainment men get paid more than women for doing the same exact job, or even sometimes being more famous than the men. Sometimes the woman is more famous than the man, and she still get paid less than the man. Work Academics. Stop gaslighting Reese. Even if the position is the same, the skill is not. Salute to that.
Hey, Bracy, watch this. I want to ask Reese something real quick. Hey, Brother Reese.
Talk to that red bone.
You know, when people are building like large establishments like skyscrapers, buildings.
Go straight to the punchline. I'm not 5 years old. Go straight to the punchline.
They do a model, right?
Shit.
They have a model, right?
Go straight to the punchline. I'm not 5.
No call and response. We're not in church.
So what's the difference between that model and the actual building?
I don't know. What are you fucking looking for?
Come on, you called everybody dumb. I asked you a simple question.
You ask dumb fucking questions that no answer would make it smart.
The answer to it is estrogen. See how Reese is just reacting to everything? I don't know how you get that estrogen out of it.
That's because these arguments are bad.
Sharon.
The American nigga is the worst human being alive. There's nothing worse than the American nigga.
You called everybody dumb. I asked you a very simplified question.
I have talked to you hundreds of times. Every question you ask is dumb as a motherfucker. It comes out slow as shit.
So I'm
you're
help
stuttering.
you.
You're thinking while you're asking the question. Nobody can help you,
I'm
man.
gonna help you.
He's gonna help
You're
you.
a
Hold on.
fucking dumb amoeba.
The answer is
And all he has to do respectfully is check his pad and see if he's 5 inches this time of the month, because you shouldn't be that estrogen filled.
I had a perfect conversation with everyone else up here.
Make testosterone great again. Make testosterone great again. Because my goodness.
Watch this, y'all. I had a perfect conversation with everyone else up here. It wasn't until the dickhead showed up. That's when everything gets twisted around.
Not make testosterone great again. That's hilarious.
Dumb motherfuckers, man.
We need testosterone therapy, and you need to work on it. I don't know what you need to do. Eat less fruits and vegetables. Eat more fruits and vegetables. I don't know how it works, but something's going on, brother.
So
Hey, hold on. All right, so hold on.
Look,
They want the question
not
answered.
complex.
Truth answered it already. Hey, Knight, can you answer this question? Do you believe that most men submit to God or a sound doctrine?
God, that jackass, huh?
Yeah,
That's what we talking about now?
I didn't know your name was
Really?
You know Reese's answer.
Really?
Okay.
Dumb motherfuckers.
Thank you.
But I'm stupid.
Okay.
Look.
Hold on. I want Knight to answer. We're gonna go around so everybody can answer it.
Do they believe? Do they submit to God or have a sound doctrine?
This is God. Right here.
Please. Brownsville. So is God and what else? What's the other thing?
Sound doctrine.
Question the entire panel. Do you believe that most men submit to God? Sound doctrine. Play my song, Cuzzo. I don't know what his song is. No, I don't think most men submit to God. No, they probably should though.
Absolutely. Sway, if you could hear us, do you believe most men submit to God or a sound doctrine? Sway.
I'm assuming you're talking about the United States. As of now, no. At some point, yeah.
Okay, that's a fair. Mr. Seven, do you believe most men submit to God or sound doctrine? Mr. Seven.
It is definitely the doctrine. Most men do not submit to God. Absolutely.
I'm not understanding your answer. They do or they don't?
Most men submit to the doctrine. They do not submit to God. Absolutely, it's the doctrine over God.
Both of them is the same, right? This is crazy.
Hold on.
Okay.
No, wait a minute. Are you asking me? Hold on. When you say doctrine, are you asking me? Do they basically submit to like the word, in the sense of like how man presents it? Because I'm gonna tell you how my mind received it. My mind received it. Do you think that men take more so what man preaches as the gospel, as opposed to truly what God said in the gospel? Now, if you're asking in that context, then I would say most people like to feel good over what God really says. That's what I'm saying. So if I heard the question wrong, then my bad, bro.
It's okay. I'm glad that you admit that it's your bad.
I think you just overcomplicated it.
Yes, definitely.
Either they follow a religion or do they not?
Jay, do you believe?
That's crazy that you're not gonna give me my shot. Go ahead, Jay. Ladies first. Go ahead, Jay.
Eat a man. You got to get out of your emotions, sir.
I want my fucking turn.
He's gonna let everybody have a turn, and you know that.
I like being in my emotions.
And listen,
I don't understand.
You got
y'all talk about God. Listen. Y'all talk about God all the time, and God created men with emotions. And as soon as we start showing our emotions, why are you in your emotions? Men supposed to have emotions too.
No.
If we were supposed to have emotions, God would give it to us. That's why y'all niggas can't get no woman, because y'all these emotionless creatures walking around, and none of these women want y'all.
Both men, that sounds good. Both men and women both have emotions. But what was said about men is that you're not supposed to live in them and stay there. You're supposed to have a little bit more control over your emotions, sir.
That's the point is I don't live in my emotions. When it's time to be emotional, when my old dude up here trying to up here sleeping half of the time, talking about emotions. This is the problem. We need to abandon the old way. Y'all niggas
You're
ain't no.
exposing yourself.
I know I do it on a daily basis. Let me expose myself. The whole point that I'm trying to help you understand is we need to stop telling men that they don't need to be emotional or live in their emotions. Like I hear what you're saying, but y'all niggas ain't accomplished shit. Y'all did all this not being in y'all emotions and failed. Y'all failed.
Says an estrogen filled kind of heavy man.
And you see that? I was really heavy. Hey, Sharon, I was really heavy. Now I'm kind of heavy. I'm getting better, bro.
I'll feel you on that.
That means they can see the weight loss. This is good. They can see the weight loss.
So we
I do
gonna
want to
go
ask
with
a question whenever Jalen go. That's the only person I'm
I got you. We'll go with KT
Oh,
to
that's
go.
sweet.
We'll go with KT to go.
He definitely
let that nigga talk. Hell
needs
no.
a man to have him. He
Hell
definitely needs a
no.
man to
We
have
ain't
him.
letting that nigga talk. Go ahead, KT.
Hey, I say this to you, Eater man. Stay away from that conclave.
Hey, by the way, for research purposes, I got access to that book, the book of Kevin Samuels. I got access.
You gotta break it down to us.
I'll be right back.
Yeah, we need you to break it down because we know these niggas can't read. So.
I haven't read it. I was gonna ask Sharon if he wanted the copy. It's an ebook.
Absolutely, I would
You
definitely
already
read that.
know
We
I
can
gotta
have a whole
holler at
series
you.
about that. That would be
You
fun.
already know I gotta holler at you, Sean.
Yo, hey, I'm willing to do. We could break that book down. I'm willing for that. That probably be fun.
Hey, Sharon, but when are we gonna start being honest that the men have been affected more about the feminist movement than the women?
That's what I was trying to get to. They wouldn't let me, but that's what I was trying to get to.
It's the devil.
We still got 3 more hours. You go get.
Feminism is the devil.
I'm gonna let Kay the goat go, man. Since Sharon want him to be going today for some reason, maybe he had a dream last night or something that he was gonna say something revelational. All right, cool. Let me go ahead and put my mic on mute.
Impossible. So go ahead, Eater man. Would you like to answer the question? KT to go to smoking a cigarette right now. A Newport 100 without the filter. Do you think men submitting to God on sound doctrine? Eater man. Goddamn. They both taking a smoke break together.
Eater man, the estrogen got your mic on mute. You gotta push a button or something.
Oh man. But
Nobody's asked me yet.
Yes, you answered it already.
I did. I read it.
I knew he was gonna do that, Sharon. I said, as soon as I go drop this package off, he gonna call on me. He don't want to call on me while I'm sitting here in this car. But now I do want to ask the question.
How many packages you dropping off, man? What you into?
Oh Lord.
I'm into that, doing the Lord's work. No, but no. When I hear men talk today, instead of men saying, "Hey, these are the decisions I'm gonna make because I'm a man, because my father raised me this way," they said, based on the feminist movement, you gotta pick half. Based on the feminist movement, so men have really been affected by this movement more than women. They whole ideology on how they move is different now. So I think everybody keeps saying the women got changed by the feminist movement. Now most of these dudes have literally put on their thongs and moving totally different now.
I like it. Nidus, what you think about that? Who was more affected by the feminist movement, men or women?
Women.
Okay, yeah, substantiate.
It might affect men because they got to deal with them women that's affected by it, but no women.
Why you say so?
Then to me, when we talk about the feminist movement, which wave? The first wave, I think men agree with. They should be able to own houses. They should be able to go to school. They should be able to have their own bank account and all the other stuff. When we get up to this fourth and fifth wave, that's where it gets wonky.
So explain the fourth and fifth. Hold on, we gotta understand what he's saying.
No, it's okay. Like, it doesn't matter.
No, it's easy. Either man, let's pull it up.
It doesn't matter. Hold on, y'all. It doesn't matter what wave it is. It's all still a part of the same movement, right? So it doesn't matter. So he's saying that regardless of what level it is, the woman was more affected by it. That's what he's saying.
Women are more affected by it. I still say with that, but I think you need to understand the difference between first, second, third, and fourth.
I don't think it's to be honest, I don't think it's no difference. But
first wave is about being able to vote, being able to have your own bank account, being able to go to school, all that stuff. You're not oppressed. I agree with that. I don't agree with third and fourth.
Right. All right. So I'm assuming third and fourth is about sexuality. Why you don't want a woman to be sexually free?
First wave was about that. They can be free. I don't care about them being sexually free.
That's why I told you asked about the fourth wave.
Okay, I'm doing it in real time. God damn. What's the fourth one? What's the fourth wave?
We can just look it up.
He don't know.
I do know. I've done reports about it. I do know what third and fourth is. I know exactly what it is.
Just tell us.
And I don't want it to be about what I think and what I feel. Just look it up.
It's your time. No, it's your time. It's your time to shine.
Just Google it. Just look it up so you can see what it is, so you can understand what it is. It's not just first, yes. Second, yes. Okay, cool. Third and fourth, no.
Right, just for time consuming, can you please just tell me what the fourth one is, please, if you don't mind, to your understanding, and I just want to have a conversation about that.
I want to go next.
Okay,
you can go now.
Okay, so you don't want to. Okay,
you don't know. I'm telling y'all. Like, anytime they say look it up, they don't
since you got that long witch finger up, go now, light skinned man.
I don't know. Hold on, it's my show. It's okay. If you don't want to answer it, Night, that's fine.
Yeah, I'm not going to answer it. I'm going to move forward.
Okay. If somebody can please put in the chat, what is fourth wave feminism?
Third and fourth, yeah.
They even broke it down into waves. Sad.
So, in my opinion, I think majority of men, especially the ones that's in these spaces, these he-man, woman-hated clubs, they look at as feminism as some kind of anti-man situation. I just don't see it as that. And I think when we was watching Oprah having a discussion with young men, a 23-year-old, he said point blank period that sometimes at 2 a.m. in the morning, he understands the difference between butt down and the booty call, but he called his homeboy at 2 a.m. in the morning and cry on his shoulder. It is what it is, and men want to be a little bit more vulnerable. And
there's nothing wrong with vulnerability. There's something wrong with can you come over here and hold me?
What's wrong? That's what I'm saying. Like, what is wrong with that? The man said, "Hey, listen."
What is wrong with Sharon Bracey calling some man to come over and hold him in the middle of the night?
I didn't say me.
There's a whole lot wrong with it. Are you gonna have on this dingy crew neck that you got on right now?
I didn't hear that.
Do you want to be spooned? Are you going to be the little spoon?
Hold on, the man just said he.
Do you want to be the little spoon when you ask that man to come over and hold you?
What the fuck is going on right now?
I'm just asking him because he said there's nothing wrong with it. I don't want to be a spoon in no situation. I'm fighting somebody to get behind me, and I'm going to be the little spoon. We're going to fight to the death.
You don't want to be the big spoon.
I don't want to be a spoon at all in that whole situation. So I'm trying to understand what Sharon is up here trying to say.
And what I'm trying to get you to understand now, it wasn't me.
I'm going to beat him at the front door, the fact that he came over.
Can I talk about feminism?
Oh, my God. Y'all got to have, hold on. So, Nitus, I was talking about this young man.
Don't change it. You said you would call a man to be a big spoon because you feel some kind of way. If you ever in a situation where your feelings is hurt and you laying in a fetal position, let the hot water hit you in the shower, something's going on with you, brother. You done gave up on masculinity. You
Your
hate
brain is
masculinity
fucked up.
so much.
Niggas.
Niggas, right? I ain't gonna lie. I agree with you on this one, Reese. Like he twisted my words all the way around.
But it was funny as hell.
It was funny. I ain't gonna lie. That's why I let it
Oh,
go because it
shit.
was funny as hell. I can't front. It was hilarious though.
Yo,
I didn't even mind that he twisted it that time.
I want to answer this dumbass question.
At least he's gonna diss me with good jokes and not try to make it so damn serious. So I appreciate that night. Go ahead with your long ass finger. Go ahead.
Leave my
Yeah, that's the
Arsenio
witch
Hall
finger
alone.
right there.
Listen, feminism is of the devil. It is horseshit 100%.
Yep, just like
There
manosphere.
was a culture thousands of years before the word feminism was a word, and women were directly involved with everything that went on in human culture. Directly involved. That shit was thrown at us to create division and also to create policy and make money, separate people at the same time, and get people fighting. No man cares if women want to be involved in what we do. It's
All
always
right,
fun having a woman
put a
around.
period in your damn sentence.
There's always there's fun in having
Period.
a woman around, no
A
matter what you're
period.
doing.
Yeah, that's what men have. Men have periods. So
And leave the blood out of it. Leave the blood out of it. That's crazy work.
Yes.
No, hey, Reese, don't you ever start spotting when you having a conversation.
All right, so hold on. So now
You the one in the wheelchair, motherfucker. You leaking, not me.
Y'all never seen him walk? He walked.
I don't know why they keep doing this, Jalen.
That's just insane.
Yeah, it's something.
They keep putting me in a wheelchair.
Yeah, he do walk to the refrigerator. I saw it. I saw him go to the refrigerator. I swear, Jalen, you're right.
I've seen him dance before.
Okay.
The wheelchair is fake.
Okay.
It's a fraud. Ain't nothing wrong with that nigga's legs.
Okay, thank you. So we got Dalan. Fourth wave feminism, which began around 2012, is defined by its use of digital and social media to address sexual harassment, violence against women, and
Great
culture, with major movements like Me Too. So now, what issue do you have with that wave as well? What's the issue?
Get the fuck off the internet.
Okay, so he said you're off the internet. Nidus, what's your problem with that wave of feminism?
I don't have no problems with nothing that's taking place. I'm just living. So shout out to that man bringing it up, but I don't got no problem with that. I do have a problem with constantly saying this man been in.
I told you he didn't know, Sharon. I told you he didn't know what fourth wave was.
Hold on, but you said earlier you
no, I do know what fourth wave is. That's about fighting like
he just told you
the manosphere and fighting red pill mentalities on the internet. That's what it is about.
So you don't agree with you don't agree with the one that he brought up just now, the one I just read?
What you say?
You don't agree with the one that I just read? That was
No, I understand what he just said. I just don't care.
Wow.
But it is about attacking social media perspectives, but I don't care. Let them people be able to fight against whatever they think is oppressing them from being able to be sluts, because there's no slut shaming and it's no, let they freak flags fly.
No.
Yo, so
I got a daughter. Don't let them fly. You run these dumb bitches through a wood chipper.
Let me pull it up because he brought that up. I'll show you what I'm talking about. Give me one second.
These dumb bitches
we'll go right
through a
here.
wood chipper, dog. The fuck is y'all talking about?
That is insane. Don't say that.
Amber Rose and the whole slut walk. You run them through a wood chipper.
What do she got to do with the majority of women?
Daylight.
What is that? Why do y'all always go to the lowest thing and try to act like Amber Rose is? Stop.
Y'all act like you ain't no kids on this earth.
If you want Amber Rose, that is a you thing.
Amber Rose is not fucking your child up. You are fucking your child up, but they fucked up like that.
No, niggas
That's
are.
a fact.
Dumb niggas like you.
That's a fact.
Motherfucker.
I guess I was wrong. I guess we're not gonna make it to the topic.
Dumb motherfuckers like you. 3/5 of a man,
That's what
motherfucker.
fucked their children up.
Dangerous.
Okay,
niggas that don't take care of their children. That's what's fucking them up.
I agree.
That's what's
I don't know.
fucking.
Like as we keep
Ain't no
peeling
sweat
back
word.
the I don't see no reason why any man would have a problem with any version of feminism. Like,
What?
why wouldn't you be against women violence? And we know that it happens. It's crazy to me.
What do you got?
We know on social media that they was trying to paint women in a certain way so they could do certain things. Like, why would you be against that? I don't know.
Yeah.
Well,
I'm gonna
I'll
answer
be
the
honest.
question.
Everybody get it. They be scared to tell you what I don't like about it. Since
Fuck it.
everybody
Bring
like it
back
now.
page back. Bring it back. Bring
So
that back.
Yeah.
Reese,
what
you
I
gonna have
don't.
to.
Hold on.
I'm gonna have to start being like Israel Mills on this shit. Like, y'all gonna have to start paying for all these goddamn curse words.
That's a
Like,
fact.
goddamn.
You should.
I'm gonna pay for mine now.
Go
There's
ahead,
more
J-Rock.
coming.
All right. So no, but so let me tell you the problem that I had with the feminist movement because
It's
everybody agrees with
$5
it
a
now.
piece, Bracy. Every
So
time.
I had you,
so
Brooks, but the big mouth nigga just fucked everything up with his dumb ass
There
big
you
Wait,
mouth.
go,
let
Bracy.
either man
So he
go.
owe you $20,
Like,
Bracy. He owe you 20.
Man, you still cursing, Reese. That's at least a dub. Goddamn
I
it. At least.
Yeah,
apologize.
that's 20.
Let's try to
It's $20.
maintain. We want to have a conversation. Night is back. So go ahead, finish your thought, either man.
so the problem that I had with the feminist movement was her body, her choice when it involved a different body. That was my problem with it, right? I was for women have rights to have sexual, to be able to do whatever they want, sexual liberty, have as much sex as they want. But once another body came into it, being able to say that that person is not a human or that woman inside her don't have the rights. That's kind of what I think was the um, demonic side of it, in my opinion.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair.
Yeah,
So wait.
I'll answer the question.
Um, which wave is sexual liberation a part of?
The first one.
Second.
Oh, second.
Historically written, which wave?
Okay, the first wave is women's right to vote, right to property, and basic legal recognition. The second wave is workplace equality, reproductive birth rights, challenging gender roles, and ending discrimination. That's first and second wave.
So I got a problem with, hello, just to
Nobody
answer
should.
the
Nobody should
second
have a
wave.
problem. Nobody should have a problem with. Nobody should have a problem with first and second wave. Now,
I
third
got a problem
wave
with
is
the second wave. That's what I'm
Okay.
telling you. It's like
We got you. E. We got
what me
you.
and Jalen was having a back and forth. She wanted to know where at that I had the disagreement. So now
Oh
that
my.
she know,
Can I? It's okay. Go ahead, Nightish. Finish.
yeah.
okay. Third wave is intersectionality, race, class, gender, and how that's connected. That's where the LG, the alphabet people came in there. That's where it gets wonky. Challenging beauty standards, women's self expression, and empowerment. That's where the LGBT community come in there. That's where it starts getting wonky. Now, fourth wave is ending sexual harassment and assault. Nobody should be sexually harassing anybody or assaulting them. Online sexism, abuse, and misogyny. Consent to the LGBT culture, body positivity, and gender identity inclusion.
Okay.
That's fourth wave. Then they had that
And
part about attacking men online when it comes to the manosphere and red pill and all that other stuff, because that is like an attack on women.
Okay. All right. Go ahead, Jay.
Well, no, either man was talking.
Well, we know what either man have a problem with the baby deletion part of the situation. That's what he was saying.
Oh.
I just want
Well,
to answer that
I could
initial
see on a
question.
personal level why you have an issue with that. However, reproductive rights for women should be it's necessary. Do I think abortion should be used as a recreational activity? No. However, abortions are needed. And what we're seeing is an extreme overcorrection of people banning abortions in almost
Say baby
every
deletion, goddamn
context. Sorry, baby deletions in almost every context. There's no exception.
Okay.
So I don't agree with that. That's putting a mother's rights at risk to be able to live a long and fruitful, prosperous life for a baby, a fetus, mind you. Not a
So,
full baby, a fetus.
Wow.
well, let me help you understand what I'm saying.
I want to respond to that.
Men,
I
Well,
got
okay,
to
can I
get
say
clarity on
something,
something.
baby?
we
Either
ain't
man,
having a
please.
conversation. Go ahead.
No, y'all cannot just jump in conversations because you feel like it.
My bad. Who's next?
They were having
So,
a back. Let them have the conversation. Let them have it for a little bit, and then we could all put our thoughts in.
Please let me go after them.
So, Jalen, the point that I was making is that I'm okay with a woman having full autonomy when it affects no one but her. But once you, in your words, bring a fetus into it, now we're accountable for life outside of her. And I feel like if we're going to protect women, say for example, if she have a baby inside of her that is a gender is a woman, we
Girl.
also have to protect a girl, Fabrice. We also got to protect the girls that's inside of her too. So I think if we're gonna have the rights for the women, let's have the rights for the women. But now we can't say that one woman should have more rights than the other girl. In Reese words, if that makes
You're
sense.
you're you're putting and this is what I don't like about pro-life. You are literally saying that the baby's life is more important than the person carrying it, which is
Exactly.
not true. The
How?
mother's life.
Go on mute, goddamn it,
What do you
Reese. Let them
mean?
have the conversation.
If the
Shit.
if the if anything happens to the mother, something happens to the baby. So obviously the baby can't survive on its own. So the mother's life should be priority because in turn it affects the baby. So if the baby for some reason would cause her harm in that situation, I don't think she should carry the baby full term if it's a possibility that she will lose her life. What do you want her to birth a baby that's considered brain dead or a baby that could possibly kill her for the sake of being pro-life? That's stupid.
Okay.
She can
So,
make another baby.
second, hold on. So, in the second
Boy,
wave,
that's some white people
oh,
shit. I've been quiet, but that was
so,
white people shit. I'm
That's
sorry.
What is
When
not
we
wrong
talk
white
with
about
y'all?
people.
kids,
What is wrong with y'all? What is wrong with y'all? Let them
This
have
is
a
crazy.
conversation,
This
please.
is crazy, man.
Please. Let them have a quick back and forth.
so, Jalen, the second wave was not a wave for a medical rights for women to be able to have the medical right to be able to survive in life of death situation. The second wave was for women to be able to be liberated in the second wave. So as I agree with you, if it comes to a point where it's a life or death situation, especially if it's a situation where neither one of them might survive, aka a dead fetus, I do agree that we need to do what's best. But when we start doing it for recreational purposes, I think we really got to understand that's what the second wave was for. It was not for medical reasons.
Okay, so and cool. Your individual thought point on this, fine. We agree that recreational use isn't really ideal. I agreed with that in the beginning.
So,
However, when this conversation comes up, and mind you, none of y'all ever have to worry about carrying a baby. Let's keep that clear. We all know that, right? None of you ever have to make this decision. So the fact that you think you should have a legal right to said decision when you have no implication health wise, mentally, at all, whether the baby's here or not, yeah, you'll be depressed about it, but you have never carried a life inside of you. That's a totally different complexity you will never experience. So the fact that
okay.
you think you should have an opportunity to tell her whether she should carry a baby full term or not, if she does or does not want to, is fucking crazy.
All right.
Just like
So,
just like I
I'll,
can't just like I can't force you to go get your balls snipped. I can't
Damn.
force you to go get a vasectomy. I
Mm.
can't I have no decision in whether you get a vasectomy or not. That's based on what you want, right? So based on what I want as a woman, if she doesn't want to carry the baby full term, if she doesn't want to have your baby, I agree it's a mistake. And you shouldn't have laid with him if you didn't see yourself having a baby with him anyway. But I understand why they fought for the right for that choice.
All right, so my last question, because I do want to get other people involved. Should that fetus have a representation? If it was a doctor, if it was a lawyer, should they have some representation for their life?
No. If it is not considered
Okay.
a baby, if it is a fetus, no. It is a fetus. It is not a full human life.
Okay.
Okay.
I think we should let everybody else.
Yes, I'm gonna get everybody in. You can put your finger down. I'm gonna get everybody in. Relax, everybody, please. Your word is not more important than anybody else's. We're gonna start with Truth. Go ahead, Truth. We got KT, and then we got the person that's raising his hand because he feel like just because I ain't say his name first.
No, go ahead.
And let me go after Reese, cuz.
Yes. So we got Truth, KT, Reese, then Brownsville. Us, and I'm gonna welcome you into as well, Free Zone. Thank you for joining the show. Go ahead, Truth.
Yeah. So the original question, I'm gonna answer that, and then I'm gonna step into it. Not really step into what Jalen Edom is saying, but I'm gonna make a preference my comments about that. So I feel as though that knowing everything that I know about the feminism and everything that has happened, I believe it has really corrupted men more. You know, in the way we see the world, the way we move, how we speak, how, you know, we even changing up, and you speak about this a lot, Bracy, how we're changing up, you know, what masculinity actually is.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? So that is not a detriment to women. You know, they are actually flourishing in the environment that they're in now. We're suffering. And once again, this is an indictment against our leadership, that the fact that the greatest example of leadership is to be able to perform, adjust, and adapt to the environment that you're placed in. That shows greatness, you know, to be able to evolve and to deal with certain situations. They have done that. We are failing in this environment as we speak. So it's evident that it has affected us way more. As far as having a conversation about, about, deletions and everything like that, I won't have a conversation with someone who believes that a baby should be deleted, because of we're directly diametrically opposed to each other's consideration. It's not going to get in. So I understand why they think the way that they think, especially a woman. She is a man to consider. She's considering the fact that her life is on the line. The one thing that you only have one of. So I can fully understand why they think the way they think, and they have a right to think that way. Now, the difference between how I think about certain situations, we could, and we are allowed to do certain things, but should we? Based off of, what we know is the barometer of morality, which is, for me, God and Christ. You see what I'm saying? Okay. So that's pretty much it.
All right, go ahead, KT, to go. Of course. Of course.
Yeah, that was my bad. Apologies. What I was gonna say is I just find that wild to say. I brought up the other day that the white people mindset is just like, a little bit more or less fuck it. And when I heard her say like, well, it's about I can make another baby. You can make another you. Like, I don't think like that. And that's what I'm saying. It's just weird to say, like, no offense. We can't say women should be the leaders, and then it's the type of decision we could either risk and no offense, this is for me too. I am no longer the youth. It's not a smart leadership decision to say I'm gonna sacrifice the youth for the interest of what's already the past. We've had our time to make most of our impact, but we're coming to our end of that. Now, you're right. We as men will never understand what it is to carry a child, give birth to one. You're 1000% correct, but it's not a single decision to have the child. As I've always said, we come together to make the child. It is 50-50 situation. If you want to say because you carry it, it gives you more percentage, that may even have some validity. But this is 50-50 things. We shouldn't say just because this person feels that way that's what makes it in totality the best situation. That is
Okay. No, I want to get all the men in so they won't say we cut them off. Go ahead, Reese.
I want a one-on-one with Jay. That was Jay that was talking, right? Before.
Yes.
I want to ask her something. All right, so this is not going to be no combative stuff. I'm not going against you. I'm not even going to disagree with you. I want you to educate me on something because I want to know. I don't experience childbirth. I don't share the feelings and emotions with a child the way the woman does. So there's going to be things that I don't know. Now, when a situation comes about where there's a life or death type of thing, and it's a choice between the mother or the child, right? Now that can go into a long thing because there's many different factors that can go into the decision. It's like the age of the fetus and all of that, right? Let's just say it's a long, late term fetus, like 9 months, ready to be born, and a decision has to be made. If the child is born, it could kill the mother, right? Or abort it to save the mother. What would be the moral decision, the biblical decision? Like, how do we gauge that? Who lives and who doesn't? Because in my mind, I'm thinking, okay, the woman has experienced life, air, butterflies, water, taking a shit, blinking. The child has not. In my brain, I'm just saying, I feel like the child has the right to life at that point because the woman has already experienced it. Now, from the woman's point of view, the mother, the carrier, like, how would y'all feel about that?
Okay. Hold the answer, Jay. Hold the answer. Go ahead, Brownsville, New York.
Go ahead, cuz let her answer and then I'll go after Jay.
So to Kay first. I would just like to say it is very funny that this becomes an egalitarian conversation when it's time for her to decide whether she's going to carry a baby or not. But in every other context, y'all are supposed to be the head and we're supposed to be submissive and meek and do what you tell us to do and shut the fuck up and feed me a sandwich. But when it comes to her wanting to have an abortion without your approval.
Baby deletion, goddammit.
I apologize. Baby deletion.
Massacre.
When it comes to that, it is not a massacre. When it comes to that, now we want to be on an egalitarian tip. You can't have it both ways. You can't. So if women you don't carry this experience with them, you support them through the experience. If women, whether you decide to be there or not, have to carry this child and take care of this child, they should also be given the right to get rid of the child as well. Now, when it comes to late term abortions, Reese,
goddamn,
I just tell me how much I owe you after this live stream. Just tell
Can
me.
we
how
use
much
the word slaughter instead, please?
No, it's not a slaughter. When it comes to baby deletions, late term, I don't know why conservatives got y'all with this fear that all these women are having late term baby deletions, which is very not true. And if a late term baby deletion happens, it's due to a fetal an anomaly or something life threatening to the mother. And she has to make that decision, or the doctor does, whether it's time to just go ahead and you just at an early term just push the baby out because you can't take a pill. The baby's past a certain age, so you're gonna have to actually give labor. The baby's dead though. It's dead.
Hold up, that ain't the scenario I was talking about.
So what are you talking about?
I was talking.
I heard late.
I tried to be specific, so because that shit can go a
I
lot
do
of different ways.
I do it for you because you're long with it.
Yeah, go ahead.
If the baby if it's at full term and it's decided that her giving birth is an 80% chance the woman is going to die, who decides who's going to live?
Who decides it?
No, what would be the moral decision? Like the person that makes the decision,
Right,
what would be the moral decision? The woman's life or the child?
I can answer that for you.
I want her to do it, man. Please, I'm begging.
You wouldn't like my answer, so we can.
I don't. You can give me any answer and I'll accept it. What I'm trying to do.
It's a hypothetical. Just answer.
I'm not fighting. I really want to know. Real shit.
Okay.
If it's an 80% chance that I won't live,
yeah,
I would tell the doctor to save my life.
Okay.
It's an 80% chance. That's a very high chance I won't live.
Okay.
Is there any other women up here?
No.
All right.
All right. Go ahead, Brownsville.
Yeah.
That's your fault too, by the way, Brownsville.
What'd you say?
That's your fault. I'll try to get it to you first, but go ahead.
No. Nah, it's cool. I mean, he asked her a question, so it's only fair to let her answer it. So that both of them can be edified. But I believe Jay has a point, right? And it kind of goes back to the question I asked on Super Chat. Because what we're doing is we're subjugating the majority of women to the standards that only the extreme minority of men are willing to uphold, according to Truth, right? Truth said over 90% of men are not subjugating themselves to God or sound doctrine, right? But when it comes to pro-life or pro-choice, to Edom's point, we're willing to subjugate the majority of women to those standards that only the extreme minority of men are willing to uphold. So that's my first point. And I believe that we're still under first wave feminism anyway. And the reason why I say that is because just as recently as last year, men on this very show espoused the idea, and Edoman unfortunately was one of those men. They was espousing the idea or the thought that it was impossible for husbands to violate their wives sexually, right? That was a big show on your show, Cuzzo, that happened to where you still have men in 2024 at that time not believing that it should be legally laws against marital SA, right? So I do believe that that's an issue, and I also believe that now if you are familiar with the SAVE Act, right, that just passed this year, and we found that the SAVE Act violates married women's right to vote currently, right? Because it causes married women to have to do an additional step in order to vote, because they either have to get their passport changed to their married name if they got their passport before they got married, because the law requires them to show their passport or their birth certificate. We know the birth certificate is going to be the name that you were born with, right? So that's also problematic when it comes to women's right to vote. So I believe first wave feminism is still in prominence today, and we haven't really quelled the nonsense that was going on there. Peace and love.
Thank you. You wanna respond to it, Jay, before I pass it to Free Zone Luke?
Yeah. It's just like I said earlier. Like as soon as something becomes more accommodating for women, it's just all out. Oh, y'all aren't mothers. Y'all don't protect children, and we're just horrible demon spawns of he double hockey sticks. And it's wild to me. Yet y'all could leave your children, and nobody should demonize you. Y'all could not take accountability for impregnating a woman, and we shouldn't demonize you. Y'all could have sex with as many women as you want in this world, and nobody should demonize you. Nobody should insult you. Nobody should say you're less than a man. Are you dense?
But
Are you
that's not true.
dense?
Y'all really be trying to make it seem like the
K-Dot,
extreme.
K-Dot, K-Dot. I'm not talking
Let her
extreme.
finish.
Y'all talk about it all the time. The fight is about having access to women, as many women as you want, the quality women. You want them to negate their standards for you, even though you're not even the quality of man that she's supposed to be with. Like in every context, in every freaking context, it's how to make you more accommodating with the fact that you aren't quality. You may not be doing enough.
That's right,
And
Jay.
that seems like a personal
Facts.
problem rather than women's problem. Because we got a whole a wide range of array of problems women need to be worried about women. You on top of it, it ain't even worth it.
Okay, I like it. KT, you want to respond before? Because Frieza Little got paces of a saint.
I apologize, Friezo. I didn't mean to interrupt. I just want to say real quick. I mean, you're right. There are examples of men leaving their kids every day. People do shame them for it, though. That's what I'm saying. The typical man who owes child support, even other not shit niggas, is like, bro, this nigga a bum. Like, so let's not act like people aren't shamed for making bad actions.
Oh no,
All
I'm
I'm
not talking
saying
about
is,
societal shame. I'm talking about legal accountability.
no, I mean, that's what I'm saying. You have to
No,
bring
what
out
you mean
really
no?
extreme cases where we're saying, like,
That's not
legally,
extreme.
dudes
Y'all
are
talk
not
about it every day,
accountable.
how y'all think child support is discriminatory
Y-
and how it should be abolished. Y'all don't want legal accountability. You
Yet
want
it's
to
still
have the
there.
choice to walk
Yet it
away from
still
children.
exists.
You
That's
want the choice to walk away from children that you are telling women that they should be forced to bring into this world.
no, you. First of all, they're not forced. As you just said, you have the right to get
You
rid of the child.
I
The second
literally
part is
just
you
heard
are forced to
men.
be a good man, though.
I
You would
literally
have to be
just
forced legally to
I
take care of the child.
literally just heard men on this panel have an issue with what I said. So you
You
can't
can
tell me that.
no, you can
You
say
can't
people have
tell
a
me that.
problem with it. What we're talking
You
about
can't tell me
societally,
that.
you cannot. You can have all the problems you want, right? This is America. You can say niggas are stupid because you got the right to say whatever you want, think whatever you want. Legally, your ass is going to take care of that baby. So that's what I'm saying. What you're saying is very much extreme because the facts are
It's not
legally
extreme.
you're going to have to uphold that child one way or another. Even if you run away, the only way you can get out of that is if you waive the rights to the child.
And y'all have an issue with it. Why?
I have no issue with it. It's what you were saying earlier too. If anything, when things are
Men,
being
there are men who
abused,
have an
yeah,
issue with
that's
it, and you know it. Why?
yes, because things can be abused the same way that everything can be abused, and that's what makes all of us have most of the problems we do with things. We don't think law is bad. How it's abused is what make most people say we shouldn't really have cops like under the current system we have. So yeah, let's not lie and say people don't abuse, but that's extreme cases also. Like most women are not just literally having babies and like going to get child support because they was like, oh, yep, got me a nigga who got enough money to put them on child support. If that's the case, they wouldn't be fucking dope boy niggas who don't have financial assets legally. You get what I'm saying? Like, it is what it is. It's not saying that it can't happen, but that's again, these are extreme
It,
things we're talking
it's
about.
not is what it is. We are seeing by the day women's rights being reversed. Are you kidding me? How could you say this couldn't be a reality for women when we as women are seeing it? Y'all don't because it don't affect you at all. We see it. The fact that in the state of Texas, if something happens to me, not even I believe it's not even even on a medical context, I can't I gotta carry that baby full term whether it's dead or not. Whether it affects me as being a mother carrying this baby or not, I gotta carry it full term and give birth.
No, for sure. And
That's
as I
my right
said,
being
like you,
taken away in real time.
but that's extreme again. Do you live in
There
Texas?
there there are states that are allowing
Most
uh
black people, most
that
people
are
don't live in Texas. I mean, not black people, but most people
there are
don't live in
states.
Texas.
No, I'm not finished. There are states in bumfuck wherever that are allowing young girls 14 to be able to get married. In what context should it be allowed a 14-year-old girl to get married or to have consensual what?
And by
And
the way,
we already know why that exists. The age just keeps getting decreased. It was 16, it was 18 at one point. Now we at 14. Why? Exactly.
White people nasty.
No, it's not white people.
It is. That's who makes the government,
Stop
the
trying to make it
politics. It's
racial.
not. No, it
Stop
is.
trying to make
Like,
it racial.
listen. We're in a country. You're arguing things that the black man's will is not enacted politically on any scale you want to
We
talk about.
know. We
Okay,
know the
when
ones that we no. You're not about to paint this like this. We know there are people in people's families, whether you want to admit it, it's yours or not. We got that creepy man.
for sure.
We got aunts and mothers who have been assaulted at young ages.
And also, let me reference something for KT so he can understand something. Texas has the largest black population in the United States.
Now they're trying to come for
No,
contraception.
that's not what I'm arguing about. I mean,
Now
I'm saying most
You
people
literally
don't live
said
in
that.
Texas.
You said
Most black people do not live in Texas. No, say listen. If
again, hold on. Did you hear what I just said? I'm confused.
Yes, it did make sense.
That's why I brought
Most
it up.
black people saying, listen, if it's 40 million black people, that means a place with 5 million black people can literally be the leader and where a place that has black people. This does not mean most black people live. It's 40 million black people. The 40 million is not living in Texas. That's my point. If you need to break down on that, I apologize.
Going over your head.
Hold on, 27 more days now.
This is really an intelligence conversation, real quick. So, the largest black population, do that matter to you? Wherever the largest amount of black people live, do that matter?
It's not current according to what I'm talking about. I clarify what I'm talking about. I'm saying most black people, majority of us are not just living in Texas. There's a far spread through the South. Period is where the most black people are. You can break that down. Also, it's just not whatever.
So where do the most black people live? What state is the most black people? Do that matters?
Texas is the state with the most black people. Again, what I'm saying is, if you apologize if you took it literally.
Hold on. Okay, hold on. So what are you comparing? You're comparing Texas to the majority of all black people?
No, I said I don't. Please. I broke this down really clearly. I was saying this in turn. What you said to me earlier. Don't take something an analogy literal. I'm literally saying majority of black people, like I'm talking about all of our black people in this country. It's not like a bunch of them are just literally the most part of us out of 40 million, 20 million are not there. That's what I'm saying. It's not like, I don't know why you would take this literal in any sense.
Right.
Anyway.
And so where are the majority of black people?
As I stated already, in Texas, I agree with you. I'm talking about the majority of black people, period.
I really okay. Regardless of that, I'm giving you.
I need people to get more intelligent because he has the ability to be more intelligent.
I gave you a figure. If you took it literal, I understand what you're saying. Literally, that yes, there are most black people in America. They are in one place is in Texas. What I'm saying is if our population is 40 million.
Do you feel like I'm attacking you?
I feel like you didn't understand what I'm saying. That's why you're trying to explain something different. I clarify. I'm saying out of the 40 million black people, 21 million are not in Texas.
So are you comparing the majority of the South to what? Because clearly you don't want to include.
No, I said this really clearly. If it's 40 million black people, 21 are not in Texas.
You're not hearing me. So you are not adding people that is up north that are black, correct? They don't count, correct?
Where did I? Yes. What are we talking about? Yes.
Do they count? Yes or no?
Yes. I just said yes. Why are you asking yes or no?
Because you are making me very frustrated by saying the majority of people live in the South. So if we are talking about the majority of people that are black, you cannot say black people do not majority live in Texas.
Okay, I get what you said. I'm telling you this one last time. Please do not take something literal. As I said, I was saying it is I can't remember what you called it earlier, but the exact same context. And I'm just saying, out of the 40 million black people that they account in America, 21 million are not in Texas. I apologize if you took it in a literal sense. I wasn't meaning that. That's all I mean.
So what is the point of bringing that up?
Saying that? Yeah, what's the point of even saying that shit?
That's what I'm trying to get to understand. What is the point?
Because I said that is the extreme. That's not the totality. When she brought up Texas,
how is that the
because Texas?
All right, so now explain to me. Because I want you to be more intelligent with your arguments. What are you meaning by that? Why are you bringing that up?
I didn't bring that up. She brought up Texas. I was just pointing out that we're talking about, and again, like I said, this is something.
Why are you pointing it out?
These are. She pointed it out. She
right,
literally brought up Texas.
She lives there.
You know what? There they go. It's time to drop down.
Please don't. Oh my God. Okay, so regardless if he thinks the population is there or not, that wasn't my point. My point is I can directly pinpoint all of the rights that are being affected for women off the top of the dome. You can't even name me one because you don't care. It doesn't affect you. But when it starts affecting you as black men, all of a sudden you want us to understand your plight. But when it comes to us, even having the an illusion of a decision when it comes to our reproductive system, all of a sudden it somehow affects you. Somehow me not carrying the baby affects you when you don't have to carry the baby. In fact, you won't even have to financially take care of it. You could go make a new one. If you want to be logical, you could go make a new one.
I'm only pointing out, MJ, all I'm saying is you can do that. Just like as you just said, you can get rid of the child and make a new one. My point is, if the nigga does that, what you're going to say is, this a piece of shit, bandit ass nigga. He will be publicly shamed. And even if he doesn't want to do that after he's publicly shamed, you can legally go and say, hey, sir, I would like to be paid for that. Regardless. So that's what I'm saying. That let's not act like because it's niggas who get up on this show and say opposite, that all of a sudden means, well, this is because that's what niggas want. And that's the problem. I mean, niggas want a lot of things. People want a lot of things. I'm only bringing this up because, again, this isn't our...
Roe v. Wade would be overturned. Nobody thought they would find a reason to overturn Roe v. Wade, and look at where we live in 2025.
I would say
Wade got overturned. So what do you mean it can't progress farther than that? If people literally did not think the statute could be overturned.
I don't know who would have ever thought that, because the reason you have to, it's just like DEI things for black people. The reason you have to put that in order is because people just didn't fuck with that, specifically white men. So I don't know why we act like if white men continue to be in power that this couldn't have been overturned. I never thought that.
Y'all have made it clear up here. Y'all aren't for abortions.
No, I made it clear in terms of like what the thought logic of an abortion should be, because like again, I'm just saying this isn't. There has to be a black
deletions.
Okay, I'm up to like $30. I'm up to $30. Anyway, point being, you're not paying attention to it because it's not on your radar because you're not a woman. I'm a woman, and I can see my rights possibly and or already have been affected. They're literally talking about getting rid of access to birth control. So all these contraceptives y'all be saying we got access to. Yeah, they trying to come from birth control, IUDs. They're trying to come for all of it because they want us to be barefoot and pregnant because the population is not being replaced quick enough.
I can agree with that somewhat. For sure.
Somewhat? What do you mean somewhat?
Yeah, no, like the reasons behind doing things, I can agree with that in totality. But that's all I'm saying. Even in terms of why they're trying to force things on you, because, well, I guess the logic I'm guessing they're going with is if you don't have these options, you wouldn't take that risk. It's the same thing you tell guys plenty of times. Hey, y'all niggas, if you know you're not in a position, y'all literally done got up here and told us how niggas trap women into having kids.
Yeah, because men have said it. Men. There was a man, Eggs and Grits podcast. He laid it out because his homeboys told him that's what they do. I didn't just make this up in my head. I didn't pull it out of my ass.
No, people have literally said that a nigga has met, men have met women, got them pregnant, and just because the woman thought he could have did more or something, that was him trapping. That's not trapping. You know, if you're talking about literal people, yeah, I can literally show you examples of women saying, this nigga rich, I'ma force him to impregnate, really catch it, fucking hot sauce and Drake's condom exists for a reason. Multiple women have tried to steal
No, I said men
shit from
trapping.
real.
You brought up men trapping,
No,
not women trapping. Men
no,
do trap
I'm
women
pointing
with
this out
children.
because now do we say that most women are trapping men into having babies? No.
I didn't say most. I didn't even say most.
Okay,
I said
so
it
let's
exists.
not, and that's why I said let's not bring up the extremes. We
So you
can't
don't think?
argue over
Wait,
the
hold
extremes.
on. Let me see how smart you are. You think that men are not trapping women with babies?
Oh my Jesus!
Y'all are so territorial.
I'm saying I don't think most men are for surely. No,
that's a lie.
Okay.
And we can hear it by your rhetoric.
Uh huh.
We hear it. This is the reason why they don't want. This is the reason why.
As I say, I have a wife and 3 kids. What do you think I trapped her into?
This is the reason why majority of men do not want women with children to date. It's a trap.
I'm gonna say this again.
Literally.
I'm married with 3 kids. Okay. What was I trapping my wife into?
Did I say KT trapped his wife?
You said this is what most men are doing it for. Like this is what you're saying. So if that's your argument, I'll probably fit in the category of most men.
If most men were not doing it, then why would they need to reverse Roe v. Wade?
What? Hold it. You said if most men weren't doing it, why would they have to reverse Roe v. Wade?
Yes.
How does that correlate to you?
The way how it correlates because women had a way to get out of the trap. Now they don't have
I think this would go back to what.
Now they do not have a way to get out the trap.
That's not true. This would go back to what Eda Man, I think it was, and MJ even agreed. This is just what did they say? I forgot what the precise word. I don't want y'all to say I'm saying something else.
I'm literally having a conversation with you and right now, right? So men do not want women to be able to get out of the trap. Men are the one that is literally busting nuts inside of a woman. Men literally use women as a form of control. Literally, this happens. Why now? They even make movies about it because it happens so much. Why we act like we don't understand the ills of men?
Because examples are not the majority, brother.
Just because we are a man, that's why you don't want to do it? Because you feel like you personally didn't do it?
No, because most men personally don't trap women. I mean, what the fuck? Most people are not trapping people in the like y'all making this seem like people are capturing people, fucking them, and being like, have this baby. Like, if y'all want to say somebody tricked somebody into having a child, that's very clearly what possibly you could say a lot of people do.
So you rather use the word trick them? All right, so men trick women into having children. Fine. We can concede to that because you two. I mean, you just want to change the word because you're a man. All right, so
force. No, force is a literal word with a definition. You cannot change it into.
I said okay. What? Why is the goalpost consistently being moved? It went from trap to trick to force in one scoop. In one scoop.
I literally brought it from the beginning. How you saying they're forced into having babies? If y'all described it as well, that's just actually trapping, or who the point is forced from the beginning.
So this way you could pay attention. This is why it's bad when y'all keep moving the goalposts. Y'all cannot keep up with the conversations that y'all are attempting to move it to. Roe v. Wade was a way to do what?
For women to get rid of children.
To not.
I mean, yeah, to not get rid of children. You're correct.
So is that a force?
No.
Is laws a force?
Yeah.
Okay, so therefore Roe v. Wade is a law, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So therefore they are forcing women to not be able to have the option, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so now we back to the force. So now you understand where the force part came in, right?
No.
What? How can you say no?
Jesus freaking Christ.
This is
because
wild.
Can you not do you have to be pregnant when you fuck somebody? I'm confused here.
I don't know what
Like Roe v. Wade or not, do condoms exist?
I don't know what you're confused about.
I'm asking you, Roe v. Wade or not, do condoms exist?
I don't think women should give y'all sexual access until marriage. Anyway.
I mean, I agree with that 1,000%,
You
and
don't
I'm
agree
all
because
for that.
you probably had sex with your wife before marriage, so you don't agree. So don't say that.
What do you mean? Because I've done something, that mean you cannot sit there and say something about it? That doesn't make sense at all. Don't learn from your mistakes is what you guys are literally saying right now.
I'm not saying don't learn.
Can this really be real life that you don't understand that if the man doesn't, what is the man consequence if she has to have the baby? What's the man's consequence?
Child support. The worst case scenario, I guess, would be child support.
And can he not pay child support?
Yes.
So what? This can't be real life.
Yeah, like because what you're talking about, your argument just before this is 2 seconds ago. Was Roe v. Wade law? Can Roe v. Listen? You said it was law, right? So it's forced because it's law.
You cannot. You must not be able to hear yourself.
No, I don't think you hear yourself. I'm gonna say this one last time. You said Roe v. Wade is forced because it's law. So legally, under the law, are you not forced to pay the child support? Now you can say whether or not we can avoid it. Even with Roe v. Wade being law, people will have circumvented Roe v. Wade. So again, just because something is law, I understand what you're saying and I agree with you. So please use your own theory basis when you're speaking. Now you can say because we can't avoid the law that people don't do it. Agreed. But most people are going to adhere to the law, or you will be arrested. That's the point.
Not smart at all.
Here's another thing I don't agree with. I don't agree with a bunch of Bible thumping hypocrites to try to enforce theocracy on people that don't adhere to your biblical law whatsoever. They're not going to be saved. You know that by the Bible. The select few will be saved. So to force these people to live by your perception of what reality is honestly insane because it's not going to work. You see what's happening in the Middle East. The people there are they're fighting for the rights to be able to even educate themselves and at least not get bombed. So this fantasy land of theocracy y'all want to live under has never been America. Just because it says
not only that,
under God doesn't mean we now are Christians. This is a Christian country. It's not. It's never been a Christian country.
I agree with that for sure.
I think the craziest part about it is that you actually believe child support, 17% of your income, is a way that men are being held accountable. When majority, the average, is less than $300 a month. That's insanity, my brother.
I don't know. Like I'm confused. Are you saying because it's not enough, it's not a thing or something? Because it's still a thing, regardless if you want to say it should be more or not.
But it's not a response. You really believe that is the same as taking care?
No, I believe that.
Do you believe that as the same as taking care of a whole child? You think is equal?
What are you talking about? Where that's what I'm saying. You bring in it's what Dude said earlier. You going in the nuance of it. I'm not arguing the nuance.
You could just answer my question.
I literally have. It's still, regardless of if you want to say, like you just said earlier, if it's a part of the law, it's enforceable under law, and it's illegal under law to avoid that. You can say, well, they should do more. Cool. Not going to argue with you. Not disagreeing.
Anything about he should do more. Which one is more of a burden? Taking care of a child or paying 17% of your...
Taking care of a child isn't a burden. That's the point. That's where we got to start. Your logic there alone. Is this a burden? You made him. Now you talk shit about the man who made him and don't want to take care of him, but then you say it's a burden for the woman who made him.
That's the issue. He did that. What if she don't want to have the child? She don't have a choice. He has a choice.
And that's why I brought up the thing about Texas. Texas is not majority of people. Majority, listen, y'all. That's why I brought this up earlier. Because again, Texas is one place. We can name a couple more. Majority of the United States of America, you still have the right to do so. Drive there. I know that's it's more easier said than done. And I apologize.
The right to do what? The right to do what?
To have that thing Sharon keep telling us not to say.
Not in the South.
Oh no, you still
Where the
have it in
majority of black people
depending
live,
some places.
where the majority of black people live in the South, no.
That's not true.
And they're trying to get it to where even if you go across state lines, because you are a citizen, you're a resident of that state, it should be illegal for you to cross state lines to get one. So
No, I can agree with that. Again, this go back to white
okay, then.
people
So
shit.
you're saying it's it's
So
not.
KT,
No,
it's
no, I agree that they're trying
KT,
to make it illegal, but is it
what you're
illegal?
not understanding is like, and it seems like a lot of men have a problem with seeing the road ahead of them. Right? Everything's a step towards it in a certain direction, correct?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, so what is it that you're not seeing that this is in a step of a certain direction? I don't understand. So
I
this is
never
why
made that claim that I don't. That's just what you
nobody
are.
believed that this was going to happen in the first place, but it happened. Nobody believed that he was able to get rid of a $300,000 jobs by a certain demographic of human beings, but he did. Nobody thought he was going to be able, like, it is a progression of things that's happening. What are we supposed to wait until it fully happened? Then you say, well, I guess y'all was right. That's what you're going to say? Well, I guess y'all was right.
No, it's not what
So
we're
I need
arguing
you to
about.
put your
We're
critical
not even. I
thinking
mean, to
cap.
be honest with you.
Yes, we are. We
No,
need you
we're
to put
not.
your critical thinking cap
Jesus
on.
Lord.
That's what we need you to do. Like, you're not understanding the conversation.
Okay.
You're really not. And it's scary to see that our young black men are not seeing that, especially when they have daughters themselves.
Okay, my apologies. So again, nobody said I don't see where things can lead. I'm gonna say this again, so please don't ever bring it up and say, well, you don't see that. These are things that you bring up on your own and then place to somebody and then say, this is what you're doing, which isn't true. I'm just bringing up the facts thereof, okay? Currently, that's not what it is right now. And if we're going to prepare, that's a whole different situation and how we should prepare against what can come and most likely will come. We can all make different arguments on that. I'm just talking about what is there currently. We can say that there is a threat to it becoming a big problem for all of us. Currently, that's not the issue.
Right, because it's only a problem for women. It ain't a problem for you. That's what you're not understanding.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense what you're saying. I have children. If somebody's having kids and it's some way that affects them to having children, I think that affects humans. So that means even me as a man, if I'm in a state, let's say Texas, like you said, it's illegal there. So me as a man, even if this is a woman that I've been saying, damn, I really, really, really like, and I think I would like to have a woman like her mind in the right place. You know, we work on a good level together. Well, you still might have to say, well, I don't know, because I know what comes with the this isn't something that's reversible. Even down to how you may have said this is a prospect, you can't even
pause because you don't understand how you ramble. If a man decides that, hey, I like this woman a lot, I want her to have my baby, and he decides that, do she have an option in this society that in the direction that's going in Texas? Let's just leave it in Texas.
Yeah, for sure.
How will she have a decision on it if he decides?
She don't have to fuck with him.
They already in a.
She do not have to fuck with him. I mean, you asked.
They are already in a relationship. Simple. They are already having sex.
Yeah, the law didn't change. We over for it. Because legally, me just fucking with you, I can't fuck around, and this is an irreversible thing now.
What am I asking you? Because clearly you don't want to let me finish a fucking statement. What am I asking you?
You just asked if somebody is in a relationship with somebody, and they say, I want to have a baby with this person. Does the female have a choice in that? Am I wrong?
In Texas.
Yes. Am I wrong? Is that the question you're asking?
Now, how would she have a voice in that?
She does not have to be with him.
Are you dumb? The question is already they are together. They are together already. So you bringing up she don't have to be with him doesn't make sense with this hypothetical question. Do you understand that?
No, because
How you don't
hypothetically, can you not break up with somebody?
if he decides he's gonna bust a nut in her,
Hey,
do
listen,
she
if I'm
have it?
fucking with a girl, right, and she a gold digger, do I not have the right to one day, even though I was playing it?
You do understand? I was just talking, and you just interrupted me. If they are in a relationship, and he decides to bust a nut in her, do she have an option after that? Go ahead, take yourself off mute.
Okay. Oh, so you're changing what I was saying
I'm
because I
not
said if you were
changing it. You
planning,
just,
yeah, I made the statement.
Why you can't answer the question, please?
Because now
I
you're
don't want
bringing
to
up
have
a
a
different
conversation
question
about
from
it.
what we
I'm
were
not
just
bringing
talking
up.
about.
I'm not bringing up anything different. You are just not intuitive enough to understand the conversation. So I have to break it down all the way into an atom for you to understand what I'm trying to communicate to you. And then when I break it down to where you can understand me, you believe that I'm trying to do something that I'm not. Just answer the question. Go ahead.
You're speaking literally off of what I said, Sharon. I'm not making any insults. I'm not calling you names. I'm not doing this, that, and the third and one. This is what you keep doing. So don't sit here and try to say it's some shit about me, brother. I brought up from the beginning in Texas that if a woman, you're planning as a man, you're planning to have kids. So now you're saying
Ain't
if
no
you've already
motherfucking plan.
nutted in them.
Stop this planning stuff. Stop this planning stuff. Over 50% of children are unplanned when they are born in the US of A. Stop it. Stop. Y'all aren't planning shit. You're having oopsie babies.
Well, you have to now in Texas. That's my point. That's my only point. Everyone will most likely make wiser decisions in terms of saying like shit, male, female, whatever. A
No,
girl would
it'll
say,
just
"Look,
be
that
most
cute
more
dude. I've been
kids.
thinking like he got that
No, it
motion, so
won't.
I've been wanting to
No, it
fuck with him.
won't. You know what the
Okay, so
Yeah, I
let
genetics
can't
will
get rid
do?
of him though.
let me
You know what?
simplify. Let me simplify it more. Since that shit happened, more women began sexually assaulted. Since you don't know no fucking better, you don't know no stats. You're not smart enough to have any kind of detective. That you're not able to understand what is happening in the world. Go ahead and look it up for yourself. Since they removed it, has SA went up? But a lot of you men are just not
Would you
willing
like for
to
me to do that?
understand. A lot of you men are not willing to understand to protect your own fucking child. Y'all don't understand because y'all keep thinking that somebody is attacking you.
Look, man, Sharon,
Instead
very
of
simply, bro.
understanding what is the totality of what is going on in the fucking world.
At all.
Y'all don't understand. And it's sad to say, but it's just understandable that majority of your men are just not protectors the way how y'all think that y'all are. Only thing you're good for is laying some dick down, and that is it. And this is why Diva keeps saying that.
No, I think I can understand all your frustrations and everything. I think it's just really funny how I'm gonna say this. I never make insults towards you. I don't sit there and
You
talk y'all,
do,
and
you
we're in
do, you do it
agree.
all the time. I'll tell
I
you how you do it by cutting me off and saying things that I told you not to do 3 hours ago. I asked you not to do this. Talk about what I'm talking about, but you don't do that. You want to say, again, I am saying every time I have a conversation with you, you do this every time. And every time I'm trying to just let y'all know that what I'm trying to do is trying to explain to what I'm trying to say, but y'all don't just understand what I'm actually trying to say, even though I keep saying the same thing. And again, I'm telling y'all, this is not what I'm trying. You think those are words. You ain't saying nothing to me. Talk to the damn point.
So this would mean that basically you're saying, if you speak, I understand what you're saying.
No.
I speak
He's
to
gonna do it
you,
in real
and you don't
time.
understand what I'm saying.
He's gonna do it in real time, Reese.
Can we? Are we able to skip past it?
Reese, he's
Yes,
gonna
we
do it
can
in real
skip.
time. I
We
said
can
what
go
he was
back to
gonna
where
do,
we
and
were.
he's doing it.
We can go
Okay.
back to where we were. Again, I was just stating that in this place, everybody probably will start thinking a little bit more about it. And I'm not even saying that that's something the Roe v. Wade
This is
thing should be
comical.
something they're
And
forcing on them, but
and
you know.
I'm telling you, even in every religious text I could read, the degeneracy trumped the select few that walk the path of righteousness. You cannot impose somebody to walk a path of morality if they're degenerate. They're degenerate. So leave the degeneracy to their devices. You can't force them to do what you want them to do. You aren't God. None of y'all are God. It don't matter if you change the laws 11 times. Guess what? They're just going to find more dangerous ways to do what they already was going to plan to do when it was legal.
What the
And
fuck
then
is
what?
5011? Why you just say 66?
5011. Listen, 5011. That's my favorite number. 5011. Get over it.
I'm
Hey, hold on,
stealing
Reese.
that.
Hold on, Reese. Did I not say what he was gonna do, and then he did it in real time right
That
after I
shit
said
was
he was?
funny as hell, yo. The next second he did that shit.
I just asked him not to do that. I asked him not to do it 3 hours ago. Then I asked him to do it recently. He
Lord,
wound up doing
so
it
I'm gonna just say
anyway.
this, bro.
He
Stop.
stopped though. He
Listen,
stopped.
if you bring up, if you literally say this, what you was just saying, and then a person responds to that, that's
You
not
doing
somebody getting on the
doing it
conversation.
again.
Damn,
You're doing
like
it again.
it doesn't make
You're doing
sense.
it
It
again.
doesn't make
Let's
sense.
just
But
skip it.
he's talking about it. So why? What the fuck? Do y'all
Because he's
understand
a
how
whore.
conversation go? Like
He's
people
a
talk
whore.
about something, and then if you say something about it, you're now making a problem. Do y'all
I
understand
didn't
how
say you're making a
illogical that is?
problem. I didn't say you are
Yo,
making a
Reese.
problem.
Hey,
I'm saying
Reese.
that that
Hey, Reese. Hold
I
on,
like
Reese.
this fucking show.
Yo, Reese. Never again. You better question when I say somebody is something. You better say, you know what? As Sharon say, hey, it might have some real truth to it. They do it in real time, Reese. In real time.
It's funny though.
Sharon, brother. I've
I
said it
really,
many
I
times on the
really, I
stage. Yeah,
really,
I'm
yo,
wrong, brother.
dead
I be
ass Reese.
wrong a lot.
I
I be wrong a
really be
lot. I
wanting my
apologize if
people.
I'm
I want my.
doing
It's okay. You
something I'm
good.
in the
You
wrong.
good, KT. I really want my brothers to move forward and evolve the way how they think, the way how they communicate. And I'll be just trying to point out the way how they communicate and what it sounds like to us. Like I could literally imitate. Because y'all can't like just shift your mind like, damn, am I doing that? Y'all don't even have the self-reflection like, damn, he said this shit to me more than once. Maybe I am doing that. Let me go
No,
back
I
and
do.
play and see if I
For me
just
personally, for sure. I've taken
let me
everything you
see if
said,
I
and like I said,
interrupt
I
too
have
much.
said I'm wrong to
Let
you
me
multiple
see if
times.
while somebody else is talking, I just start talking. Literally.
This is called passive aggressive.
This is
Where
not.
you're
I'm
not
not. This is
directly
not
naming what
passive.
it is, and then say, "I ain't talking about you. That ain't that.
Okay.
You just a hit
I'm
dog.
not
That's
being
all." After
okay.
you, somebody was literally
Hold on.
having
You
the
just accused
topic,
me of
and that's
doing
what
This
I'm
is
that.
saying.
called
Like it
Barnum and
doesn't make
Bailey
sense.
Ringling Brothers.
Hold on. Hey, Reese, do you think I'm being passive or am I talking to him directly?
He's being direct.
Thank you. Why do they say I'm being passive when I'm talking to him direct?
Because
This
you
is
literally
crazy.
just so Reese, is it not passive when somebody say, "Why are you talking about the conversation?" But this nigga's talking about the conversation right now, and then a person responds to that, and he said, "Why are you doing that? Nobody was talking about that." That is
Somebody
passive
have to break the
aggression, my son.
circle. You're
No,
supposed to
No,
break the
I
circle.
agree with that, and I said it many times. I'm wrong. I'm gonna move on. Now this is a person here, Sharon. You ain't never said you wrong about nothing.
You
Sharon
can
just
do it
always
right
right.
now. Watch
I've
this.
done
Watch
it
this.
plenty of times
Watch this, y'all. You can break the circle right now as soon as I put my hand down.
for sure.
correct.
Done.
So now, when it comes to Roe v. Wade and SA, SA has went up ridiculously after Roe v. Wade was turned, and this is the problem that we have with it. We have to protect our women, and they are trying to do this across America. Is the problem, and they are trying to take away women's rights to have an option to baby delete or not to baby delete. That is the problem. Crickets.
We need to go back to the 1700s where women didn't want the
No, I
kids, they
What
would just
apologize.
sell them.
I apologize. I
would
just hit my weight.
would I enjoy a world where baby deletions wasn't an option and a solution? Of course. If everybody did what they were supposed to do, I like I said, I'm not a proponent of quote unquote recreational, because that's what people call it, recreational baby deletions. I never said I was. What I am saying from a logical perspective, if people don't want to pay child support, if people just want to frivolously have sex on both ends, if nobody wants to get married anymore, all of these things are pointing to a more secular society, not righteous people.
Welcome to
So
Earth.
why in my mind, why would I be like, yes, America, yes, a place where by a biblical rule should happen? Why? When people think marrying a 14-year-old makes sense.
God did
When
it.
people think having sex with children,
Mary was 14. God did it.
Yo, chill.
yeah.
That's why I was like, yo, chill.
Okay, so you think God cool with you marrying a 12-year-old now?
God is the one that started all this bullshit.
Oh, here you
Nah,
go.
I ain't gonna say God. Chill, bro. Don't blame God. You maybe can blame Jesus. Some
Well,
shit
you
like that.
disagree with
His prophets was wife
you
and
disagree with
kids,
him.
nigga.
You
His
disagree with
No,
him.
I
prophets
So I
was
did.
don't know
wife
why
I
you
and
agree
saying no
kids.
with
now.
him. Where did I
You just
agree with
did.
him?
You said right.
Where?
Right. You just agreed.
No, he said something about the Bible. That's why I said right. I didn't say though
What
that it's okay to ever. Where did I say it's okay? That's what I'm saying. Where did I say it's okay?
you said God was cool with it, and he said God was cool with it, and you said right.
Right?
So
Yeah, no. I said the Bible. He said that Bible shit, and that's what I was saying. Like, yeah, they was cool with it. Now I
Maybe
ain't
Mary
agreeing
should have
that
went to
that's
the
right.
local
Okay, all
clinic,
right,
huh?
Yeah,
okay,
nah, they
okay.
was definitely fucking
See,
little
and look, see,
like.
I'll be quiet for a little bit, and clearly we can't maintain the conversation because probably maybe because y'all not versatile or y'all don't give a fuck about the conversation. It's possible. I don't know. It just happened in real time. It just happened in real time, right? I was quiet. I was like, let me see, because they keep blaming me, but it's okay. I digress. I don't understand what the fuck is the problem. This is crazy. So again, grape-related pregnancies, which did change significantly, was the impact of SA on survivors in the state with AB bans.
I got a question about that, yo.
Grape resulted in about 64,565 pregnancies between July 2022 and early 2024. Y'all motherfuckers don't give a fuck about y'all fucking females. That's the problem with y'all.
How many was that, yo?
It's the problem. Y'all do
Yo,
not see past your fucking hands.
what was them numbers again?
64,000
in 2 years.
Y'all don't research nothing. Y'all just talk out your fucking ass. And y'all got fucking daughters. There's something wrong with y'all.
Yo, let me get this right.
I wish when I say something, y'all would look it up for your fucking self.
Yo,
instead of being like little bitches and say, I don't think because when I've had a baby, shut the fuck up.
Calm down,
Care about
Sharon.
you and your damn baby. I'm talking about in general.
Yo,
that's what I'm having a conversation about. So stop bringing your dumb ass into the conversation. I don't put myself into it.
You're furious.
Because if I put myself into the conversation, then men are the most beautiful thing in the fucking world. Because I was able to move from a fucking degenerate to somebody of worth in the goddamn productive society.
Yo, I want to be clear.
Your dumb ass injecting yourself in the fucking conversation. Stop talking about your fucking uncle that got 30 goddamn children out of wedlock into the conversation. Stop talking about your damn daddy that you don't know into the conversation. No, you go find the goddamn article. It's in Time magazine. Go find the goddamn article. Got me doing this goddamn. Send me a goddamn dollar before you tell me to do some damn work. Free zone Lou. Did you hit the like button? Did you hit the share? Where's my dollar at for all that damn cursor you did earlier?
I can't do it at the same time.
Fuckers. I be trying not. But y'all just force me to do it all the time. I don't want y'all to be idiots. I don't want y'all to be stupid. I want you to have critical thinking skills to think past yourself. But every time I have a conversation, y'all want to talk about the very few, which is yourself. Well, you know me, I would never force myself upon a woman when we know you ain't the fucking majority. We can see your hair that you ain't the goddamn majority. We can see your teeth. We can see how much you smoke. See how much you don't take a bath. You're not dirty.
Hey.
Whatever.
I need to know something though.
Did you say you know something? Before you know something, I need Free Zone Lou to send me a 99-cent super chat for trying to make me do work. I already pulled up the guy.
Oh yeah, Free Zone didn't even get to talk. I apologize. If you come back up, I'll shut up.
That 60,000, there were 60,000 pregnancies from SA in 2 years.
Over 64,000. In places that had the ban, the Roe v. Wade ban, it happened all in those places.
Oh,
in 2 years.
I see what's going on now. All right.
It's very easy. It's very easy to see. You know what I'm saying? This is why I was trying to get my brother KT to go to understand.
I'm just asking.
That once you have a law like that, and you take away women's ability to do certain things, right? And this man would say that men are not trying to force women. They're not trying to trap women. Then we got 64,000 cases in the places where they changed this law.
I don't understand how law made the numbers to go up, though. Caused the numbers to go up.
You don't understand? All right, so put it like this.
That's just men being men doing that.
I'm gonna tell you how. So like
men being men.
We would go like in a place like I just
men
seen
have been doing that since the beginning of time.
Nah, it's easy. They can't erase what they doing now, right? Like it's proof and evidence.
I should have played the video. It got this Pakistani man or something like that. He's driving a cab, and he's got this beautiful lady in the back of his cab. They started talking, and you know what this motherfucker told her, Reese? He said, "In my country, I would have done kidnapped your beautiful ass and did whatever I wanted to do to you."
That's a bad joke.
No, he wasn't joking. He was not joking. So the law, it does affect culture.
Without the law, what would you say differently?
The law that banned that in those few states that it did it in, 64,000 brand new, over 64,000 brand new cases happened within 2 years.
So what was the numbers before that?
I do want to say, I do agree with you though. Like I understand
of
how
course,
that could
y'all
affect
niggas never could disagree with me because I
saying
say nothing but
what
the
you don't make sense
goddamn
on is
truth.
that's
I
not.
don't. The problem is I don't lie. That's why you gotta agree with me.
Yo, did that same article give you the number of total abortions altogether? Fuck.
I mean, I have to say the only thing I'd have to disagree with, because you're lying, is most pregnancies in those two states. It wasn't 60,000 pregnancies in those states. It wasn't. When you say most men are not trying to do that. And even when you do want to talk about it deep, now getting into nuance, I don't know if you're gonna say I'm trying to get off a topic or something, but again, you would have to break that down. Are black people, or these, no, I'm not. Grape, that was how you say it. Are these white grapes, more black grapes, more? Who are the people perpetuating more of these acts? Like you can't just start saying all men when something can imply more of these actions happening from a certain group of men. Because that's even down to these conversations. I guess that's where we fuck up in. It's just so. Oh, all men do this because statistically I can prove this. Well, that's most likely more white men with these statistics. We can agree with that because black people don't rape each other at all. If we break it down, statistics. I'm not saying it doesn't happen, but it's a very no. In terms of how
no.
It's literally about 70,000 rapes per year for white men, and it's about 10,000 for black men.
Stop. As a woman, I would prefer zero.
I agree with all that.
To kind of minimize the fact that there are women, black women included, being assaulted by men, black men included, and be like, oh, it's only a minute number.
99% of us wouldn't do that.
I never said y'all would. I said my
so when you make an argument against
zero.
men, and then you including the black men who say, I'm telling y'all, I agree with some of what is it. That's a real conversation. I can agree with somewhat and say, all right, with this point, Y'all, and that's all I be really trying to get at. Man, listen, yes, y'all can say these things are happening. White men are perpetuating it. Like, we shouldn't have to be thrown in there because, again, you'll talk shit about how what this, that, and the third, Sharon, but I am the example of every nigga you be trying to tell these niggas to be. In real life, I have a family that I take care of. My wife does not work. This is her second time not working. The one time she wanted to work, I swear to God, guess why she wanted to work? She said, I prefer to get around and move. Like, I done had the kids, a couple kids, like, you know, I done been in the house for a good minute now. I just prefer to, like, be, even when she did, she was just being a waitress. Like, she ain't got to do no work like that because I'm going to take care of the shit. So, like, regardless of how you want to say, oh, I don't agree with how you look, this, that, and the fifth, whatever, I am making those things happen. Man, like, bro, I don't like how it just get broke down with all of us in terms of blaming all men for what us as our people are doing on the most part.
I just explained this 5 minutes ago. I do not understand why y'all keep on bringing yourselves in the conversation. I'm literally talking about not you. Reese, didn't I just say that like about 5-10 minutes ago? Stop bringing yourselves into the conversation. Like, Reese, I don't understand. Like, when I'm being very direct and saying, stop putting yourself into the conversation, they want to put themselves in the conversation.
That's a common human thing, and you're the host of a show. You have to get
Let me ask you one thing, though, Reese.
Okay, that's fine. Hold on. Reason saying that I got to keep reiterating it because it's just something that human beings tend to do. They try to put themselves into the shoes of, so they can make a disprovement of, even though you, whatever your lifestyle is, doesn't disprove the generality of what I'm talking about. For some reason, you believe that it does.
No, I would like to point out.
I would tip my hat to you and the other men that joined the panel that's in the chat. That is not that man. Shout out to all of my beautiful men that are doing the correct things for their family. However, you also understand that you are not the general population of men. So please stop acting as if you are.
Okay. Reese, I like to point out 5 minutes after he said that, then he'd say this verbatim. Like I was trying to say to my brother, KT the GOAT. Did he not?
You making a conversation about the conversation?
Nah, don't take it now. Nah, nigga. Don't, nigga.
I had to do that. I had to do that.
You good? You got it. But no, I'm serious though. Tell me, after you said that, I agree. You said that, Sharon. Don't talk about yourself. I'm not talking about you. But 5 minutes after that, you directly said to Reese, exactly like I was trying to say to brother KT. Like, bro. So you brought me back up. You can't be mad.
This is why we kind of keep going back to the conversation about the conversation, right?
And I don't. I'm not even doing that. I'm saying let's go beyond that.
Hold on. And this is the reason why. It's because this is the reason why. This is the reason why. It's because you're not able to follow the conversation, right? So you think that when I said this is the reason why KT the GOAT, you believe you put and you insert whatever point you want to prove. When I was trying to say, and this is what I was trying to tell KT the GOAT, that we as men gotta protect our daughter.
And
whatever
insert every point you want to prove.
You put your own part into the conversation, but if you just move the conversation forward, stick with the conversation, we will be fine. But you keep injecting yourself into it.
No, but even beyond that, I did keep moving forward.
You don't want to make no concessions to a point that I'm making. You keep trying to make yourself a part of the men. If you take yourself out of it, take yourself out your little bubble in West Virginia, and we talk about the general population, we'll be fine. If we talk
in West Virginia.
No, most general men are regular, everyday working men.
If we would have a conversation about where they did the Roe v. Wade, and then we can have a general conversation, right? Because it didn't happen across the whole of America. It happened in certain places, and also in those certain places, the grape pregnancies went up.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what we're having a conversation about.
And like I said, mostly with white men.
You cannot have a conversation is because you want to say, well, the general population don't live in those places. And it's a dumb argument to say. And I need you to understand that. Shout out to Ms. J. Boriga Poriciosa with the father's KT. Asking for a friend. What you do for a living?
Sharon.
Not yet. Sheesh. Y'all never want to let me just work.
I got a question when you're ready.
I got you. It's okay. Let me get to what I need to get to first.
Ow.
You okay?
Oh, yeah.
Women reserve the right to get rid of it, and if not, they reserve the right to get a man to support it for 18 years. They will always want it both ways. Shout out to Happy and Centric. Yet, child support be the main topics for men panels. Shout out to Rock Even. Shout out to Rock Even. Thank you so much for becoming a solution-based gangster. Thank you so much. Shout out to Happy and Tristic. The women's life. Kids be in adoption homes. Be real. Also, Rock Even. Solution-based gangster. Thank you so much. KT, if you want to, you can answer this. What do you do for a living? It's up to you. Would you like to
I take care of my kids, and I work at Amazon, to be honest with you.
All right.
Amazon popping right now.
For surely.
So if you can't follow the conversation, that is fine. Then just say you can't follow it. I'd rather you tell me that.
But didn't I say about the even what we're talking about? Because I can. I pointed out that that's mostly white men. I'm not saying that it's not happening to our people also. I'm saying when we perpetuating these things,
what is the
it's
point of bringing that
dangerous
up?
to say.
If you don't mind me asking, what is the point of bringing that up?
Because we're supposed to be, isn't this about black folk? Like that wasn't that always our main point? Like, because I guess that's the thing. This is dangerous.
If the conversation is about women losing
the same
rights,
side of.
If we are talking and we're talking about women losing rights, do that not concern all races?
Yeah, not for sure. It affect everybody.
Okay, so why all of a sudden that you don't understand that?
Because when we saying men and then we making it, let's be honest, again, it's supposed to also be about black people. I get that some conversations will be beyond that, but we're mostly up here talking about black men, you know, why black men aren't leaders, why this, that, and the third. But again, that's what I'm saying. Now it's not, we're not really on that. This is supposed to be a whole thing.
Do you believe that people that's taking it from women, you think they really care about the race? Or is it more about the power, or is it more about the power structure?
I wouldn't know. That's not even in my thought process.
What?
The fuck I'm supposed to put myself in the shoes of a rapist?
Are you
rapist? I mean, I apologize.
This can't be this, Reese. This cannot be for real. That he believes that when a man is taking it from a woman, he cares actually about what race she is. This cannot be for real.
There's no way to know that.
So therefore, if you want to protect our black woman, you should care about if men decide to uptick in taking it from women, because black women is involved in women. Shit.
I want to say something about those statistics, though. This is what you got to be careful of, because there's no way in hell that a law itself made men crazier than they already were. There's always going to be psychos, and they were psychos before that law was written, and they're going to be psychos after the next one is written. The crime statistics go up and down. They ebb and flow all the time. And what the politicians do is they wait for an ebb, and then they jump on that and use that as a weapon against the other side. And the Republicans do it too. And what they do that, they don't really care about it. They do that to sway us. You know what I mean?
All right, this is about to be my last hurrah for the day, because I'm gonna need some food or something. When they took out the bail situation, they made certain states did no bail. Did crime go up or down in those places?
Mm-hmm. What place did, I thought, was it like New York, the only place where it happened?
It went up. You gotta ask me where. You could just answer the fucking question if you know.
I said I don't know.
Okay.
I thought he was asking me.
I thought so too, but
you was asking me, right?
I did.
They did go up immediately.
Thank you. That's all that matters. Sick.
You didn't hear what I just said?
That's all that matters.
No, it's not.
So the reason why it matters, Reese, is that it shows that when a law is changed, an uptick or downtick in crime can result of it. You know,
that's a hard thing to prove because the way they move, man, it's tricky to catch on because they sometimes the timing is perfect for them, if you can understand that, right? So that situation that you just described where a law could make people more violent, right? They could catch an ebb from the ebb and flow from studying it for decades and decades and time it like a stock almost. And they know when it's going to go here. And then they could say, this law caused that. But you never really know if it really happened that way. You know what I'm saying? Because they're liars on both sides. So it's a hard thing to pinpoint, man.
This is a tough conversation.
Yeah.
So we can't get to 100 likes. We're not getting the support, even though we're having a difficult conversation. That's probably not good for advertisers any effort way. So KT don't understand what I'm trying to go with the conversation. He makes it about himself, even though I'm not making it about him.
These people tricky as hell, boy. Tell them.
I really be just trying to have a general conversation, Reese. I really do.
They play with our emotions, man, with this stuff, and that's why you come up with people that see things different ways. You know what I mean? All this stuff's been studied already, and they knew this debate was going to happen before it happened. Because they created the situation for it to happen. We got to try to see around some of that shit. You know what I mean? And look at the real problem itself, which is the behavior, though. The policies is not the problem; it's the behavior of the humans, man. Okay. And I wonder if when you had 10 people up here, I wonder if we'd have asked around the panel, how many male members of each person's family has actually done something like that. I think we would have came up with a lot of zeros. You know what I mean?
But that doesn't mean anything about the general society. That's why we don't have a conversation. It's never the person on the panel.
That's why I think these numbers are
even though we did have people that was on the panel that got arrested for actually that situation. We all know Joseph.
Yo, there was a group of teenagers in West Philly that got arrested for SA. It was like 8 of them. 8 young boys got arrested for SA and 1 girl. Look, man, I'm a defender of women. If I catch 8 niggas SA and a girl, all of them going through the wood chipper. But in that particular situation, right, the young boys agreed to they all agreed. They had a cash agreement. And when somebody came up short, she flipped on everybody. And everybody went to jail and did time. And those numbers went into the stats. You see what I'm saying?
All right. That's a good point. KT to go. You got any final words, my brother? I don't know why I gotta go and fight KT every goddamn show. Go ahead,
Y'all
KT.
be safe. Y'all be
Why you always
beautiful.
let me fight you every day?
Love each other. Hey man, you gotta fight the sense. I agree with it. Look, we talking about general. Most people stupid. I think we can agree on that. It's hard to hear something that you ain't used to hearing sometimes. I don't blame you for being mad. But hey man, let's hear each other out. I hear you out. Hear me out. I'm not saying some bullshit, and I don't want you to think what I believe what you're saying is bullshit. I genuinely and truly think you got a thing. But listen, we talking about black folk. My black men, we got problems. Them ain't one of them things. We got to focus on a lot of things, but they ain't one of them things. Don't make it all about men, especially including black men, because they ain't us. That's them white folk.
Shout out to the Cash App. It says, great show. Thank you so much. I appreciate you, beautiful, always holding me down. Thank you so much.
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
And we out until later.
Not around with me. Let me